There we go. Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of June 24th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ball.
Here.
Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Councilmember Montoya.
Present.
Councilmember Grant.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Here.
Councilmember Holman.
Here.
Councilmember Dixon.
I'm here.
Mayor Heikela.
I am here. Would you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is a proclamation. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming the month of July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
Motion.
Second.
Have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast and the motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma. The month of July 2025 is Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including here in the City of Norman, and whereas our parks and recreations facilities are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreations programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, now therefore I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim that the month of July 2025 is Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Norman. I'd like to recognize Jason Olson, Director of Parks, also known as Dr. Fun.
Council, Mayor, I think it's, first I'd like to thank Mayor Heikela, always a great supporter of Parks and Recreation programs, events, always there to have our back, so thank you very much. And of course, Council, we are very lucky to live in a place like Norman. We have 70 parks, or about ready to have 70 parks by the end of this year, 5 recreation centers, and that's even getting rid of a couple of them that we gave to the school this past year. But we're very proud and we're very privileged to live in a city where we have the public that supports Parks and Recreation so well. This year, instead of having, sometimes we have kids, sometimes we have park board members. This year I decided And I think it's most important to remember how hard of a staff that we have working. We have, I think, 6 divisions that cover over 100 employees that work in Parks and Recreation, do everything from facility maintenance, which covers every single facility that the city owns, every single facility, all 130 of them. We offer recreational programs, special events, golf course, tennis, swimming pool, which is the highest producing revenue pool in the state of Oklahoma for a municipality. We also have the hardest working park maintenance crew that you can find anywhere. They are unbelievable and do a job that I can't believe that they do, taking care of 68 parks and all the facilities, City Hall, over about 1,300 acres of land that they take care of every summer. Very proud of what the parks employees are able to accomplish every year, and it's awesome to take the time, and thank you for taking the time for recognizing them. And let's hear it for our hardworking employees.
Thank you. Next item is council announcements, and I'll start at Ward 8.
Okay, just a couple. 4th of July is coming up. Please be careful with fireworks. Please be careful. Please don't drink and drive. The lakes are extremely dangerous, especially when people have been drinking and it's the second time of the year that they drive a boat. It's just a bad combination. Please be aware of that coming up. Last week I was able to attend the rededication of the William Morgan Park. It was part of a Norman Forward project over in Ward 8. Beautiful park, has a beautiful pond, is absolutely phenomenal. Again, kudos, hats off to Parks and Rec. And again, thank you to the voters in Norman for providing that for our community. And that is it for Ward 8.
Councilmember?
Thank you. Just a couple things as well. Just want to thank all the organizers and everybody that helped put together the Juneteenth Festival on Thursday at Reeves Park. It was the 5th year, and it keeps growing every year, and it was a pretty fun event this year. A lot of different food vendors and dominoes tournament going on, fireworks, lots of families and kids, and it's a really great, just another wonderful event that we have in Norman. We always talk about being the city of festivals and how there's so much stuff to do in Norman, and we had the Juneteenth Festival on Thursday night. Jazz in June was also going on Thursday night, and the Thunder Game 6 was going on Thursday night, and then Jazz in June was also going on Friday and Saturday, and then so there's just so many wonderful things going on in Norman all the time, and I'm so appreciative of all of our residents that spend their time putting those events together and fundraising for them and doing all those things. It's those people that are what make those things happen, you know, community organizations. So also wanted to let everybody know, again, just following up about 4th of July, the City of Norman's festival at Reeves Park. We've got a lot of great events. I'm going to be there. I think some other council members will be there, and I would encourage everybody to come out to Reeves Park on the 4th of July. And then also just the real last thing is this is our last council meeting of the fiscal year. New terms start next week. And so for me, after 12 years of representing Ward 7, this is my last council meeting as a real council meeting in this chair as a council member. So I've just really appreciated my time as a council member. I'm looking forward to the opportunities ahead, working with new council members and continuing to stay in touch with former council members and former mayors and things like that. So there is a public ceremony next Tuesday for new council members and outgoing, and I would encourage everybody that's interested in seeing that to attend if you like. And I'm really optimistic about the future for Norman and our ability to work together and really tackle some really challenging existing issues that we have to deal with in our city. So thank you all for being here, and that's all I have for this week.
Councilmember?
Good evening. I just wanted to also say thank you to everybody who helped put together the Juneteenth Festival. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend this year due to something at the last minute that came up, but I heard it was awesome. And in the past years that I've been, it's definitely one of the most fun festivals, and I always have a great time. And then my only other announcement, I try to encourage people to serve on our city's boards and commissions, and we're doing some appointments tonight, so I wanted to say thank you to Ward 6 resident Denny Hale for his service on the Norman Regional Hospital Authority. Thank you.
Councilmember?
No announcements this week, thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember?
Good evening, Ward 4 in the City of Norman. First, I would like to thank Ward 4 resident Shannon Buckingham for her willingness to serve on the Norman Forward Citizens Financial Oversight Board. And to echo everyone else, I would like to extend my congratulations to city staff and the Norman Juneteenth Committee for an excellent celebration this year. On the record, I want to congratulate the Henderson Family Community Pillar Award winners, Tori Collier, who was recently elected to serve on the Norman Public School Board, and Angela Jimenez Calhoun, founder and CEO of the Beacon Project. Thank you both for being among the pillars that support Norman being an inclusive community. Last, the 2025 annual citywide garage sale in Norman will take place June 27th, 28th, and 29th. During this time, no city garage sale permit is required. There will be a list of addresses of people who registered to be publicly listed at the Norman Development Center, 225 North Webster, or you can find participating addresses via interactive map at normanok.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. To maximize our time together tonight, I have no announcements.
Councilmember?
Thank you. I just want to commend Mayor Heikla on his 3 years of service as Norman's mayor and wish him all the best in his next endeavor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember?
Evening. What a beautiful day and what an amazing time and exciting time to be an American, huh? In less than 2 weeks, our Parks and Rec Department, they've been doing an amazing job, but they're going to have to work a little bit harder because at Reeves Park, as was mentioned, we will have our 4th of July ceremony. If you saw the Juneteenth fireworks celebration, it was pretty amazing. So I expect the birth of our country, the celebration for that's just going to be even better. So lots of food trucks, things like that come out. I know there's going to be some live music. And like I said, Jason and his crew's been working very, very hard to get all that ready. And other than that, yeah, this is my last council meeting. So I just want to thank everybody that's over the last 2 years that's come up here to talk about homeless issues, just come out to talk about turnpike, land use, everything that's important to you. It's been amazing getting to learn what's important to this city and just meeting a lot of you. So just thank you, keep it up because it makes all the difference. You've seen the votes change when people are sitting up here just from you guys coming and talking. So keep it up and let's keep this city great. And go Thunder, huh?
There you go. I have no announcements. Next item is placed on the agenda, which is consent docket, so that city council by unanimous consent can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged in one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with approval of all council members, that item will be heard in regular order. Excuse me. Staff recommends that item 3 through item 23 be placed on the consent docket. I'll entertain a motion to place items 3 through 23 on the consent docket.
Motion.
Second.
A motion and second. Motion on the floor is to place items 3 through 23 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
And the motion to place items 3 through 23 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Non-consent items. An ordinance rezoning property located at 424 West Sims from CCBFC, Center City Form-Based Code, Detached Frontage, to CCPUD, Center City Planned Unit Development, and providing for the severability thereof. The address is 427 West Sims. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there a representative from the applicant to make a, Mr. Crittenbrink?
My name is Mark Crittenbrink. I'm with Crittenbrink Architecture, located at 119 West Main. Do I have? Is it program up here?
It's just this. Yes, it is
Oh,
on.
there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, and you just push that way.
All right. It's always a challenge. So my mother always said, walk softly and wear a loud shirt. Earlier tonight, I am obeying my mother's direction. We have the property at 427 West Sims is, client came to me, the Reeds, and it is a non-compliant triplex right now, and they want to go back and build a triplex, which means that we need to go through this process to get council approval as a CCPUD. A little bit about the land. This is the lot, as you can see outlined there. It's just one house down from Park on Sims. Everybody around it is R1, and what that means is that you can have a single-family house with a 650 square foot auxiliary unit behind, right? So that's what well, that's not what everybody around has, but that's what we have. Okay. Again, you can see the site there. There's mixed use in this area. It's my neighborhood too. I'm just right across the alley, single family and whatnot. Again, it's being used as a triplex. And this is an aerial, and you can see, can I point with this, Anais? Okay. So you can see a driveway in the front, sidewalk, and you can see we're farther up front than the houses on either side, which becomes an issue because we need we need to maintain the RBL, which would be matching the front yard setback of our adjacent property owners. The backyard, you can see, whoops, you can also see the red line there. The back of our lot is angled off. We're not 7,000 square feet, we're 6,500 square feet. And that's because the owner to the east needed access to their property. You see the driveway just to the right or to the east of our property goes all the way down the west side of their property. And that's why our site is a bit smaller, more of a trapezoid shape. This is the appearance of the existing triplex. It has 2 one-bed, one-bath units down below. You can see they're about 4 feet below grade. I say bedroom, it's more like a swamp. I mean, it's got so much water in it, nobody inhabit it now. And then upstairs you have the second floor unit, which is 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. So all in all, there's 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in this existing triplex. You see the sidewalk to the right, the driveway that runs along the east side of our property, and then you can see the driveway here on the left that is ours. That is looking east. You can see McFarland Church there on the right-hand side. That is looking west, and you can see my beat-up Camry right there in the middle. That is looking to the south, to the neighbors across the street. This is the alley looking to the west, and this is the alley looking to the east. So again, when the neighbors came, they wanted to do a triplex plus an auxiliary unit. And we chose to actually went originally for a duplex, and then you'll see we changed it to a triplex. As I said, you can have a single family here, and with an auxiliary unit of like 650 square feet. What we're proposing is 2 one-bedroom, 1-bed studios downstairs, and then 1 2-bedroom apartment upstairs. I'm going to go to the site plan first. So again, you can see the site plan. We've eliminated the drive in the front. So that cleans that all up. It's all grass all across the front. We pushed our building back a little bit. We have a front porch on both levels. This is a 2-story building, and because that's insignificant in a historic neighborhood, getting front porches so people have that street life as you see them walking by and whatnot. So we have that on both levels. You see our green space in the back, and then 4 parking spaces off the alley. The 2 that stack are for the upstairs unit because they will always be the same family, and the 2 individual are for the downstairs units. Our open space, we meet all the criteria that we've been asked to meet with the city in terms of percentages of coverage and such. We do have on the right-hand side, you see a small steel stair that encroaches into our 5-foot setback. We run that up the flagpole with the city, and they support it, and I can show you why. We do that here in just a bit. So here are our floor plans. And you can see downstairs on the left are two one-bedroom studios. These are both, we didn't elevate them, we put them at grade level, and they are accessible. So there are two one-bed and our studio units on the first level. You can see they have full kitchens, bathrooms, and then they have a small entry in the front that accesses either side. It's a vestibule that accesses either lot. Front doors that enter onto the porch, and then you have two sets of doors that go to the backyard, and then you can see a stair there in the middle and the back to get access to the upstairs. The building's 40 by 40, so 800 feet overall per floor. No, that's 1,600 square feet. These are a little bit less. They're like 785 square feet because we lost the area for common space. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the upstairs unit. And that's got two, you can see the stairs coming in the back. You've got this two en-suites on the back, bedroom, bathroom, and then a big living area up front. It's all open. Got three sets of doors opening onto the balcony that overlooks Sims, so it's pretty cool. And then you see the side stairs there. If you're upstairs and you're doing something in the front yard, like say a game day or something, you don't want to walk out the back door and walk all around. So the metal stair was a late addition to give us that communication from the first floor to the second floor. Here is our front elevation, and I think it's kind of like French Quarter meets Terra. It's 2-story. We are 11 feet floor to floor for the first floor, which allows us 10-foot ceilings inside. Those are 8-foot tall doors. Both levels. Second floor has 10-foot ceilings as well. The materials will be conventional materials, wood trim, lap siding. You see the steel stair there on the right. So I think it works really well. When we got this put together, we wanted to, we submit it to the city, and they alerted everybody in the protest area. But that's a notice, if you will. So we got the list, and we sent this package out to everybody on our own in the protest area saying, this is what's there now, this is what's allowed legally, and this is what we want to do. Please let us know if you have any questions. We didn't get any questions. We were not required to go for a pre-development meeting, but we did because this is my neighborhood. I want to make sure that the neighborhood supports it and that we're good to go. At that meeting, 2 neighbors did come, they asked some questions, and they walked away satisfied. We went to Planning Commission, there were no protests, and we had unanimous support, and so here we are today. We have no protest, so we feel like it's a pretty solid project, given the proliferation of all the 8-unit apartments. We felt like these 1-bedroom units downstairs really fit a need in the neighborhood for smaller units, 1-bedroom studio, especially ADA. The one caveat, and this is something that came up, and I also want to say that we met with Councilwoman Grant 2 or 3 times to make sure we were on board. She had input which impacted the way this project ultimately went. The 2 units downstairs are long-term rentals. The upstairs rental is owner-occupied with the option for occasional short-term rental. They live in Dallas. They won't be here all the time, and so they asked to have that opportunity to do a short-term rental up there. I know there's lots of concern about Airbnbs, if you will, going into neighborhoods, completely changing the context. You don't have that neighborhood door to door. We feel like with these 2 units on the first floor being long-term rental, we do have that. And then with the second floor apartment, the owner occupied, obviously they want to be good neighbors because they have renters down below. So that is our project. I can't think of anything else that is of significance. We feel like we have neighborhood support and feel like it's a good project, and I think it works well for the neighborhood. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Questions from council? Councilmember Grant?
Thank you. I've enjoyed working with you on this process to get some housing types that I know we need and kind of bring things into compliance. My questions are along the nature of being clarifying. So if you would just briefly touch what stormwater improvements are going to happen here, or what low impact design do you have?
Well, it will drain. I mean, we don't have any retainage on site. It'll go into the street or into the alley as per any other development. We are below impermeable. We're allowed 65. We're at 40%, so we're way below. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And then As far as construction goes, this will be a new construction.
New
so
construction, right?
Market rate, part of the reason for allowing short-term rental is the thought that these people need to be able to make the payments on it. And then I would say landscaping-wise, what are you doing to retain any trees, if any?
We're retaining the trees that are in the back. In fact, we're retaining all the trees that are in the back. You can see them, well, you kind of can see them. There's one on this side and two in the back, and that's really the only trees on site. So we're keeping the trees that are there, and then we're enhancing the trees with what's required with the city. And we'll have landscaping and such out front.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Peacock?
Thank you. You referenced the RBL, and I see it on your site plan as 25 feet behind the property line. Is that how that is in that area of Center City? I know typically we're bringing the buildings up to the sidewalk.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. You can see that, where if you go back to one of those first photos I showed, we're pretty close. I bet we're like probably 20 feet. In fact, I think 16 feet off the sidewalk. So I think that puts us around 20 feet back. So we're shoving it all back about, I think, 3.5 feet, so where we align.
Okay, but you're not asking for a variance or any kind
No.
of adjustment to the code
I am
for the
not.
25 foot? Okay, awesome. And then you made a comment about this being at grade to accommodate accessibility. I'm not seeing a handicap parking space or any kind of sidewalk to get from the parking up to an accessible unit. So I know we're at the kind of the 10,000 foot view stage.
It's a valid point. No, we'll,
I think,
we'll
yeah,
address it.
as you guys move forward, definitely including, the larger space, parking space for an accessible spot and the kind of the route that goes to the entrance would be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Might be a staff question, but this right-of-way between the street and the sidewalk, street parking would be allowed to be put there in this block, if I recall. Might be. The question about adding an accessible parking spot, for example, the right-of-way on this block between the street and the sidewalk, would we be able to add street parking, is what I'm asking, in front of that property at some point, if we wanted to, or?
I think they can let Public Works answer part of that, but I think there's maybe no parking on this street. But if there was parking allowed, I think they could add that eventually, yes.
Inset parking.
Yeah, right, yes.
Yeah, that could be a way to maybe address that parking for accessibility potentially, or just if you needed more, or needed on-street parking. So just wanted
There's
to
no
clarify that
parking
was
on the
allowed.
north side of that street. The exception is the facility 2 doors down, which is Meadows, I think, which is the facility. And it has an off-street parking there, kind of to load people in and out.
Right, okay. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for council? All right.
All right, thank you all so much. And Helen, it was awesome working with you as well. And I tell you what, Anna East is worth her weight. She is so awesome to work with, so I hope you all appreciate her.
Oh, yeah. This is an opportunity, excuse me. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have been concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Yes, we'll start with Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue, Ward 4. So I actually just had a curiosity question about this kind of design, since it seems to be a relevant issue in several places in Ward 4. It seems pretty clear that the upper section of this apartment will be used for short-term rentals, since the people that own it actually live in Dallas. So I was wondering, how does that get counted when we count our housing, which is going to be a big issue going forward? Are things that are primarily used as short-term rentals that don't provide long-term housing for people, does that get included in our housing count or not? Just, that's the question that was raised by the presentation for me. But it, looks like a nice thing. I'm very happy about the accessible apartments down below. I know someone who might want to move in to that neighborhood, so we'll be looking into it. Thanks.
Evan Dunn.
Evan Dunn, 1400 Garfield Avenue. I don't have a problem with the design. I would just suggest to food forest it. That's a great way of adding value.
And last, we have Tiffany Stevens. Okay. That's all.
All right. Any final comments from council? All righty. Second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 25, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Norman Comprehensive Land Use Plan. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
A motion and second. I'd like to recognize Jane Hudson, Director of Planning and Community Development, to introduce the presenters.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jane Hudson, Planning Department. I actually have our co-chairs, Siobhan and Inger, and I would like for them to give you a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Good evening, Mayor Heikkila and all council members, as well as city staff, Norman residents that are here and watching. Thank you so much for your time this evening. We have a full agenda, so we're not going to take a lot of time right now, but we wanted to just take a few moments to introduce this plan. So my name is Inger Jufrida. I live in Ward 6 on acreage in Norman. I lived in Ward 3 prior to that, have raised a couple kids here. I'm also the executive director of WildCare Oklahoma. I have been in that role for 6 years. It's one of the largest wildlife rehabilitation and conservation education centers in the United States. And it is kind of from this perspective that I have been co-chairing the AIM Norman process with Siobhan Evans, who's going to introduce herself.
Hello, I'm being in the thick of it right now and figuring out what we want to do in our city.
So after nearly 2 years of work involving hundreds of residents in the Area Infrastructure and Management Plan, or AIM, I'll call it AIM for the rest of the time, it has been completed. And as you all know, having been part of this process and the work the entire time, this plan represents the first time that any city in the United States has attempted to concurrently create a comprehensive land use plan, as well as master plans for water, wastewater, stormwater, transportation, housing, and parks, recreation, and culture. So the goal of this was pretty complex, as was the approach. But we set out to do it like that under your guidance because we saw it as a way to identify opportunities for these plans to work together, as well as identify any obstacles that they may create together, and then kind of like address that throughout the process. So it was very synergistic. Before I continue any further, we do want to really call attention to our hardworking staff, who are also our neighbors here in Norman, who did the bulk of the work. They work every single day, and then often every night, like coming to all of our meetings, and we're so grateful to them for the expertise that they bring in all of these different subject matter areas, as well as the consultants that stewarded the process. And so we're really thankful that they were engaged, and we really compliment you on your wisdom for the staffing that you have, as well as the consultants that you engaged for this process. So thank you. So the steering committee was comprised of at least 2 residents from every ward to begin with. We did have a few people drop out, but even by the end, all the wards were represented, and they were appointed by all of you. So again, thank you for that opportunity. And we met 19 times starting in September of 2023. And that was just for the steering committees that we had monthly. The work that we did was informed by citizen surveys, community workshops, listening sessions, including one that Siobhan and I held that wasn't even planned for Ward 5.
And I also want to mention that when we started putting these out on Facebook to say, hey, come see us, there was a big call for us to push it out to Little Axe so that people could come. Unfortunately, we only had one person come after all of that back and forth. We also had some one-on-one phone calls with citizens and a few Facebook messages that never got responded to.
So all that to say that the plans were reflective of diverse viewpoints of this committee. So first, we do want to thank the members of the steering committee. And we know it took a long time to get this steering committee together. They were terrific to work with. The composition created a lot of robust discussion, a lot of disagreement, and a whole lot of compromise. And we knew from the get-go that not everybody would be happy with every single aspect of this plan, including me, who is an environmentalist and spend every single waking moment thinking about how to protect wildlife. But we knew that compromise was an essential part of it. And so I'm really proud to say that as a steering committee, we unanimously voted for the AIM-Norman Comprehensive Land Use Plan, as well as all of the master plans. And I really felt like that was a pretty huge accomplishment to get to that point, because again, we all represented very different viewpoints. It was, of course, informed by, next slide, our partners, who were not voting members, but they contributed really important perspectives to the work and the conversation. So we're really grateful for their engagement throughout the process as well. And then our subcommittees and working group comprised a broad spectrum of subject matter experts and residents, and involved an additional 38 residents in really rigorous work on each of the master plans. These were really complicated documents. So if we could go back to the land use working plan, we want to thank the different committees, if you want to.
I want to thank the housing subcommittee. They met with the goal to figure out how to get the housing that we need and to do it a little differently than we've done it in the past. Our transportation subcommittee, we hear all the time about various things going on our streets and figuring those things out and making a smoother process for us. Stormwater subcommittee, who has seen that on Facebook in the last month with with everything happening and trying to get things moving and taking care of our stuff. I saw a post on Nextdoor recently about some things. So making sure that we have a safer and better stormwater usage here, water and wastewater. Looking at numbers, how much will it cost the city to take care of these various things? And our park subcommittee, of course, that was like the fun committee. There's not a lot of fighting in parks like the other subcommittees did. And then land use working group, this also was a bit of an intense working group that got put together to look at every square mile of Norman to figure out what to do with it.
And so the next slide is just a kind of a snapshot of the different ways that the community was engaged to try to collect ideas, priorities, feedback, and all of those things informed the development principles, which is the next slide, that we really use to guide the decisions, not only at the steering committee for the comprehensive land use plan, but also in all of the subcommittee work as well. So again, I just want to thank all of you for your attention and focus on this work throughout the nearly 2-year process, speaking up during the bi-monthly information sessions we held for you in small groups, led primarily by Jane and Amy, so that you were always apprised of the decisions that we were making and the decision that we were going, including a key decision like the population projection, which we made in the fall of 2023. So again, we're really grateful to you guys for being engaged in the process throughout and challenging the process whenever it needed to be. This made the end result, I believe, better and stronger and representative of our priorities as residents of Normans, which include attainable and accessible housing for all residents, protection of our vital water resources in Lake Thunderbird and the Garber-Wellington Aquifer, preservation of green space and wildlife habitat, and lots of opportunities for walking, biking, and rolling through a comprehensive trail network throughout our great city. So while the comprehensive land use plan and the master plans took thousands of hours to create and were built on a wide array of experience and expertise and time in our community, it's not a plan engraved in stone, and they are really meant to be living documents, which you'll hear going forward, to be adjusted as time moves forward as well. So this is a starting point. So we hope that this plan and the master plans inspire in everybody, starting with you, our leaders, conservation, compassion, and innovation, ensuring that our children and theirs can and want to call Norman home. The final slide is the first thing that people see in the comprehensive land use plan, and it's our environmental commitment. And so this was all of us agreeing that we know in Norman that these things are most important, and this is really kind of our North Star for the entire process. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I know you're going to hear a lot over the next couple of hours about these plans, and Siobhan and I are obviously here if you have any questions. So thank you.
Thank you all.
I got to get my blinders off.
That's okay. All right. Thank you so much. Amy Haase, RDG Planning and Design. Thank you again for having us back here. We appreciate this opportunity, and we've appreciated the opportunity to work with all of you and all the residents of Norman over, really, for us, what's been almost 2 years now. So I just want to start off by, again, we started this process. We knew that it would not be easy, both because this is the first time a community has taken on this type of process, and Ingrid and Siobhan talked a little bit about that, but also because we knew there were several issues that were dividing the community. We knew that compromise would be the only path forward, but through the process, we also learned that there were many topics that residents did agree upon. Just a few of these included protection of the city's water resources, finding better ways to deal with stormwater, having affordable housing options for all residents, including the next generation of Norman residents, and expanding our trail system. Understandably, many residents want certainty for how the future will unfold. But in my 25 years of planning, which has included a Great Recession and a pandemic, I can tell you the one thing that's really hard to provide is certainty of what the future is going to hold for us. The committee should be commended for navigating these uncertainties, spending months thoughtfully considering the challenging issues, and ultimately building on the areas of agreement to find compromise. This document should also not be seen as a static plan, as Ingrid and Siobhan shared, that remains unchangeable for the next 20 years, but rather we challenged the community that it should be regularly reviewed and built upon based on what we learn in the coming years. So I just want to spend a little bit of time first I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction, and we added in a couple slides that we shared with all of you when we started this process, I think probably in September of 2023, that we thought might be helpful here. And I'm going to start off with, it's a kind of a common thing we do a lot of times, because What is a comprehensive plan? That's, it's a big topic that's kind of sometimes hard for people to kind of put their hands around. So your comprehensive plan should be a guide for development policy. It helps you make good, gives you context for making key land use and public investment decisions. It should be a vision for the city's future, a tool to guide your city priorities and directions, including capital improvement programming, and a strategic document that is adapted to the specific needs and hopes of the city. I also like to touch on what it's not. So what is a comprehensive not doing? Well, it's not a commitment to carry out any specific projects. It's to rezone or to acquire property. It is not a document that commits the city to a specific course of action, and it's not a rigid land use plan that anticipates the specific use of every piece of property into the future. And finally, it's not a capital or operating budget for the city. It should inform those things. Okay, so Inger and Siobhan mentioned the great public engagement we had. We had a website with over 24,000 visitors. We did monthly polling where we had over 3,000 responses. We had a citywide mailer in the fall of 2023 to inform residents about what was happening and directing them to the website to stay informed, and many, many events over that time period. I want to touch on a few things that have come up as some questions recently, and that begins with one of the first things that we needed to do to help us continue in the process for majority of the planning documents, and that was the land use projection. I know there's been some questions about the methodology that's used. There's lots of different ways that you can get to this. We're trying to get into the ballpark. I think Mayor Heichel mentioned that at one of our meetings. And in that, you know, I know, as again, there's a lot of different approaches that we can take to this. None of them are wrong. The approach we took is pretty standard practice. In fact, just this last month, I was reviewing the Lawrence, Kansas housing study done by a completely different firm who used an annual growth rate methodology similar to what you see here. The other thing that I'd like to really point out is the time and the consideration that the committee did take when choosing which scenario to go with. They spent a couple meetings reviewing it and talking about it. They spent a lot of time being very concerned about kind of not wanting to potentially come in too low or being kind of under projecting. So a lot of that thoughtfulness went into this process before they selected the scenario that they chose to move forward with. As Inger and Siobhan mentioned, the steering committee met 19 times. They spent more than one meeting on some of these more challenging issues, such as the population projection and a lot of our land use pieces that we worked with. We had a separate land use working group that met, had over 15 hours of meetings, met over 7 times. They spent probably more time with us on Zoom than they ever thought they were going to, where we just had a map up and we went through detailed conversations almost parcel by parcel. And then as they mentioned, the really exciting part of the unanimous recommendation. I want to talk a little bit about the land use plan itself before I hand over to some of my compatriots here. The land use plan is a different approach. We've talked about this at a few of our other briefings with all of you. There is several AIM development principles that support a flexible land use approach that encourages our mixing of uses and focuses on intensity rather than the use itself and kind of siloing uses, which is kind of how historically we did land use planning in the past. So when we think about the land use piece and we thought about the components that went into considering the land use, there was a couple key things we were thinking about. Compatibility. How are uses potentially different but compatible? How do we mix things together? So those two pieces tie together very closely. We mix our uses that are most compatible. That also ties to intensity. So the compatibility is often determined by how intense the use is. How much traffic is it generating? Does it generate noise? All of those things. And then finally also thinking about the density. How many housing units do we have within a area of land? The land use plan itself is kind of this three-legged stool that we started talking about kind of as we were developing the land use plan. We begin with what we call the character areas. This looks at how the environment is, how the built environment kind of fits together. This is more of a constant. We won't see this piece changing. This would be part of, a change to this would be part of kind of a fuller update of the AIM-Norman land use plan. Then there's the land use piece itself, which looks more specifically at the built environment. And then finally, the zoning and subdivision ordinances, which are your tools that help implement the land use plan. Regarding the character areas, again, as we mentioned, this is kind of how the built environment kind of fits together. We identified 7 different character areas, and these all kind of have similar commonalities and similar policy pieces that we wanted to make sure were in place, or the committee wanted to make sure were in place. I want to touch on specifically the 2045 reserve and kind of the urban reserve areas. The committee spent a lot of time talking about this. There were 3+ committee meetings, multiple map revisions, a lot of discussion around a hard line versus kind of a natural boundary line, policies, and what was most important from many of the committee's point of view was just making sure we had the policies for protecting the lake, and land determined was more important than the boundary itself. So making sure we had good policies in place in that process. So ultimately, this is where we came to on the character area map. Then we have the land use piece. And the land use, again, is more specific. We're going high down to low, right? From 30,000, we're coming in closer and more specific down to, I wouldn't say parcel by parcel, but closer to that. As we talked about earlier, this takes more of kind of an intensity or a mixing of uses approach to it and a little less siloed. So we can kind of break these down by what land use kind of leads each one of the different categories, starting with reserve and rural categories. So these areas kind of lead more with open space and protecting open areas. Then we have our urban neighborhoods. In these areas, while they allow a different mixing of uses, they're going to lead more with residential uses. And then we also have our mixed use. I'm going to jump over to the right. Our mixed use and employment centers. So these areas are going to lead more with our commercial uses, our businesses and industries. And then finally, we also have our open space and civic uses too. And ultimately, as I said, after many, many meetings by a working group in the committee itself, ultimately came to the land use plan. The land use designations then are each individually identified in the plan, and their kind of descriptors for those are built around building types, site design, the transportation network and access, utility access, public spaces, locational criteria, and zoning districts that would be appropriate. We mentioned a little bit about the 2045 and the urban reserve areas. So the intent in these areas really is to protect areas from harmful development and conserve existing portions of this land for a future that we don't know what it's going to look like in 20 years. So we want to make sure that we're preserving that area for whatever might be into the future with, hopefully we all learn things, right? We know better today than we did 20 years ago, and that might be the case in 20 years. So how do we protect that for the future? The 2045 character area, the policy, this includes policies guiding preservation for future urban densities potentially. Again, what are we going to learn in 20 years? Protection of wildlife, habitat, water quality, if any of those, if development ever occurs, how do we protect all of those things? And then finally, the urban reserve, the land use describes how development should occur and how it could potentially be designed. We also looked at some of the intensity. We tried to provide this graphically. We've got a lot of words, but also tried to put some graphics to it. I will note this was one area that there was a recommendation from the Planning Commission that the civic uses on the intensity scale would go from a 5 to a 3, so we did want to make that note. I'm gonna share a little bit on housing too. So the housing subcommittee, again, great group of folks who met regularly, worked really hard, had some very tough conversations too and discussions about how do we make sure that we provide good quality housing for all of our residents today and our children into the future too. I think that I would like to say that was probably one of the things we also heard is how do we make sure Norman's a place that our kids want to be and can afford to be into the future. So the housing strategy plan focuses again on policy and strategy. It's really provides context for the housing units we could potentially need into the future and what that could look like. What types of housing? How do we split that? What gaps do we need to fill? How do we make sure that we have options that are affordable and attainable? And affordable is based on on your income. And the development of development and infrastructure that's appropriate, and finally regulations, any regulations that are missing and or in the way of getting to where we need to be. So the strategy, the action strategy for the housing plan really began to identify and established a blueprint for new public policy and programs geared towards our different housing products. It's stimulating conversation. We hope it's already started to do that around our existing programs, showing builders and developers the high demand for housing products and price points, the variety that we could potentially have here. Motivating, hopefully, partners and employers to get more involved in finding solutions to some of our gaps and affordability issues that we have, and finally educating our residents and showing them the opportunities available to them to improve their homes and living conditions. Couple things that we did want to note, the goals provide more specific direction than they build off the AIM Norman development principles that Inger and Siobhan noted, but they provide some more specific directions. They hopefully mesh the community input with data, bringing those two pieces together. And then finally, each goal will need to be elaborated upon to kind of frame out the goal statement a little bit more, and which could even include some metrics. So I want to go through each one of the goals real quick. We have 5 goals. First, modernizing development regulations to achieve efficiency and outcomes. And so the 2 specific strategies here are beginning with rewriting the zoning and subdivision ordinance. This was something we heard consistently throughout the process. Also coordinating department review with agreed upon administrative approval criteria. So how can we, again, modernize, streamline things, make it more efficient? Second goal, add variety of our housing types across more densities and design approaches. Here we're looking at creating acceptable building plans for housing typologies and share type specific resources. So how do we, again, kind of streamline that process a little bit, but in a way that helps us encourage more variety from what we have today in the market. And offering also mixed use, reuse development incentives. So encouraging builders to redevelop and use more mixed use practices. The third goal is increase attainable and accessible quality housing options for all of our residents. A couple key priorities here for households focused on how do we make sure we're focusing on low income, those individuals who have mobility limitations, those households needing supportive services, and those individuals experiencing homelessness. And also thinking about priority locations, so transit routes, housing and transit, housing and transportation and daycare are usually our households' 3 biggest expenses. So when we can combine some affordable housing close to transit options, it really does help our households. Close to active transportation routes, and finally near our school and healthcare facilities. Some of the strategies, enacting targeted metric requirements for our larger developments, making sure that we're maintaining an affordable housing development fund or trust fund, and then finally expand affordable housing education and advocacy to property owners. Our 4th goal is enhance and promote infill opportunities in our existing neighborhoods. So 2 of the key strategies here are increasing rehabilitation and redevelopment incentives and programs for appropriate sites, and building new and revamped public and private partnerships for neighborhood reinvestment. So, in all of our housing work that we do, we always say none of this is going to get done by the city or one agency or one nonprofit or one group. This takes partnerships to address the housing needs that we have. Finally, our 5th goal, have clear, understandable, and reasonable housing incentives and program procedures. They need to be user-friendly is kind of what that boils down to. So we think that a couple of the strategies: develop a central curated resource center for our property owners, renters, builders, and landlords to access resources. We're a one-stop shop sort of approach. Expand housing education and engagement. And finally, simplify any incentives, funding, administrative approval, other processes for the housing strategies. Charlie, who helped lead this, tells a great story of trying to use a program in his own community and being like, this is what I do for a living and this is hard to follow. So we need to make sure that these types of programs and incentives are easy to use and easy to follow. So excited, I'm gonna hand it off to my cohorts and grab a glass of water, and I'll be back to talk about parks. Thanks.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cole Niblett, Oklahoma Water Team Leader for Garver. Had the privilege of working on and leading the water and wastewater master plans. Proud resident of Norman. I live out in Ward 5 off 60th and Tecumseh, so really rewarding to get to participate in this process in the community that I live in. So we will dive right into our water presentation. Excuse me. Everyone has highlighted their subcommittee and their working group, so you've heard about this from our other presenters tonight, but I want to do the same for our water and wastewater subcommittee. I can't say enough good things about this group. You can see them pictured on the screen here. They grumbled about having to take this picture, but I'm glad we went through it and documented this. This was our final meeting, represented a lot of great work and great conversations. And you can see the names on the screen there. And one of the things I think was most beneficial of this group, again, is a diversity of backgrounds. We had backgrounds in academia, watershed management, municipal infrastructure management from previous City of Norman employees. All coming at the major challenges in our water and wastewater master plans from different angles, really allowed us to present a defensible, well thought out plan, and had a lot of great discussion from this group. So can't say enough good things about them. All right, if I can consolidate hundreds of pages of technical content in a water master plan into two main goals, that's what this slide is trying to drive home here. Our water master plan, it's really focused on two primary goals. So you'll hear me talk about two primary buckets or portions of this water master plan. First, bolstering our water supply. What are the water resources in our water supply portfolio that we use to supply water demands over a planning horizon? And then second, how do we deliver that resource to the end user through our distribution system, through the pipelines and water towers and things of that nature? And so you can see on the screen here today, our water supply portfolio is made up of Lake Thunderbird, a well field in the Garber-Wellington Aquifer, and then treated wholesale water purchased from Oklahoma City. So that makes up our water supply portfolio as we sit in 2025. As we, again, go through treatment required for those resources, we then deliver that end product to the end user through that water distribution system I was talking about. So those are the two main components that we speak to in this water master plan. First, looking at the distribution system at a literal 30,000-foot view, this system it consists of many miles of underground pipes and water storage facilities throughout the city. And so you can see on the screen the orange dots represented in the north and east portions of Norman. That's our well field in the Garber-Wellington Aquifer, our water treatment plant located off Robinson in the eastern portion of Norman, feeding the blue lines that you see on the screen representing the various water mains throughout the system. And you also see those water towers, water storage facilities called out throughout the facility or throughout this city as well. And when we look at the distribution system, one of the key things that we go through, one of the key exercises we go through in this master plan is hydraulic modeling efforts. And we look at things like what you see on the screen, where we look at delivery pressure, fire flow, things of that nature, where the product hits the end user. And so we look at distribution pressure under current, average, and maximum day conditions. And I'll talk through the graph on the screen here in just a moment. But generally, the take-home message today, as the system operates, we are generally satisfied and seeing good performance throughout the system as it relates to water pressure, fire flow, things of that nature. And so the map on the screen is kind of reinforcing that. This is an output from a hydraulic modeling run that our team uses. In this map, we're looking for green and blue dots. That represents high pressure throughout the system. And so you can see you really have to search for the yellow dots or red dots that represent lower pressure throughout the system. So again, this is one of the efforts that we spend a lot of time on in this master planning effort. And so as we look at the existing system today, a big focus is maintaining this performance over the planning horizon moving forward. Let's talk about water demands. And so our water demands are projected to increase proportionally with the service population. And so showing you a water demand curve on the screen here, the vertical axis on the left representing water demand in million gallons per day, or MGD. We have, of course, years across the horizontal. And then you can see on the right vertical axis, the service population represented by the gray and dashed lines there. And you can see our water demand follows that population projection proportionally. I will also note we do include a reserve capacity in our water demand projections. This is to build in an element of conservancy for things that we can't necessarily predict today, such as prolific droughts of record, industrial or commercial users that may enter the system and provide increased water demand essentially overnight that isn't proportional to population demand. So we have those accounted for in our projections to be conservative. I'll note this again when we look at projects, but we use these population projections to develop this demand curve, like I mentioned. However, our projects or the infrastructure capital improvement plan that we come out with at the end of this master plan, it is based on demand triggers that we actually see in the distribution system. So we can actually see how this projection lines up with actual growth over the planning horizon and only execute those infrastructure projects when the demand in the system actually hits a certain threshold that then creates a need for that project. So I'll touch on that again, but wanted to make that note here. Looking back to water supply, I mentioned Lake Thunderbird, that is currently our largest source of supply, and right now supplies about 70% of the city's water demand. And so you can see the pie chart on the screen, the remaining 24% and 7% coming from the groundwater and OKC connection respectively. And so we'll bring this water supply portfolio back here in a few slides when we talk about future planning for those water supplies. So we essentially take that water demand curve and we compare that to our existing water supply capacities, and we run a gap analysis. And so we look at what the existing system can provide compared to our projected demands, and we look at where potential shortfalls may be in the future. So the gap analysis that we go through, one of the main discussions in the master plan, does identify a potential water supply gap of approximately 9 MGD by 2045, 20 years in the future. And so you can see that same demand curve we looked at compared to the orange and pink dashed lines representing our existing water supply capacities today. And so this is a big focus of our master plan, identifying how we essentially fill that gap with water supplies moving forward. We look at a long list of water supply alternatives that can potentially meet those demands, run those through a screening evaluation, and then we develop 20-year life cycle costs for those shortlisted alternatives that can potentially meet those demands. And so as we look at feasible strategies to meet that gap analysis that we were talking about, you can see a graph on the screen showing 20-year life cycle costs on the vertical axis compared to a list of water supply alternatives that we discussed and screened as part of our master plan. And so you can see the lowest 3 cost options there: OKC wholesale purchase, continuing to expand our new wells in the Garber-Wellington, and then in the future implementing indirect potable reuse through the existing water reclamation facility, kind of shake out of that evaluation as our lowest 3 cost alternatives. And so when we put all this together in a water supply portfolio, looking ahead 20 years in the future, showing you, again, that pie graph we looked at for the existing supply compared to what this could look like in 20 years for a potential 2045 supply. Again, we can see Lake Thunderbird providing a significant percentage, around 32%, growing that well field capacity to provide an additional third, or 32%, from the Garber-Wellington aquifer, expanding our OKC wholesale purchase volumes, roughly 16% of that future supply, and the remainder of that balance coming from that indirect potable reuse I mentioned, or we want this to be a flexible plan, additional OKC purchase or wells as those expansions continue, if in the future it becomes more feasible or cost effective to lean to one supply over the other. We've allowed flexibility in the plan for staff to make that adjustment as they see market conditions change, infrastructure prices change in our marketplace, and have that flexibility in the plan. All right, so one of the main takeaways from our water master plan is a 20-year capital improvement plan. And so there are on the screen about 12, roughly a dozen key projects that are highlighted, and they are organized kind of in three main buckets. So the kind of maroon dots on the screen correlating to existing water service area improvements. So those are, again, projects intended to maintain performance in our core service area. The green dots representing projects to bring water service to future areas where we may need to extend a water main or continue looping out a water main to service a certain portion of the distribution system. So several projects dedicated to those ends. And then finally, the dark blue projects highlighting those water supply improvements that I talked about. So the projects needed to implement those additional water supplies to meet that 2045 water supply gap. And that is the summary of the Water Master Plan. Do I keep rolling through wastewater? Okay. All right. We'll roll right into wastewater. All right. So wastewater obviously is kind of the flip side of the coin from water, and I'm going to use a very similar analogy as I did in water. So our wastewater master plan, it focuses again on two key buckets, and those two buckets being one, the collection system. How do we collect the wastewater throughout the city service area and convey that to a single location for reclamation? And by reclamation, meaning a water reclamation facility or treatment of that wastewater reclamation before we then release that to the natural environment or reclaim that for other beneficial end uses. And so again, we're going to be focusing on how do we get that wastewater from the end users through our collection system, which is a series of gravity mains, lift stations, and force mains. Again, getting that to a water reclamation facility for treatment and discharge to the environment. All right, again, just a high-level view. Norman's collection system today, it consists of miles of gravity mains and force mains, lift stations, and the water reclamation facility. So you'll note the green lines in this map representing all the various sewer mains we have throughout the city. Our orange, yellowish dots there are squares representing lift stations where we have a ridge that we need to pump that wastewater over a ridge so we can continue gravity flowing. One key, topographical feature you'll notice in Norman, and you may be familiar with, is the blue line shown on the screen here, where we have a ridge running through roughly the center of our city. And so generally speaking, everything north of that ridge flows to the Little River, Rock Creek, eventually Lake Thunderbird. Everything south of that ridge flows eventually to the Canadian River. So that is a topographical divide in our collection system. And so generally speaking, if we're going to continue treating wastewater at our water reclamation facility, which is on the southern end of town off Highway 9 in Jenkins, we have a ridge that we need to pump half the city over to convey to the water reclamation facility, is a way to think about it. So key areas for improvement within our existing collection system include things like trunk mains in the core service area. And so I'm highlighting one scenario here for you where I'm highlighting Bishop Creek, the pink highlighted interceptor there. Because our collection system largely utilizes gravity flow, we tend to follow natural drainage basins for our key or core trunk mains in that collection system. And so the Bishop Creek, Imhoff Creek is another. These are core interceptor areas where we have a lot of flow consolidating into one place. So again, maintaining performance, maintaining adequate capacity in those areas is one of the key focuses of the plan. And you can see here a need identified for a future project in that Bishop Creek interceptor system. Very similar to water, our wastewater flows, again, are projected to increase proportionally with the service population. And so showing you a very similar wastewater demand curve here with wastewater flow in million gallons per day on the left vertical axis with service population shown there in the gray and dash line. And so you can see here roughly in 2025, we're around 12 to 13 million gallons per day from an average day perspective. In 20 years, increasing that to roughly 16 to 17 million gallons per day over this planning horizon. One of the key evaluations in this master plan was, again, the water reclamation piece. And so one key question that we worked through and spent a lot of time on is, do we continue to build out the existing water reclamation facility, or do we potentially look at alternate locations for a second water reclamation facility as we continue to grow in that wastewater collection system? And so we did evaluate several potential WRF locations, but ultimately, after this evaluation, the existing water reclamation facility comes out as the most feasible, lowest, or most cost-effective option, and so is recommended for the next 20-year planning horizon. Now, this isn't to say that sometime in the very far future beyond that, an additional WRF may not make sense in the future, but for the next 20 years, a cost evaluation suggests that it'll be most cost-effective and feasible to stick with that existing asset. All right, and wrapping up again with our 20-year capital improvement plan. Again, we have a series of projects, roughly 13 key projects that we highlight in the primary 20-year CIP. Again, we have the purple color-coded projects that are, again, focused on maintaining capacity in the existing wastewater service area, so those core trunk mains, interceptors like Bishop Creek that we talked about. The orange dots representing a future eastern conveyance network set of improvements. So as more demand is placed on the eastern side of the existing service area, building out a new eastern conveyance system with lift stations, force mains, and a trunk main to eventually get to that existing reclamation facility is a big part of the plan. And then finally, 3 projects highlighted there in the lower side of the map with maintaining and building out that existing water reclamation facility. So I mentioned utilizing that asset over the next 20 years is recommended, and so there are a few projects targeted at increasing the capacity, maintaining that asset for the next 20 years in our master plan. And I believe that is all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alan Dennis. I'm on the RDG Garver team. I was leading up the Stormwater Master Plan update. We're going to get into a little bit of the stormwater aspects here in a little bit, but again, I want to emphasize our subcommittee. Our subcommittee chair, Amanda Nairn, is an amazing citizen in this community. She serves our community so well, and it was a pleasure working with her as well as the rest of our committee and the Stormwater City staff on this in the Stormwater Master Plan update. Our stormwater subcommittee consisted of water quality experts, people who do environmental engineering, people who do residential development throughout Norman, finance that residential development throughout Norman, as well as several people who had served on previous stormwater committees. So we had a great committee and really enjoyed working with them. I do want to paint a little bit of a picture of what stormwater looks like in Norman. We have, like Cole mentioned, that divide of watersheds in Norman. Everything on the east side of town drains towards Lake Thunderbird, and there's priorities there that include preserving the runoff water quality, as well as maintaining our natural areas in that area. And then the west side of town, the west and south side of town include the Canadian River watershed, everything that drains to Brookhaven, Emhoff, Bishop Creek, those large creeks that run through the town. And so the priorities there are essentially reducing the flood and erosion damages that have been caused by a lack of stormwater policy in the past, and then maintaining that aging infrastructure. That's the older part of town that has a lot of built infrastructure instead of the natural areas as well. So getting into what is stormwater, like I mentioned, there's a lot of built environments that are flood control. We have detention ponds, like this is right outside the building here. This was taken in August of last year. We're flooding the detention pond right outside the building, as well as the stormwater quality aspect. And so it became very clear through this process that stormwater quality is a very high priority, not just for the RDG Garver team, not just for the stormwater staff, but also for our citizens of this community. And so we did have several community input opportunities, like Amy mentioned, and throughout those opportunities, throughout the input that was provided by the participants, we did find that ecological improvement was the highest priority for those citizens who participated. So ecological improvement and public safety were the top 2 priorities for participants. So with all of that information, what's the purpose of this Stormwater Master Plan update? First of all, we want to say we're tuning that 2009 piano. The 2009 Stormwater Master Plan was a really excellent document. It's huge, it's very comprehensive, there's a lot of really great things in it. We wanted to make sure that that was up to date to 2025, the science and the policy, and the important policies that are here for today. Understanding that public sentiment about stormwater and identifying those potential policy changes that were needed with the proposed land use changes that were recommended in the comprehensive plan. And then we also updated our goals, and I'll get into that a little bit later. I want to identify some of the really important things from that 2009 plan. These are the stream planning corridors you can see in the Lake Thunderbird watershed, all of the orange lines. Those were identified and delineated during the 2009 Stormwater Master Plan, and those have served the city through the Water Quality Protection Zone ordinance to protect are riparian zones throughout the Lake Thunderbird watershed. Those riparian zones are truly the best possible buffer for stormwater to filter out those stormwater pollutants. There's no man-made built infrastructure that can compare to a good vegetated riparian area leading to Lake Thunderbird. And so those are extremely important. We want to encourage City Council to continue to protect those through the Water Quality Protection Zone ordinance. These projects are a little bit hard to see, but these are projects that have been completed, that were identified and then completed since 2009. They're scattered throughout the city. There's one over on the far east side, just south of Lake Thunderbird as well. The biggest one that had the most publicity was Lake McGee. That was called IC5 in Imhoff Creek Problem Area 5 in the 2009 plan. And the stormwater staff pulled the resources together, and you all as City Council were able to execute a solution for that problem. Another thing that happened was the 2023 Engineering Design Criteria Update. This allowed the science of the design criteria to come up to modern standards, or at least to the standards that were present in 2023. That's still relatively new. It raised our engineering design criteria for both stormwater conveyance as well as stormwater quality, low impact development, things like that were really emphasized. And there was a section 7000 that was added to emphasize sustainable stormwater design. And Michelle Loudenbach and her staff were able to utilize that when new developments come in for that stormwater quality protection. So these are some of the, talking about Michelle's staff, these are some of the public outreach events that they've been able to complete since fiscal year 21. There's been a total of 116 stormwater education events throughout the city during that time, and that's really amazing for the city to be so focused on educating the public about what does pollute the water, what are the ways that we can protect that water quality from an individual perspective. How can I, with 3 little boys in Norman who play in the creeks, what can I do to protect those creeks that they're playing in on a day-by-day basis? And so what's left to do? So there's several things that we identified. One of the things is looking at the projects that were identified in 2009 that have not been completed. All of the yellow dots and lines and areas that you can see in this graphic are those stormwater projects that were identified in 2009 that have not been constructed, that have not acquired funding to construct those. And so that brings up the question of where does that funding come from? And so there's been a lot of talk in Norman about how to pay for stormwater projects. This needs to continue to be a topic of conversation, whether that's the stormwater utility fee, a general obligation bond, or stormwater projects that are added to other city projects as those transportation or parks projects are completed. If we continue to not fund stormwater specifically, it's always going to be kind of plugging the hole in the dam. We're always going to be trying to fix the problem as it comes up instead of being able to invest in those capital projects moving forward and invest in the stormwater quality, especially as we see moving towards Lake Thunderbird. So what's new for 2025? Some of the things that we prioritized were updating those goals, as I mentioned before. So we focused on protecting water quality, understanding and painting a clear picture of flood risk in our community. We did that through updating hydraulic models throughout the city, updating the accessibility of the hydrologic models throughout the city, and then for ecology, just understanding how to preserve that ecology throughout the Lake Thunderbird watershed, through the stream planting corridors, updating those stream planting corridors throughout the Lake Thunderbird watershed, protecting and restoring the riparian areas where it's possible to restore them, where they have degraded throughout the years, but also maintaining a focus on preserving those as well. Again, focusing on education. We have a goal focused on stormwater education throughout the city, and then prioritizing those stormwater CIP projects, that long list of millions of dollars of projects that are needed throughout the city. These were our key recommendations that we came up with through the subcommittee's participation, through our conversations in that arena. And so requiring runoff quality treatment in new developments, that's something that was recommended in 2009 that we have fleshed out a little bit more. We have got a lot of language in our stormwater master plan identifying how that can be accomplished. Preventing a reduction of the WQPZ, or the stream planting corridor widths, in the 2045 reserve that Amy talked about. In that area that's between the urbanized area of Norman and then the rural area of Norman, the area that's designated rural, we want to preserve those QPZ width so that they are not reduced in that area. Preserve that natural buffer as it moves towards Lake Thunderbird. Installing additional water quality monitoring stations to identify a baseline of water pollutants that are coming into our system before any development or major transportation projects come in is also important. And then creating an incentive program for projects that exceed those stormwater quality management requirements. Regularly updating the engineering design criteria. That we recommended every 2 years to look back at those engineering design criteria to confirm that they are complying with or meeting the current science of hydrology and hydraulics and municipal infrastructure design. And then encouraging low impact development when those accessory structures are permitted in the urbanized area of town to cut down on some of that increased impervious area. This is one of the graphics that's in our stormwater master plan demonstrating how that stormwater quality treatment can be achieved. And we've kind of split the city up into 3 zones. Zone 1 would be all the way through the urban reserve, the rural area all the way through urban reserve, and that's 1.5 inches of that first flush rainfall would be treated. We get into a little bit more of the discussion of that in the stormwater master plan. Zone 2 is that 1,000 foot offset from those major tributaries, Little River, Rock Creek, and then Dave Blue Creek down at the bottom of your screen. So a 1,000 foot buffer off of that would be 1 inch of treated, and then everything else in the city would be a 1/2 inch of treated stormwater. And that covers the majority of the area that's delineated as future urban development in the city. So that's all my slides. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Brett Cavanis. And I really appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to work on this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Brett Cavanis. I'm Senior Project Manager with Garver, in charge of municipal transportation in the Central Oklahoma area. Like my counterparts here at Garver, 38-year resident of Norman, 26-year resident of Ward 5. So I've seen a lot in the last several years as transportation goes. One of the things I do want to say, just like everybody else, is to brag a little bit about our subcommittee. They were very diverse in their opinions and their expertise, and I greatly appreciated their input through the entire process, as well as staff, as you see up there. So how does the transportation master plan tie into the other master plans? Well, really, it's kind of the key unifier in all of the other master plans. If you look at the water master plan and the wastewater master plan, transportation is that conduit that allows for that infrastructure improvement to be made. If you look at the stormwater master plan, and we utilize green belts and things of that nature for stormwater conveyance, but it also gives us an opportunity for trails and for access for maintenance through the green belt areas. Connects to parks. That's one of the big things, and you'll see this in a little bit later slide. Transportation is that connection to parks. And then ultimately the housing component. How do people get from their house to the needs of their business, to the stores and other services through this. So this is an update to the 2014 master plan, and things have changed since 2014. We've had new development, new traffic congestion problems, an emphasis on multimodal transportation. We've had an increase in population. We've had new ways of living since the pandemic. So this is really kind of a update to help address those things going forward into the next 20 years. This is also a reminder that it is a living, breathing document, but what has not changed from 2014 is the 5 guiding principles that you see there. So we took forward with that with this transportation update. So a little bit about our scope of work. We were asked to look at a snapshot in time of transportation today, and you see those 7 transportation elements, and we've now combined them under one document. And so we looked at what that snapshot looked at today, and whether that be traffic studies, accident studies, conveyance, congestion, things of that nature. We looked at all of those things as a snapshot in today, and then we project those of what's going to happen in the next 25 years. And so with that, there were several other existing plans previous to this master plan update. And some of those are very recent, and they were already approved by this council going forward. So we did not want to touch those. They all still meet the requirements of what will go forward in the next 20 years. We also looked at the ACOG Regional Encompass 2045 plan to make sure that we were staying consistent with those plans as well. But as you see here, the transit plan was a 21 study. The strategic parking plan that incorporated parking downtown, but also at OU and the areas around there. The Max Westheimer recently approved 2024 airport master plan that was approved by the Federal Aviation Administration, and then our own bridge-by-bridge bond issue program that addresses our immediate needs for all the bridge improvements in Norman. So really, the number one comment that we heard through online surveys, open houses, pop-up events, is active transportation. We need more, we need robust and better alternatives than what we have today. And active transportation includes sidewalks, bike lanes, side paths, green belts, and then trails. The goal is to connect people to businesses by safe means, connect people to places by safe means and mode of transportation without vehicular use. That means connecting to businesses, connecting our homes, connecting to services, activities, and recreational uses through this. And as you see, one of the big questions was we never had a developed master plan that encompassed the entire city. The master plan that we're proposing here tonight goes forth and has an encompassing around the entire city of Norman with utilization of trails and sidewalks, but it also connects to transit systems. It also connects to businesses, stores, residential development areas, but also one of our biggest assets, and that's Lake Thunderbird and the recreational uses that we have out there. So this is one of the biggest accomplishments of our subcommittee, was to develop this master plan update for our trails and active transportation. Then if we look at the roadway update, this is more of an update for our functional classification of roadways, and it really is driven more by the land use development plan as opposed to development and traffic. But it also addresses some of the safety concerns that we saw in some of the more urban areas, but also there's a few instances in the rural intersection areas where we had high traffic accidents as well. It is consistent with the ACOG 2045 plan, but it also incorporates a lot of public comments that we heard, subcommittee feedback, and input from staff. Now, roadway element improvements, just kind of want to touch on this very briefly. Just because we say and show that we want to have a roadway improvement, that does not mean we're going to go out and build a 4-lane superhighway through anywhere. This could be as simple as adding shoulders to 2-lane roadways that don't have those for safety. Being an East Norman resident, those are one of the big things that I see quite a bit, is 2-lane roads that are unsafe for people that are out biking and next to vehicular people trying to get around them, or have a trailer go off the side of the road and create an issue with an overturning. It could be as simple as adding sidewalks to urbanized areas. It could be as simple as adding additional turn lanes at congested intersections to help improve accident safety. It also could mean adding medians to roadways that are larger right now. And then that would translate into what we call low impact development. That would also help with stormwater quality. but it also includes adding additional driving lanes as congestion and as traffic needs warrant. So the 2025 proposed roadway projects you see here on the screen really encompasses a major improvement to the network. Some of the projects that we want to highlight is the Franklin Road area at the very north end of our community, and this provides us access across I-35. It also has a major east-west corridor. It also helps with our active transportation and being able to get over that barrier of the interstate, and includes that loop around the north side with those opportunities through there. You see a new roundabout at the intersection of Franklin Road and Porter and Broadway. We all know that's a five-legged intersection through there. One of the things is we were able to provide the city staff with a criteria spreadsheet that can analyze the difference between a conventional intersection, a signalized intersection, and a roundabout, and see how those all score and functionally, and take that guesswork out of, does this work better than this opportunity? You see 48th Avenue becoming an East 48th Avenue becoming a principal arterial for the north-south for the east side of Norman. This is consistent with ACOG's 2045 plan going forward. And then one of the better recommendations from our transportation subcommittee is what we call a special corridor for East Alameda, and that's from 36th Avenue East all the way out to the state park. And what we want to look at is very similar to the example we show here as far as that corridor through here. Currently, it's a two-lane roadway. In a lot of locations, it does not have a shoulder. And so what we want to do is provide a two-lane roadway with a shoulder, a divided median for landscaping, and then a buffer area that has side paths or trails on both sides that could accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists going out to the lake. It's a great asset for the city. We want to utilize that and make it a safe corridor going forward. And with that, I'll hand it to Amy.
Okay, we're going to finish with fun. Parks. I heard parks was fun earlier tonight. So again, big thank you to the subcommittee. They did a great job. They had a lot of fun, I think, working together, and I think there was even applause at one of the final meetings, so it was very exciting to see all the hard work they put into this effort. Features of the plan include recreation program analysis, facility analysis, marketing and branding, goal setting, finding synergies with the other planning efforts. I think that was touched on just by Brett, of how all of these, and Alan, talking about how these are all working together, and then developing a long-term plan. So the department also updated their mission statement as part of this process too, and so they identified the new mission statement as, our mission is to provide the community of Norman with safe, inclusive, and accessible parks, recreation, and cultural experiences that enhance the quality of life for residents of all ages. Plan goals focused on optimizing efficiency and in department operations, supporting and enabling development of diverse housing options that retain high quality living opportunities. So how do we integrate parks and living and housing together? Improving the attractiveness of our neighborhoods and living spaces, as well as being environmentally resilient. Making sure we have equitable distribution and connectivity of our parkland throughout the community, and making sure we're creating a robust and strategic system of parks, natural lands, urban forests, and trails that contribute to the economic value of our private residents, businesses, and public spaces. Goal number 6, addressing the community, or address how the community is connected programmatically, not just through some of our physical infrastructure that we have, the parks themselves, but programs also. Designing public spaces thoughtfully with integration of accessible features, signage, and lighting strategies. Making sure that we work to drive neighborhood impacts through park access, connectivity, healthy green spaces, modern design and equipment, and community gathering spaces. Parks should also reflect smart growth and government and smart government by integrating how development decisions connect with parks and programming. And then finally, leveraging city resources through creative and equitable partnerships that are transparent and collaborative. So some of the community priorities that were identified out of the process, overwhelmingly, as Brett noted too, comprehensive trail network. That trail connectivity was really important to a lot of residents. Prioritizing the outstanding goals not achieved from our 2009 plan, protecting Lake Thunderbird, elevating arts and culture in Norman, updating and modernizing the policies, and just making sure that we have a well-maintained and well-rounded, diverse array of programs across the community. So starting with, I'm going to hit on a couple of these a little bit closer, starting with creating the Comprehensive Trail Network Master Plan. This is the piece that received the most feedback. That's integrating both kind of what Brett shared with kind of on-street and trail pieces to give us a really strong holistic system across the entire city. Prioritizing some of those outstanding goals from 2009. Those included specifically more splash and spray grounds, which I think everybody was probably enjoying this last week. Building new recreation center, rebuilding or renovating and expand on the 12th Avenue Recreation Center, rebuild or renovate and expand the Little Axe Community Center, develop a community park in the southwest portion of the city, and then continue plant upgrades at Griffin, Reeves, and Westwood parks. So some of the other community priorities were updating and modernizing policies. We had policies in here in the community or in the Parks Department that hadn't been updated, one since 1976. So those were looked at and recommendations and suggestions made for updating those policies. Finally, in making sure we have a diverse array of programs. That includes adult programs in fitness, outdoor recreation, community gardens, additional special and community events, teen and tween programs, affordable childcare, outdoor adventure and family programming, and finally, adaptive programs. So I tried to go through those last slides fast because I know you guys have been very patient. Thank you for the opportunity to present all of this material to you. It's a lot to go through. We've appreciated the opportunity we've had, again, over the last 18 to 24 months to work with all of you, to work with our committee and all of the residents of Norman. So again, thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just one last thing, if we could. Sorry, I have to scoot this back. I'm short. If we could, just real quick, I wanted to outline within the staff report for the land use, we did receive a unanimous recommendation from Planning Commission to bring this forward, but they did have a couple items that they thought that we should amend, and I just wanted to make sure that you were clear on those. So within the recommendation, there was the request to mimic what the land use plan had over regarding the disclaimer on the turnpike locations on the maps. They wanted to mimic that over into the transportation plan. The second one was they wanted to replace poor active transportation access to limited active transportation access, replace largely inconvenient public transit access to limited public transit access. They wanted us to highlight that the higher numbers on the matrix represent a greater level of compatibility. And then the last one was what Amy had already talked about, was changing the Civic from the 5 to a 3. And those are in the staff report, but we didn't really have a chance to go over those, so I wanted to make sure. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to go over that with you.
Okay. Are there any, excuse me, I'm coughing up. Are there any council questions regarding these items? Stephen, excuse me, Councilmember Holman.
Okay. Yes, I got a few questions for right now about transportation primarily. And so the main one being in the map about, for example, Berry Road or Boyd Street being widened. That if this is approved, are we putting in stone that we're gonna widen them to 4 lanes or 5 lanes or 3 lanes? Or could someone maybe just touch on what exactly we'd be planning to do with streets like that? And are we locking ourselves into having to do any of that?
To that map to make sure I understand exactly what you're talking about. So Berry Road, as you know, transitions in and out of 3-lane, 2-lane to 4-lane in some location. We want to make sure that it has a consistent, typical section going forward, because it is, as traffic generates more and more, as traffic growth happens in our core area, we want to make sure that that's still a urban minor arterial. Now, does that mean no parking on the street? No, that does not mean that. But what it does mean is we will look to improve that. It doesn't mean that we're going to do it day one if this plan is approved, though.
But improvements could mean a 3-lane at intersections for turn lanes.
Could.
It wouldn't necessarily mean that Berry Road's gonna be widened to 4 lanes from
Correct.
Robinson to Imhoff, right?
Correct.
So it does take into account that, so Berry Road is a section line road, but almost all of it is residential, except for the intersection at Lindsay, the intersection at Main, and the intersection at Robinson, sort of. But for the most part, it's entirely residential in between, so it probably wouldn't be appropriate for it to be a 4-lane sectional road with high-speed traffic.
Agreed. Again, there are sections that have on-street parking. We would not want to take that, but there are also sections that do not have sidewalks, and we want to provide pedestrian and bike safety as we go through there and improve that roadway section.
Okay, and it does take into account, we're about to finish the 2-way Gray Street designs, and work is being done on a future 2-way Main Street. There's been discussion in the past about an underpass at Lindsay Street, future potential to connect something through the airport, Rock Creek Road. Those things could all be done, even if they aren't specifically included in here.
Again, this is a living document. It needs to be updated every so often. We're here at 2014, we're here at 2025. So every 10 years to look at those kind of things. The underpass at Lindsay Street, that is actually a project that ODOT and the Regional Transit Authority is looking at, is more underpasses along that corridor for train safety, but also vehicular safety. And so I believe Lindsay Street and Tecumseh Road both are ones being studied with that.
Okay, and then things like funding, like looking at this map, and someone could just look at it and say, oh, is the city gonna be widening all these orange lines to 4-lane roads over the next 20 years? And I would say that would be extremely optimistic and unlikely. We have a 2012 bond project that we've been struggling to get funded for a widening project on 36th Avenue. So relying on outside funding, especially when it's around, I don't know, close to $10 million a mile to widen a 2-lane country road to a 4-lane urban arterial with curbs, sidewalks, drainage, all that stuff. So I wouldn't foresee us widening all these streets to 4 lanes and doing all this in these areas anytime soon, probably.
No, and I believe the ordinance is if a development goes in that requires widening of those streets, that cost is borne by the developer. And then the city takes owner and possession of those improvements. So a majority of these, if not all of these widening projects will be done with the development now. Mr. Sturts may have a different opinion on that and maybe have some clarification for us, but that's typically what happens with development as we go through.
Scott Sturts, Director of Public Works. I agree with what's being said here. A lot of this is being used as a planning document for us as we look forward as our transportation network is designed and developed. So just because it's shown here doesn't mean that we are saying that we are going to go out and construct it as an X or a Y roadway. In fact, one of the great things about our transportation plan and this update that we have is we have options for different roadways. For example, a minor arterial is not a 4-lane road. It can be a 3-lane road. It can be a 4-lane road. There's other options within that. So it gives us room to be able to look at each individual street, each individual network, and be able to make those determinations as to what fits that structure best. But as Brett was saying, is when you're looking through there, when somebody does come through the development, we need something to be able to say that your part of that infrastructure improvement is that you have to help fund that half-road widening on your side of the road. We need a map that tells us what that has to be. And so with this, that gives us that planning document to be able to say, here is what you're responsible for. But again, my favorite thing about the two plans we have is that availability now that we didn't have before to be able to really choose a street that fits. And recently, in the past couple of months, we've come to the Conference of Planning and Transportation Committee, and we've said, here's a roadway that we think structurally fits better as a 3-lane than it does a 4-lane. And we've given the reasons for that. So we've put these practices in place already, and we want to continue to do so. And this plan gives us a lot of ways that we can do that, a lot of ways that we can move. Obviously, we're going to be bringing those things forward to committee as we have in the past. And as we move forward with future projects, we'll look at those contextually and decide what is our best option and move forward.
Thank you. And then I have a couple questions about land use. I don't know who might be the best person to talk about that, but on land use stuff, just kind of about how the 2025 plan and really our zoning and code policies since the 1950s when they were created really mandate, unless you want to jump through hoops, suburban low-density sprawl is what is mandated by our 1950s zoning code. The separation of all uses, the concentration of commercial is all in this one area, everybody lives over here, industrial's over here. And kind of the peril of that, though, is that if all of the commercial area is right here and everything is concentrated and everybody lives in a, if it's designed in a way where there's no way to get to it except by driving to it, then everybody has to drive to this one location, which is why you see so much traffic congestion in places like 24th and Robinson and UNP area, because we've forced it to where everything's separate and we're going to combine all the commercial into one single area and people have to drive to it. And so we've been mandating that for the last 70 plus years where everything has to be spread out. You have to have a 6,000 square foot minimum lot size to build a house. You have to have 10 feet on both sides. You have to be set back 25 feet from the street. You have to be 25 feet from the alleyway if there is one. And so we've really forced our city to grow outwardly in a low-density suburban kind of way where we are not making the most efficient use of our green space when it is developed. We're not making the most efficient use of the existing urban area that we do have. If you drive around the city of Norman, you will see vacant lots that have never been developed, or a surface parking lot that has a couple cars in it that is really vastly underutilized. We have one-story office buildings or strip malls that are not historic and are pretty generic for the most part and could be redeveloped or better utilized so that we don't have to keep expanding our urban footprint. And so I really just want to touch a little bit on how that's how we've been doing it. We've forced ourselves to develop the way we have for the last 70 years. And my hope is that we're, over the next 20 years, making better use of our existing space and land so that we do not have to continue sprawling out further and further away in order to accommodate population growth. And I think we can do it in a way that also doesn't destroy existing neighborhoods too, because we've talked a lot about how the biggest stock of affordable housing in Norman and in any city is the existing housing stock. Nothing new that's built is going to be affordable unless we find a way to subsidize it or incentivize it some way through, city funding or federal funding or something like that. So we have to preserve our existing housing stock if we're going to expand housing affordability. And that can be complicated in a city like ours, where we're trying to preserve rural green space, accommodate population growth, and preserve existing neighborhoods at the same time. So I think, and part of why I wanted to, person who was talking about land use, is really just to go over briefly, because we kind of went over a little bit, but just the intent of what we're trying to do with this plan versus the old way of developing the city of Norman, and trying to have it to where, for example, the Midway Deli, everybody, or most everybody, I think, loves the Midway Deli. Loves the idea of having a grocery store restaurant that's neighborhood scale, that's right in the middle of a neighborhood. The Earth Cafe is a commercial building that is in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There's houses all around it. There's not another commercial building for another block away. But those are places people really love, and they're neighborhood scaled, where people are able, you can drive to them, but you can also walk to them or bike to them. And so getting back to those types of principles in city development, where everywhere does not require you to have one form of transportation. Owning a car is expensive, gas is expensive, insurance, and all those things. So trying to preserve a rural area where folks that want to live in the country and have space are able to do that. Preserve existing neighborhoods that have the big trees and the established things. And then making sure that any new development that we do have in Norman is making the best, most efficient use of what I think is limited. We may be 200 square miles, but I view our developable space as limited for environmental reasons and protecting the rural character and all those things. So I didn't know if somebody from land use maybe wanted to touch on that intent a little bit.
Yes, thank you. That was a great summary. So I think one of the points you made, I think, was really important, and that is this really is a different way of thinking about land use than you have for the last 50 years or 70 years. Historically, many of our communities thought about land use in very siloed ways. We're going to have residential here, we're going to have commercial here, we're going to have our jobs here. And what we've hopefully been learning as planners, as community, and what we heard from residents through this process is we like those neighborhoods where we can easily live, work, and play. And maybe we don't have to potentially to make as many car trips as we need to. So how do we create, and that's probably the biggest difference in those, is it's taking those land uses and saying we're not going to silo those, we're going to mesh those together, and where it's appropriate, where they have a similar sort of intensity. So a single-family residential neighborhood with a Midway Deli, up to a higher intensity multifamily, maybe having a higher intensity commercial use. Those things are compatible together. So finding ways that we can mesh those pieces together, and we don't always have to get into our car. If individuals don't want to, it's a beautiful night, we can stroll to the store, we can stroll to the restaurant, whatever that might be. So that was overwhelmingly something we heard from residents, but also kind of that philosophical change and the difference from it. And I think you also mentioned a really important part too on how we look to the future too. The city, Norman residents have invested to make a great community. And for that, you were rewarded by a lot of people saying they want to be here. They want to experience and come here for all the same reasons that all of you wanted to live here. And many of you came here to raise your children. And so that's just, how do you balance all of that and address, how do we still make sure that our housing's affordable for our children, that there isn't a scarcity because of demand. all of those things working together are challenging, and how do you balance that and make sure we're protecting our environment and protecting the resources that we have? And I think the committee did a really great job of trying to weigh all of those issues that sometimes don't always work well together, but how do you weigh those against each other and find the best find a path forward? Yeah.
Someone else.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant?
Yes, maybe this question is still for Amy. I just wanted to touch on the housing plan. You know, these are flexible documents, and I kind of think it's great. I love the inclusion of, you know, looking into land banks, having a housing trust fund, having co-op housing, aging in place. And I just bring up the housing component because I know we have a pro-housing grant, which will build upon some of the recommendations in this.
Yes.
So I could almost see the housing master plan actually being one of the first ones to get an update because of all this other work that's going to stack on it.
Yeah, that would be, I think, the ideal, in certain ways ideal, and most exciting part is because of some things like the grant that you've received, that the initiatives and the ball gets rolling. In communities where we've seen that, where they've taken their plan and started to implement, they're easily coming back in 5 or 10 years and saying, we accomplished things and we need to do an update. What's the next, how do we build off of the momentum that we've created?
Yeah, and for us, that means we're starting the process of being a age-friendly city or getting that initiative. I would say too, you know, I saw there was reference to a pattern book in the housing plan, which is something that's been a priority for this council. I also saw where getting rid of minimum lot sizes was highlighted, so I really appreciate the work that's went into this document, and also the challenge of working with numbers that were impacted by the pandemic, because I did see in a section where some of the occupancy and the vacancy in 2020 maybe being a symptom of the kids that went back home.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I appreciate the work.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Nash for presentation and amendments.
Oh, boy. So, this is going to be, I'm going to try not to make this too long. And, thank you. All right. And I want to preface this with saying that this comprehensive plan is a fantastic document. The thing that the AIM committee was able to put together, I mean, it's really remarkable how thorough it is and how deeply it goes into really analyzing and understanding the core makeup of what Norman is, and then being able to kind of piece together an image for what we can become in the next 20 years. Which, you know, and that's, as you can imagine, it's not very easy to predict the future, and especially not in a way that's meaningful and that makes sense and resonates with the residents here. And I think most of this plan is, you know, it's the product of the people that live here, that with all the surveys and just all the direct correspondence with the residents of Norman. This is the final product, and I think it's pretty fantastic. It's a really remarkable piece of work. Yeah, that said, I'm going to have a few comments here, and I've made myself this fantastic PowerPoint. I'm not much of an artist, so the background's a little boring. I did make some pretty awesome graphics, but mostly it's just kind of keep me on track so I don't just start meandering all over the place and end up making this take 2 hours. So my comments are going to be over the land use plan, its role, purpose, its value, and then going into the population growth model that was used, then the so what, how is that relevant, how does it impact, and that'll transition seamlessly into a short list of amendments. And so, what is this land use plan? What does it do? What does it not do? There's a lot of ideas out there. A lot of people will confuse the land use plan as, say, the zoning documents or zoning regulations. And that's not exactly what the land use plan is. What the land use plan and the characteristic map does is it captures the sort of the essence that we decide our community should look like going forward, where things are more appropriate to be, like where residential development is encouraged to happen, where it's not encouraged to happen, commercial districts, industrial districts, all these things. It's this combination of well choreographed dance with all these different elements that make a community, so that in the end result is a single cohesive environment that is genuinely a place and not just an abstract painting. And so how does it get utilized? What is the role in our municipal government? Well, whenever a new project comes up or there's going to be a development, then that individual, say if it's a use that's different from the zoning, if it's a use that deviates from the land use plan, they need to then seek permission from the council. And appropriate uses, say over the course of time, if the situation changes to where what was once designated one area now makes more sense to be another area, these proposals are, will be easily approved when they make sense. And so, in that, we see our current 2025 land use plan updated every 2 weeks. Almost every meeting we'll have we'll have a project or something that comes in front of us that has a request to modify the 2025 land use plan. Most of the time, the vast majority of the time, these proposals make sense because typically people don't come in front of us with just audacious plans. So most of these requests get approved pretty easily. The ones that don't are the real outliers that have some odd thing that's wrong with them, whatever it may be. I mean, I can count maybe on 1 or 2 hands the number of requests that I've seen rejected, going back to 2020. And so, it is an ever-evolving document that evolves with the demand and with the community. Now, it does irritate me to hear, whenever there are legitimate questions or concerns about this comprehensive plan, when there's no answer, the final stop is, well, it's a living document, we can fix it later. I'm getting pretty tired of hearing that because guess what? The 2025 land use plan also had in it a statement being a living, breathing document that's intended to be updated periodically. Did it happen? No, because it's ridiculous. Why would we do that? It gets updated naturally. And that's kind of the key, is that it gets updated naturally by property owners who have a use that conforms to what we think should be in that area based on how we've evolved. And so there's never really a triggering instance where we think, well, let's have a like the Charter Amendment Committee. There's never anything that really makes us think, let's have a 2025 land use plan amendment committee, get that together, because there has to be a problem first. And in this case, when there's a problem, it's kind of too late because we've identified that problem after it's already come in front of us and been either approved or rejected, and it's the subject of a lawsuit for being inappropriately rejected. You know, so that's not really a realistic expectation that we can just periodically have a meeting to update pieces of it. And so that's, yeah, so therein, we want to make sure that this is right. We don't want to just approve something that's wrong, being promised that we can fix it later, because that's not going to happen. And, you know, and if I must get down to the nitty-gritty of what our job is to do when we're presented with items on an agenda, it's to approve that item, not whatever it could be at some arbitrary point in the future. So anyways, before I get too deep off into that end, where does the population growth come into play? Well, the population growth is that foundational variable that is really the whole basis for the necessity of this plan. If there wasn't a population growth, if everything's going to be fixed in place, then we wouldn't need to make a comprehensive plan, because there wouldn't be growth that we need to facilitate going into the future. And so that population growth, it's important. And we could just say that it's going to be infinite. That's the same as saying that that there's a lot of different ways that we can get to this and none of them are wrong. Well, if none of them are wrong, why don't I just use my son's Rocket League scores and multiply those together until I have some estimate of a population, or at least what I call an estimate of a population. If they're no different, why not? Because they are different, because you can be wrong. There's a lot of ways to be wrong. In fact, well, I take that back. None of them can be wrong if your goal isn't to not be wrong. And so, you know, with there's a number of mistakes that were made in the generation of the population growth here. And before anyone gets too scared, this isn't going to lead into some huge pivotal change in the comprehensive plan. But, you know, this population growth, it's providing motivation to change and modify various aspects of the community, and if there's a sense of urgency or crisis, then that could compel us to make decisions that, you know, to modify areas, say, inappropriately or just beyond our comfort zones. We want to make sure that at least we've got a growth model that's founded with statistics and reason and mathematics. Now, there's a number of different models. Some are more right than others in predicting the future. The most common, hands down, is an exponential growth model. Exponential growth models, you know, assuming that we're all rabbits or bacteria, our numbers are going to grow exponentially, because the only thing that's inhibiting our growth is how quickly we can reproduce. Real-world communities have a handful of other factors that go into that growth that both act to inhibit and encourage our reproduction. Some of those factors are explainable, some of them aren't. The gold standard with population growth is like cohort component population growth model, which breaks down a population into its you know, constituent cohorts. Say a high-level example would be breaking apart our permanent resident population from our student population. But then going, you know, even further, but there gets to be a point where, you know, you got diminishing returns by going deeper and deeper into these different age demographics and socioeconomic demographics. that's usually not that necessary unless you really, really want to be right. In our case, Norman has something that's very remarkable, and so remarkable that I never would have expected like that it would be like this, but our population growth has been extraordinarily linear. And that's not just in the last couple of years. That's going back 80 years, back to 1940. I've gotten this little chart. Those gray circles, those are the actual data points from the census data. The ones after 1990, I was able to go to census, whatever, census.gov, and get those inter-census data points. And so in front of us, I've got two different types of growth models. One of them is an exponential growth. The other is linear growth. And yeah, so just looking at this subjectively, without going into the numbers, we could say subjectively, one of these models is right and the other is wrong. And when I say right and wrong, with population growth models, the goal is that the right model is going to conform to the data that you've observed, that the data is reasonable, that it's got adequate predictive power, and yeah. So now this doesn't necessarily say that our population is going to be linear forever. What it says is that based on all the information that we have and all of our observations leading up to this point, we have never observed population deviation from that linear model. And that would lead us to conclude that perhaps the linear model would be a reasonable expectation moving forward. Sometimes there might be a situation where maybe you could consider a pivot to an exponential model. Say if the last decade started to show an upward trend, or an accelerating upward trend. That would be a situation where you think, well, maybe we should look at a couple of different models, maybe an exponential model. Either way, these are still predictive tools. We expect them to be wrong. But how wrong is a safe region of being wrong? And let's see. Well, we want to be at least right enough that if we take, in this case, I took a linear model using data going up to 1990 and then used that to predict the next 30 years going up to 2024. And I'd say that predictive power was, it worked pretty well. You'd think that I just took the data from 1990 to 2024 and made the model out of that, but no, that's the linear trend going back from 1940 to 1990. Now, why it's linear is an entirely different topic of discussion. What those limiting factors are that almost appear like they're regulating us to a 1450 population growth every year, I have no idea. Other communities you'll see kind of trends that are that are obviously disjoint, that have like weird humps, or maybe there's an exodus. Like Atlanta's got some weird patterns to its data. Nothing ever like this. And so then when people start to say that, well, when we get to the SEC, or well, with this the economy how it is, or well, whatever this next big crisis or event is, as an argument for to justify a different model for this. Well, what about the baby boomers? Because this this trend wasn't, it never deviated, not even after World War II or Vietnam or Korea. Somehow it's still the same. And, so I don't fault the consultants for not expecting there to be a linear model because, it wasn't until, I think the first meeting where the AIM committee discussed population growth was in October of 2023. I remember it was last time I sat in our wonderful central library. And, so there's some discussion on choosing a model. And that thing just kind of scratched at the back of my head for about 2 years until a couple of months ago. I was sitting there, as one does, playing with Norman's population history in Excel, and realized, holy crap! I mean, it's pretty linear, and so like even just I don't want to beat the horse to death or beat the dead horse to further death, but the exponential growth, 1.5% is a extraordinary deviation from that linear model. And so subjectively, I think we can all sort of agree that, that linear model makes sense. And here, the residuals with any data point with that same model is, within 4%. And all right, here's a good one. So now we're talking about uncertainty, expecting some kind of error, expecting that we're going to be wrong because that's just the nature of predicting the future. Well, and this kind of will go to in support of a little bit of acceptance for the exponential growth model, even though now we've seen that it is subjectively wrong. We'll get to the objective part, but typically, if you're trying to, if you're using statistics to try to make a determination of some future event, you're going to have some uncertainty in your prediction. I mean, even if you're trying to observe current events, you've got some uncertainty there. And so, if I have this this linear model, I could predict out 20 years in the future and say, it'll probably be that, but how confident am I? What is that region where I could say that, we should be pretty confident that it's going to be in this range, or really, really confident that it's going to be in this range? Well, that's where normal distribution comes into play. I've got blue and I've got red numbers there. The red numbers are using just data going from 1990 to present, and the linear model that's fit to using that, then the 1950 to 1980. So the older data. Why do I go back and forth? Because sometimes it feels wrong to use newer observations for things. Either way, the model doesn't change that much. So whether it's 1990 to present, 1950 to 1980, 1490 population increase per year to 1415. Now that second number underneath is the standard deviation. That's it. In this particular case, that's where we start to interpret some kind of uncertainty based on the square root of the variance and the data from that central mean. And with a normal distribution, you've got your 68, 95, 99.7, where 68% of your observations are expected to be. Now, and this applies to normally distributed data. So, like your uncertainty, your error should be random in nature. Not if it's biased, that's not going to fly. But in this case, with the right model, your residuals are going to be normally distributed around that central mean. And so, with that projection, we've got we'd expect about 160,000 population at the end of 20-year period. But up a standard deviation, down a standard deviation, there's a 68% expectation that it's going to be between 142 and 178,000, and that's just kind of picking those extremes. But then, the exponential model that was provided from the consultants, I think, put it at 187,000. Now, I shouldn't fault them for being that far off because they started out with 2025 having 137,000 population, and we have like 131. So, I mean, they started out 5% high. But, yeah, they're predicting out 187,000, which is about 95% higher of a growth. So that's about twice the growth of the model that makes statistical and mathematical sense. But that 187, we could say it's within 2 standard deviations, at least at the top end. So, I mean, 97.5% chance that the population will be below their prediction, which, that's pretty good odds. Of course, we'd have closer to 100% if we just go ahead and consider it a population of 1 million in 20 years. But, but that range of uncertainty, when we look at this exponential model, sure, it's wrong, but that doesn't mean that we need to look at it like some kind of game-changing, document-changing, or whole world-shifting event. We'll just look at it that, okay, so it's pretty high. That represents a very good worst-case scenario that, and to have a document that's designed with that expectation in mind, we can be confident that this comprehensive plan is going to be able to facilitate even an unexpected surge in growth. And so, there are positive aspects of having well, in this particular case, it would have been easier just to add a standard deviation to your model and just say, well, there's your uncertainty and just go high. But, and then there's a comment about it, there being a lot of different ways, a lot of different models. Sure, you can take historical events, data points from the past, and fit all kinds of models to it. And you can look at it and say, okay, that looks like it fits. Is there a way, though, to say that one model is the objectively right model to use? Yeah, there is. One of those is the Box-Cox transformation, where basically what it does is it transforms a set of data points to find the optimal lambda value, where those data points become normally distributed along a central function. And the choice of that lambda parameter reflects the type of function that is. I mean, it's exponential linear with the observation of 1990 to 2024 population. That optimal lambda is 1.038, which falls right into that linear function category. Now, one of the caveats is that you can't feed negative data into into this transformation. That situations like that don't work. But for this particular case, and for the particular restriction or constraint that the ideal function is going to be one where your data points are randomly distributed or normally distributed about a central functional mean, or technically this deals more with the median than the mean, but then this becomes the right transformation to use to guide that analysis. And so, I mean, to pay $2 million for on a contract, I think that they would do a little more than what they did, which what they did was took an exponential, well, they just assumed an exponential growth model. Okay, yeah, fine. I think they looked at the average growth rates, exponential growth rates, so taking the average of the exponential growth rates, okay, fine. And then they made a handful of options like 1.25%, 1.5%, 1.75, and they put it in front of a non-technical committee of non-experts, and they said, choose one. And that's how they decided on the population growth model. And you know, it did create, they did come out with a model, but they really should have kept their professionals working on this population growth model, especially considering how important and how impactful it is to every single decision that the comprehensive plan makes. Everything from water use and how much water is going to be required going into the future to, well, not parks, because parks kind of exist on a separate plane of existence, but transportation, what kind of, what corridors are going to need to be widened, and where we expect housing to need to increase in density. All of these decisions are based on that population growth model that they, I mean, might as well just use sortition to choose it. But then the so what? And yeah, so here's a little so what scenario, screenshot of Excel. So the linear versus the exponential model, 2024 versus 2025. I went ahead and started 2024 with their model at 131. But the difference in population is 29,000 versus 56,000. All right, big deal. Well, then you go into, like, say, the housing master plan. The housing master plan, which has in it an emphasis on increasing as much housing as we can, because they think that we're going to be needing 1,100 housing units per year to keep up with this population growth. Okay, so that's if that's sort of this looming crisis, that the average number of housing units that we've been adding for the last 12 years has been 792. 1,100 is, you know, a significant increase. So we need to start thinking out how we can modify our policy or allocate resources to incentivize and encourage growth and development where we otherwise would feel uncomfortable for going, because we think that there's going to be this huge need that we aren't meeting. But that's where the problem is that that's not real. The proper model, so like the other option is that we continue to let the market, market demands guide the construction. The business as usual, the thing that we've been doing. Hitting that 792 average for the last 12 years is letting the actual population drive it. And according to the best fit, both subjectively and objectively best fit population growth model, that's going to be more than sufficient. And so this whole document is intended to guide policy and resource allocation, set up projects for the future, projects that, and I had a question also on the transportation plan. What are the limiting factors that regulate or standardize the initiation of any projects? And I was happy to hear Councilmember Holman bring that up, because he asked the question too. And there was no good answer for that. It eventually hit that back wall of, well, it's a living document. We'll change it later. Well, the thing is, when these projects are on that plan, yeah, we can change it later. What it's really saying is that, yeah, we can change it later if we don't go ahead and start the project first. Because if we do, then that's our excuse that it's in the master plan and you can't stop it. Well, so that doesn't mean that we need to scrub the whole slate clean, but having some kind of formal factor that triggers the widening of roads, like even just saying widening this road can happen once it's hit a certain threshold of traffic volume. That makes sense. That achieves the objectives of the comprehensive plan while taking out the risk of us launching into projects that are unnecessary, because we do that sometimes. We do widen roads that don't have the traffic volume to justify them. And when I ask questions about it, well, it's in the transportation master plan. Oh, well, so, we need to make sure that this is going to be the document, the right document that we approve. We're not voting to approve a form of the document that lives in our imagination at some point in time in the future. We're voting on this document. And if this document doesn't have those restrictions in place, or if this document has those flaws, this is the only time that we're going to have to fix it. And there's just no other way to put it than we shouldn't be so naive to think that we're just going to periodically update and amend the 20-year comprehensive master plan, because that's not going to happen. That's just, it just doesn't make sense, even in a scenario in which that would start becoming a thing, without there already being a problem that then takes out the need to make that change, because it's already happened. But so now we can get to the good stuff, the amendments. And I've been thinking a lot about how to handle a lot of the amendments, because like I've been saying, this comprehensive plan is a fantastic plan in its entirety. There's only a handful of places where I think that maybe the influence of a poorly chosen population growth model, maybe just late nights writing, I don't know, whatever it is, there's some parts in it that I feel can be updated to better reflect the goals and the objectives that are stated at the beginning of the document. And as far as that population growth model is concerned and the choice, I don't think that there needs to be, the housing, the big place is the housing plan, where there's tons and tons of references to this huge population growth that we're expected to see. I don't think that we need to be changing all of those places or all that language in the plan, but just simply providing a disclaimer so that the council in 15 years from now, who has no idea any of these conversations that happened that created it, the only thing they're going to have to go off of is what's written in that comprehensive plan. Statistically, we only survive council for a little over 2 years. I think that's the average turnover time. And so within about 10 years or so, aside from Old Man Holman, nobody's going to know what the hell happened during this meeting, or what was said, or any of the thoughts that went into the creation of this plan. So we need to make sure that that spirit and the essence of what this plan or what the intentions were are well communicated in this thing. Otherwise, they're not going to know what we actually meant or intended. And so with the population growth and the disclaimers are the only part that's really going to deal with the population growth. And maybe Brenda can help me out with the proper language on when I start to. Okay.
I mean, go ahead and go through them all,
Oh, okay.
and then
Well, good. So you get to hear it no matter what. And so I will be proposing 2 disclaimers. One general disclaimer at the beginning of just 3 of the plans. Parks is fine. The others are pretty fine. The land use plan, housing plan, and the transportation plan, I think, need to have this disclaimer in there so that, so that some of that fear is taken out of, reading about this upcoming population explosion. So that general disclaimer, and then a technical disclaimer at the back that will be at the either the front of or the back of the appendix. Let's see. Find my printout. And so now this will be an addition. This won't be replacing anything. It'll be, I guess, its own page. But so the general disclaimer on the population growth projections. The population growth model utilized by RDG/Garver in the 20-year comprehensive plan significantly overstates projected population increases and does not align with historically observed trends in the city of Norman. Independent analysis demonstrates that the model deviates substantially from statistically valid methods, such as linear regression based on decades of consistent growth patterns. As such, the projected population figures should not be interpreted as likely or representative of a baseline scenario. All conclusions, recommendations, or policies within the comprehensive plan that are based heavily or exclusively on the magnitude of the projected population growth should be regarded as representative of a high-growth extreme case scenario. These projections are not grounded in the most appropriate modeling techniques and may lead to inflated expectations for housing demand, infrastructure needs, and land use expansion. Stakeholders are encouraged to treat these projections with caution and to consider alternate scenarios based on validated historical growth rates when making long-term decisions for the city. And it's not, all it is just a word of caution. It's not saying that the comprehensive plan is invalid or that the conclusions that's drawn are invalid. It's that that's an extreme scenario. If a future council is being asked to approve something that is beyond their comfort level, and it's the thing to draw them back from going beyond their comfort level and approving something that they believe is inappropriate because they think a situation is present. And then the technical disclaimer. The population projections incorporated into the 20-year comprehensive plan are based on an exponential growth model that lacks statistical justification given the historical population trends of the city of Norman. The model was selected through a non-technical process in which a committee was presented with a range of annual growth percentages and asked to vote on a preferred scenario rather than relying on empirical model selection methods. Extensive analysis of decennial and annual population data over the past 80 years reveals highly linear growth pattern with minimal deviation from a constant annual increase. A linear regression model provides an objectively excellent fit to the observed data, with residuals exhibiting no evidence of nonlinear trends or acceleration. In contrast, the exponential model used in the plan results in projections that exceed the statistically valid linear model by more than 80% over the 20-year horizon. The appropriateness of linear versus nonlinear transformation can be objectively tested using a Box-Cox transformation and other model diagnostics, e.g. AIC, residual analysis. These confirm that a linear model is the most appropriate functional form for Norman's historical growth data. As such, any conclusions or policy recommendations derived primarily from the magnitude of the exponential population projection, particularly and the housing and land use elements of the plan should be interpreted with caution. These conclusions reflect a high-growth worst-case scenario rather than a baseline or statistically likely trajectory. Use of the inflated model as a foundation for long-term planning risks overbuilding, inefficient infrastructure investments, and the premature conversion of rural land inconsistent with sustainable growth principles. Planners, policymakers, and stakeholders are strongly advised to supplement or replace these projections with statistically robust alternatives to ensure that land use, housing, and capital improvement decisions are grounded in valid demographic expectations. And this is one of those few cases where I'd say that there may be disagreements with some things, but the growth model was wrong. That's not easy to say with a predictive, statistical process, but in this case, it is objectively and subjectively, it is in all definitions, it was wrong. So then, population growth over. After that, then I've got a number of just language tweaks. Not a single one of these amendments are intended to change the function or the functions of the comprehensive plan. I specifically endeavored to avoid making any kind of changes that would change the overall meaning I guess I can't think of another way of just saying the function of the text. They're simply rewording to emphasize certain aspects that kind of got lost at some point while the document was being written. Striving to recapture the goals and the objectives that are stated in the beginning of the document of preservation of land and conservation rather than just making it an open invitation to defy those goals and the objectives that are stated in the plan. Because the wording that that I'm proposing that we change, that wording did invite routes to deviating from those stated objectives. And so, in essence, there's no functional change with the language. There's only a strengthening and reinforcement of the goals that were stated there at the beginning. And let's see. Now, there's another disclaimer for page 32. I just put 32. I don't know if it's the best place to do it. It made kind of sense there. Simply, a simple note, kind of a footnote at the bottom. The highest priority of the language describing reserved and rural areas is to preserve or otherwise conserve those sensitive areas. References to development in these contexts are intended to refer to projects that would betray this fundamental objective. All right, but then on page 49, there's the last bullet point that's the original text is protect and or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. I recommend replacing that text with prioritize the protection and preservation of wetlands east towards the 2045 reserve by restricting development and maintaining natural hydrology and ecological integrity. Development should be discouraged in these areas to safeguard water quality and wildlife habitats. I think that in effect performs the same function, the same job as protect and/or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve, but it does it in a more direct way that better emphasizes the protection aspect and less attention on an expectation of development east towards the reserve. Then, on page 51, there's bullet points that says protect and/or preserve wetlands and wildlife habitat when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. So I copied and pasted just the same amendment to that one too. Then on page 52, the second paragraph, so this is 2045 reserve areas, characteristics, and intent. The second paragraph, I'm proposing that we replace that says, new development in this area should be done with sensitivity and only when city services are available to adequately serve future use. I'm proposing that we amend to change that to new development in this area should be strongly discouraged to protect the natural character and environmental integrity of the reserve area. Any future development, if considered, must demonstrate a clear environmental benefit and be consistent with preservation goals. So that's, in effect, accomplishing the same thing, just with less of the invitation sort of aspect of it, and with less of the workaround with, because city services are available to adequately serve future use can be, that's not exactly controlled by us, it's controlled by a developer who wants to make a deal to pay for that, which we saw in 2003 with Oklahoma City. If our intention is to preserve the area, that should be the focus. Because if we're going to sit and argue that, oh, well, what we mean in this is we're not going to be around to make that argument whenever it's referred to in the future. And so what we mean needs to be what's in the document. So then down in opportunities, there's a bullet point that says future connections to infrastructure. I propose that we strike that and replace that with infrastructure expansion into this area should be avoided to preserve the area's ecological integrity. Then over on policies, there's, the first paragraph says, as water and sewer services within the suburban neighborhood character area reach capacity, development in this area may be permitted such that, that last line, development in this area may be permitted such that, I'm proposing that we strike that and replace it with development in this area should be prohibited unless a clear and overriding public benefit is demonstrated and it must align with conservation goals. And on page 53, the second bullet point, infrastructure extensions into these areas should only occur after existing service areas have been fully developed or as identified in appropriate master plans. I propose that we amend that to replace it with infrastructure extensions into the reserve areas should be avoided to prevent environmental degradation and to maintain open space for wildlife and natural recharge. Then further down on action items, there's 3 in a row. The first bullet point, monitor future corridor planning of a north-south turnpike segment for potential changes in land use policy. I propose that we strike that and replace it with land use policy in the 2045 reserve areas should not be influenced by transportation infrastructure projects that could undermine conservation goals. And the paragraph after that, develop detailed land use plans for geographically limited areas around proposed interchanges that include proper buffering for lower intensity uses and rural landscape and protection and expansion of wetlands and wildlife habitat. I propose that we strike that and replace it with establish conservation easements and protective buffers around sensitive areas to prevent development pressure from adjacent transportation infrastructure. Then the bullet point immediately following that. Update regulations to protect and/or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. I propose that we strike that and replace that with strengthen regulations to protect and preserve wetlands, prioritizing conservation over development when considering any activity east toward the 2045 reserve. Development should be discouraged in or near wetland areas to maintain ecological integrity and natural water filtration functions. And page 55. The last item on 55, update regulations to protect and/or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. Strengthen regulations to protect and preserve wetlands, prioritizing conservation over development when considering any activity east towards the 2045 reserve. Development should be discouraged in or near wetland areas to maintain ecological integrity and natural water filtration function. The next, on page 59, we have the characteristic map. We got one of the maps. I think I put land use map. On the land use map, I think I was told that the boundaries for, say, like the reserve and rural or the urban reserve, rural residential, that for the most part these boundaries are chosen by the watershed basins. Is that correct? Pretty much. I propose that the boundaries for the urban reserve, it kind of meanders around between 48th and 60th, and I propose that instead of having it meandering around the basins, at least for this particular section, that we just go ahead and lock it to the 48th and the 72nd, and then on the north and south, Post Oak and Indian Hills. Simply, for the practical effect that having your land use meandering around like that is going to make it a lot more difficult to determine what your property is on. Kind of like our ward boundaries chosen on major arterials, and we try to keep those on the major roads because those are more intuitive boundaries where a property owner can kind of think, all right, all I need to remember is that east of 48th, not east of some long legal description of some parcel that this thing happens to move across on. So I want to be making the same proposal of fixing those boundaries to 48th and 72nd, and then Indian Hills and Post Oak on the characteristic map also for the 2045 reserve area. Then the description of the urban reserve. The original text is, these areas extend out to approximately 72nd Avenue East and represent the likely limit of Norman's future urban development outside the life of this plan. Acreage subdivision would compromise the feasibility of future urban services. And I think that does a pretty good job of setting up or establishing some boundaries of what should happen and what should develop there. I think it can be improved, and I'm recommending that we amend to replace that description with, these areas extend to approximately 72nd Avenue East and are intended to serve as a long-term buffer to protect Norman's rural character and environmental integrity, including that of the watershed feeding Lake Thunderbird. They represent the outer limit of potential urban development beyond the life of this plan, and should be preserved primarily for agricultural, open space, and natural resource protection. Acreage subdivision should be avoided to maintain ecological health and prevent compromising the future feasibility of efficient urban services. All right. 53 of 197. I don't have amendments on all 197 pages though, just most of them. So the next one is on page 53. Second bullet point. Oh wait, no, I feel like I've done this one.
Yep.
Down to 64.
Yep,
There.
64 and 66.
Yeah. Did you say 54?
64.
Okay, good. I actually have a 62 also. So on page 62, never mind, that's not an actual amendment. That's a curiosity of the open space. A lot of emphasis on it being floodplain. I'm not sure why. All right. 64. Now, in 64, it's in the land use category, agricultural, residential. Down where utility access is, there's already the bullet points that says no public water or sewer service provided, electrical service provided to support very low intensity development. I'm proposing to amend to add 2 bullet points to this. The first being existing homes and structures rely on septic and private wells. And the second being electrical service should remain limited to support very low intensity development consistent with rural character unless complemented by high-speed fiber internet. Because if OEC's gonna expand way out there, some kind of motivational push to get high-speed internet out to that area. All right, then page 66. This is the rural residential land use category, and the amendment I'm proposing is the same under utility access. Existing homes and structures rely on septic and private wells, and then electrical service should remain limited to support very low intensity development consistent with rural character unless complemented by high-speed fiber internet. And then we've got the urban reserve land use category, which is pages 68 and 69. And there we go. I have to look around because I'm proposing that we strike the entirety of those 2 pages, and I've more or less rewritten it to better to conform to the objectives of that area. So in land use category, now do I need to read the original text too? Probably, right? No?
Those whole 2 pages?
Yeah.
No.
Sure, I could.
I'm sure you could
Just
too.
get to the sentence.
Yeah.
Hey, I am open to employment to anybody who needs an audiobook narrator. All right, so the new urban reserve land use category, description and context, areas primarily designated for agricultural use and natural open space with a clear intent to preserve rural character and ecological integrity throughout the life of this plan. These areas consist of natural vegetation, wildlife habitat, and open landscape. Development should be strongly discouraged to maintain the area's environmental and agricultural value. And then commercial uses are generally inappropriate except for small-scale services that directly support the surrounding community and are consistent with rural character. Small home-based businesses using accessory structures associated with primary residence provided they do not alter the area's rural nature. And building types, existing large lot single-unit homes and agricultural structures, and new development. Residential developments should maintain a minimum lot size of, the original text, here's 30 acres, and this might be one of the more significant amendments that I'm proposing. Instead of that 30 acres, I propose that we go back to the 10 acres that's presently in the 2025 land use plan. The reason being is that increasing that to 30 acres, while could seem positive in spirit, the 10-acre
subdivision limitation on the 2025 land use plan has 20 years of successful implementation, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or the consequences of increasing to 30-acre parcels as the minimum lot size. While I do know that the average age out in Ward 5 is about 67 years old, and so a lot of those properties are thinking down to like, how are we going to subdivide this parcel in, when fulfilling the last will and testimony or the trust or whatever, dividing amongst kids. That suddenly becomes a lot harder if you can't divide your 25-acre tract because it's under 30 acres, or if you have 50 acres, you can divide to have a 30-acre, but then the other one's going to be 20-acre. And so therein lies some problems with any property that's less than 60 acres. That's why I believe that we should just go back to the 10 acres because that's been sufficient for the last 20 years, and there's no reason to think that it would fail in the next 20 years. All right, so residential developments should maintain a minimum of lot size of 10 acres to preserve open space and agricultural use. Smaller lots down to 2 acres may only be considered as part of a planned unit development or other appropriate regulatory process if at least 80% of the total area is permanently preserved or open space, natural habitat, or future urban level densities. Yeah, that one was brought over from the original land use category part. Yeah, I think it's there to provide some kind of regulation that if we need it, if it's appropriate for, say, an adjacent property in this reserve area to be developed into a neighborhood, that at least we have some guardrails on how that happens. And so keeping that in there, I think, is a generally beneficial thing. I don't think it compromises the overall intent of the document or the use of this area. Small-scale services must be low intensity and designed to blend into the rural landscape. Accessory dwelling units are permitted if consistent with rural character and preservation goals. Then site design, new developments that meet the 10-acre lot size or 65% preservation requirement should avoid creating large parcels without access to existing streets by identifying clear access points to reserved areas. Provide access points to future urban water and sewer systems without disrupting existing development or ecological systems. Identify opportunities for preserving wildlife corridors, native vegetation, and natural drainage ways. Maintain natural buffers and setbacks from streams, wetlands, and sensitive environmental areas. Developments that include drainage ways may allow smaller lot size only if buffering exceeds minimum requirements. Easements are secured for access and long-term maintenance of natural features. For commercial uses, outdoor storage or parking should be fully screened from adjoining residential uses and arterial or collector streets. Commercial activity and traffic-generating uses should be strictly limited to protect the rural character. Transportation network, circulation, and access. Personal, private vehicles and slow-moving farm equipment should be the primary modes of transportation. Most areas are accessed directly from 2-lane arterial streets with limited traffic volume. Maintain the rural road network and avoid street hierarchies that would encourage suburban-style development. Sidewalk, trail, and or bike lane easements should be considered only where they enhance regional trail connectivity without disrupting rural character. And encourage regional trail connections only where feasible and consistent with conservation goals. And not to go off on a tangent, but when it comes to like the transportation plan and the widening of Alameda all the way east, the primary way that you can inhibit sprawl and outward growth is just leave the roads the way they are. If you want to increase sprawl and push growth and development further away from the center city, just widen the roads. Just a simple principle of induced demand. If they're wider, if it's more convenient, people typically live within a certain temporal radius of where they work, and so that if they can make that commute faster, then that suddenly increases the range in which they can live from where they work. Keep it a smaller road, keep that that burden high, and you don't have the sprawl. Wherein lies some of the importance of having some kind of restriction, or at least limitation, on the initiation of some of those transportation projects. With that aside, on the land use category for utility access, these areas are not anticipated to be served with municipal water and or sewer service during the life of this plan. Infrastructure expansion into these areas should be discouraged unless explicitly identified in future master plans for conservation purposes or critical public services. Existing homes and structures should continue to rely on septic and private wells. Electrical service should remain limited to support very low intensity development consistent with rural character unless complemented by high-speed fiber internet. Public space types, open spaces, and trails should be designated to preserve the natural landscape and provide opportunities for passive recreation. Trail systems, if established, should emphasize natural surface trails and wildlife-friendly design. Development in these areas should be avoided during the life of this plan. If absolutely necessary, it must be designed to preserve the area's rural character and not inhibit future utility services or environmental protection efforts. And locational criteria. Most compatible adjacent to urban low density, rural residential, agricultural residential, and open space. Least compatible adjacent to urban high density, urban living center, mixed use, interchange, mixed, core business district, local commercial job center, and transit-oriented development. All right. Now, page, oh, that's not. All right, page 158. Page 158 is the, got so wrapped up in reading, I forgot I've got graphics for this. Maybe we would have kept some of our audience. So, there's the character area with the boundaries that I'm proposing. There's land use. I remember reading the character area. All right. Yeah, I think I skipped the, oh, it's because it doesn't have a description. So yeah, character area is just the boundary. And then, so yeah, I don't have a slide for this one, but the page that's got the intensity scale. That's another equal. The intensity scale. I'm proposing that we extend the urban low out to the urban medium, just to give it a little bit more flexibility in the intensity, because having it way down there at the extreme low, I think, is too restrictive for regular, but the intended uses of that area. Urban reserve. I don't remember what the changes was that I made with the urban reserve. Let me start conservatively, because, all right, I think with urban reserve, I pulled that back a little bit. So, and then the last page on the land use plan. In the initiatives and action items, page 163. Under 2045 reserve areas, the first row, first column,
The original text is monitor future corridor planning of a north-south turnpike segment for potential changes in land use policy. I propose that we replace that with oppose changes in land use policy that would encourage development along the future north-south turnpike corridor, prioritize conservation and rural character preservation over transportation-driven development pressures. That first one word with oppose, I think should be discourage. All right, so discourage changes in land use policy that would encourage development along a future north-south turnpike corridor, prioritize conservation and rural character preservation over transportation-driven development pressures. And the second row, original text is update regulations to protect and or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. Strengthen regulations to protect and preserve wetlands, prioritizing conservation over development when considering any activity east towards the 2045 reserve. Development should be discouraged in or near wetland areas to maintain ecological integrity and natural water filtration functions. And then next is the rural areas. Third row under rural areas is update regulations to protect and or preserve wetlands when developing east towards the 2045 reserve. Same replacement. And then do you want me to just go ahead and wrap up the last, there's only like 2 amendments on the housing plan. And
That's fine.
or should I wait until we're on the housing plan?
No, go ahead and do them.
Okay. On the housing plan, that one's pretty simple. I don't know what page it's on.
Says 21.
Page, well, I guess it's written there. So page 21, there's a place where it says, where it refers to median. That needs to be changed to mean because that number that's referring to is not a median. A median is the central value in a set of ordered values. It's going to be a whole number unless there's an even number of values, then that will be the average of the 2 centermost data points. You can't get 2.36 really from that. No. Anyways, that's mean household sizes, unless they have a fractional human, you're not going to have a 2.36. So, then, yeah, then the last one is just the disclaimers, which I've read. That'll be in the housing and at the front and the back, the transportation. And so there's no more revision that needs to happen on 21. I just have an arrow pointing to the motivation to have a disclaimer. Because an average annual need of 1,010 homes through 2045 is not consistent with realistic expectations. Just kidding. Page 27. Urban reserve areas generally in agricultural use and unlikely to experience development during the life of the plan. I propose that we change it to areas which represent the outer limit of potential urban development beyond the life of this plan and should be preserved primarily for agricultural, open space, and natural resource protection. Oh, thank God. And that's it, unless I do have bonus slides, but I think that pretty much concludes the amendments that I have to propose for now, unless I get inspired.
Are there any questions from council regarding the amendments? Councilmember Peacock.
Well, first, I want to thank Councilmember Nash for obviously putting in a tremendous amount of work and pouring through every line and word and letter in this document and trying to come up with some reasonable amendments. I mean, the guy deserves some credit. You know, he clearly put in a lot of work here. But I guess my biggest question is going to be to Mr. Knighton. Has City Legal had a chance to vet all of the language that has been presented here?
No.
Okay, that's I think where my consternation comes from. This, again, that's a tremendous amount of stuff. You know, clearly it took Councilmember Nash over an hour to go through it. We just got this in our inbox today. Staff hasn't had a chance to vet it. I'm not opposed to any of the stuff that's in here. I just don't have a good comfort level with it yet because, again, I have not had a chance or the time to digest it. And so...
Now, I did request that we spread this over 2 meetings for just this kind of reason because rejecting the proposed amendments for this reason would also imply rejecting any comments or proposals from any of the community, which automatically disqualifies the community from participating unless Mr. Knighton can get real fast on vetting things thoroughly. I thought it would have been more appropriate to spread this out with starting with the second Tuesday this month so that we could digest and thoroughly consider the any amendments or any suggestions from the residents. But the design, the expectation is that this short time frame and turnaround isn't a factor that would automatically reject a proposed amendment, because otherwise that would just imply that the community wouldn't be able to participate either.
No, that's absolutely a valid point. I don't know that I've got an answer to that. I just know personally, where I am on this. I'm very interested to hear where my colleagues are as well. It's not to say there's anything bad in here. It's tough. Thanks.
Councilmember Grant?
Just for a point of clarification, we actually haven't made a motion to do anything,
No,
correct?
we haven't.
Oh.
This is just discussion.
This is just a question.
All right, my next question would be for Jane Hudson.
Yes.
If Councilmember Nash wished to come back in another meeting and not try and take a vote on this without having run it through city legal, we could approve like housekeeping or language changes like we're about to do with Planning Commission's comments, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the door is open if we want to take a look at these and potentially amend it later.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, those are just my questions. Thank you.
Well, my microphone. In order to allow everyone that registered to speak that opportunity, we are taking comments for items 25 through 31 at one time. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and there will be no yielding of time. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding the plans and amendments. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we'll start with Nancy Ashton.
Just to clarify, this is a chance for them to make comments about the amendments as well as...
Everything.
Yeah.
Make a comment about land use, and I just wanted to implore the city council, staff, planning commission to act with due consideration to the potential negative impacts of these land use changes. Land use and zoning should promote organized growth, protect property values, and enhance the quality of life for residents. Livability equals sustainability. Encouraging higher density development can reduce urban sprawl and minimize our ecological footprint. However, these changes must be weighed against potential drawbacks, such as increased traffic congestion and strain on local infrastructure. The economic impact of these new policies can result in rising property values and rents, which may price out existing residents and existing small businesses. As neighborhoods undergo transformation, the balance between fostering economic growth and maintaining affordability is a critical concern. These new plans can significantly alter the social fabric of our community, and the rapid transformation of existing neighborhoods can lead to tensions among residents and create a negative feedback loop. As you navigate this evolving landscape, the importance of inclusive dialogue and thoughtful planning cannot be overstated. The ongoing discourse surrounding land use in the city of Norman will undoubtedly shape the character and livability of our community for generations to come. Please proceed carefully and thoughtfully.
Charles Custer.
All right, my name is Charles Custer. I live in Ward 7, and I was one of the Community AIM Steering Committee members. And I just wanted to start off by thanking City Council for all that you do for our city. I also thank you for your involvement and thoughtfulness on this entire amazing plan here. And I want to thank the committee and the subcommittee and the staff, the city staff, as well as the consultants for really putting a lot of thoughtfulness into this plan. So I just wanted to talk about my observations and my involvement watching this plan come together. It was clear to me that even though I didn't necessarily have a lot of the expertise in some of these areas, that the subcommittees had a lot of expertise, the staff had expertise, the consultants had expertise, people within the steering committee had expertise. So I was able to kind of sit back, observe, listen, and then think about it deeply myself, provide some comments. It was usually provided through very long emails, so I apologize for those very long emails, but thank you for reading them and taking them into consideration. There was also a lot of community feedback. I was able to see feedback through the listening sessions that were had, the community workshops, the surveys, as well as participating in those myself. So it was really a combination of all of that expertise, that feedback, that really made me feel good about the plan and was able to vote for it. Obviously, it didn't have everything that I wanted. It didn't have everything that everybody wanted. I had lots of things that I was passionate about, including minimizing sprawl, preserving environmental areas and sustainability. I was very focused on things like multi-use areas so that we can have connected and walkable neighborhoods where you have residential and commercial together. So I was providing all that input, and stuff that I talked about was even made it into the plan. So the feedback from the community made it into this plan. So all of those things put together, I really do feel like this plan is a good foundational place for the city moving forward, that we can really use this. There's good stuff in there that we can really build upon. And so I feel confident in that plan. I feel good about the plan, and I think that all of us can feel good about the plan as well. So thank you.
Rob Norman. Trey Kirby, you'll follow Rob.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Boy, this has been a long process. And I think as everyone from Councilmember Nash, who has some reservations and some amendments, and other people who are more unqualified in their endorsement, I think it is mostly a good plan. I think the challenge for the new council that comes in and the challenge for staff that stays here a little longer, that's going to be here for a few more years, is going to be to, on the good parts, to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. Because especially in our urban areas and our core areas, there's a lot that's great there. There's a lot that departs from the old suburban sprawl method. But I fear there are a few places where we creep a little bit in the wrong direction. For one thing, I would say specifically, I noticed in the Urban Reserve 2045 and the rural policies, we mentioned new development should not be permitted within the floodplain except for appropriate recreational and conservatory uses. other than putting shall instead of should, I think that's a great and fantastic policy for those areas. What it should be extended to is every area in Norman, and it is not in the plan. In the corridor areas, we find floodplains listed. In the suburban areas, we find many floodplains listed. And we do not find the same policy of hands-off in the floodplain in those portions that we find in the reserve area and the rural area. If I were up here proposing amendments, I would have just gone bam, bam, do that, and let's go. I think the plan does need to be amended to include those kind of concepts that we're going to stay out of floodplains. And the reason I say that is there is a constant push and tug on those floodplains. There are floodplains along the path, the corridor path of the east-west connector. There are floodplains all over East and West Norman that are listed on this map that do not have that proviso and that hands-off for development thing. I think moving forward, as I've said before in other contexts, we need to strengthen our floodplain ordinance to make it really hard to develop except for conservatory and recreational uses in our floodplains. And other than that, I fear there appears to be a little bit of creep out into East Norman where there are too many loopholes there for future folks and future people wanting to unnecessarily develop out there and to develop out there too densely to say, well, look, there's this wishy-washy stuff in the 2045.
Rob? Thank you.
Trey Kirby. Amy Serrato will follow Trey.
Be Ward 5. Right in the beginning of the AIM project plan, when they started off, I noticed, just with the water, we're already buying water from OKC. We're going to buy more. I don't know if you kept up with the local reports, but the water we're getting right now ain't that great. So future use, especially 20 years from now, with the pollution and the forever chemicals, probably going to be a lot worse. I don't know how we plan to expand when we don't even have enough water to cover it as right now. You talk about amendments. We don't even respect the original plan that had the 48 corridor. So how do we expect people 20 years from now to respect what y'all are saying when we can't respect what they said in 1950, 70, 90? We just ignore everything and keep growing because that's the main goal, right? Grow, grow, grow. No matter if we have the roads, the transportation, no matter if we have the sewer or the water, it don't matter as long as we grow. We don't care about what we're doing to our future generations, like our kids or grandkids, as long as we grow. So I wonder at what point in time are we going to look back and look at this where it literally tells us we're out of grow room, but yet we're going to make excuses, ignore all the policies, use all this toilet paper, and continue to grow. Have a good day.
Amy, Cindy Rogers, you follow Amy.
Hi, my name is Amy Serrato, Ward 5, and I'm here again to talk about no more turnpikes and land use planning. I feel like ad nauseum. Suburban sprawl is not smart growth, it's a liability, as many of you have said. The Strong Towns Committee, which Mayor Heikkila appointed me to, found 87 empty commercial properties in core Norman. And we could do a lot better job by infilling our core Norman, except that we continue to give developers the A-OK to go blow into East Norman. And I think the land use plan needs to do a better job of protecting that and maintaining that 48th corridor, urban to rural. So using turnpikes to drive the sprawl isn't just bad planning, it's illegal. The Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled in 2006 that turnpikes could not be used for economic development, and yet Norman's 2045 land use plan shows turnpikes as if they're a done deal, with zoning transitions anchored to them, and that's just not okay. That's not planning, that's surrender. And let's also talk about conflicts of interest. Garver, the firm that drafted your transportation plan, is also the assistant corridor manager for the OTA. If the development cartel gets its way, they stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars. That's not planning in the public interest, that's private profiteering. And we've seen the emails, AIM Norman subcommittee chairs, wealthy land developers coordinating with ODOT and OTA to push through a resolution of cooperation. That resolution, I remind you, you defeated unanimously twice. So let's be clear, this comprehensive plan must not become a backdoor yes to the OTA. Remove the turnpikes from the map. Not only is the southern extension route not finalized, but including it in this plan gives it undeserved legitimacy. And let me be absolutely clear, land use policy in the 2045 reserve area must not be influenced by transportation infrastructure projects. Once turnpikes dictate zoning, we've lost all credibility in our conservation goals. The urban reserve designation east of 48th, it's nothing more than a launch pad for explosive high-density development enabled by the turnpike. I urge you to remove it and replace it with agricultural and residential, rural residential zoning. Hold the line to 10-acre minimum lot sizes. Do not expand to 30 acres. It only invites land banking and developer consolidation for future sprawl. Language stating that 35% of lots be allowed for future high-density development doesn't reflect conservation. It's a blueprint for sprawl. Make that number much smaller percentage or prohibit it altogether. And finally, remove the proposed Franklin Road Bridge over Lake Thunderbird. The Bureau of Reclamation already denied the OTA access across their lands to protect the original intent for the fee title lands and easements. If the city breaks that barrier, it sets a dangerous precedent. You're not just building a road, you're inviting the side door. Don't open Pandora's box. Thank you.
Cindy Rogers, Ward 4. I felt like I was at a economics department presentation today with statistical analysis and modeling. But I will say, I think it was dead on. So I'm mathy. That's something I actually know a lot about. I don't know everything about turnpikes and stormwater, but I do know math and statistics. And when you're starting with a projection of a goal to find a way to fit 23,000 more houses in Norman, which was what we started with on the AIM Housing Subcommittee, which I served on. And at that time, I said, I challenged our chair, and I said, why aren't we starting with the question of how big can Norman be? What capacity do we have to serve people and have people living here, to preserve our rural community, to preserve our lakes, to be able to provide quality services, to be able to pay for all that stuff? Shouldn't we start with what's the optimal size, a financially and fiscally feasible size for Norman to be? That didn't go over very well with that question. So this whole process has focused on this urgency to somehow fulfill a manifest destiny of adding 23,000 more housing to 2045, which the fancy word for that is endogeneity. You're planning to make it happen. The plan itself will feed that growth. And we have so many frictions with, well, we know we have a water supply gap. We have a water supply gap at the size that Norman is today. The gap will not get any smaller by feeding growth, and I'm not against growth. I think there's just smart growth, the strong towns growth, the infill growth, the multifamily growth, not the kind of growth that's going to impact our stormwater, impact our lake, impact our city budget. So I appreciate Dr. Nash's very detailed reading of the plan. I didn't read it that carefully, not yet. And I know if every time amendments were offered from the dais, that it was, they were denied or rejected because they hadn't been vetted by staff and the city attorney, there would never be amendments made from the dais. So I don't really like that precedent. But I don't think this plan is ready. I think we need more discussion, particularly about some of the key details. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't clap.
A.J. Watson Patton. I may have said that wrong. Okay.
Oh, the time starts. All right. I'm AJ Watson-Patton. I live off of Alameda in Ward 1, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Let's see. I decided to switch something around. I urge you to pause, aim, Norman, until the language is fixed. Let's protect our community and every neighboring one by shutting the back door OTA is trying to slip through. Okay. Norman has used federal programs and funding tools like HUD, Community Development Block Grants, CDBG. Nearby cities like Moore have an established urban renewal authority. Cities often use CDBG funds in urban renewal efforts, but they fall under separate laws. Federal programs like CDBG require local benefit and public input. The urban renewal under Oklahoma law is supposed to benefit city residents. These programs are meant to serve local people, especially in areas that qualify under the law. They are not meant to help a state toll agency seize land from local families. When the AIM process started, many of us had hope. We believed it would lead to truly community-driven vision for Norman, but now it feels like the process is quietly being redirected to benefit Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, an agency with no local accountability, no mandate to protect our neighborhoods, landowners, or property rights of the people. Under Title 11, Oklahoma Statute 38 through 105A, urban renewal tools are only supposed to be used for the benefit of city-owned residents. And under federal rules, programs like CDBG require public participation, transparency, and local impact. But AIM is being drafted in a way that helps OTA, a state agency created under a completely different law, Title 69, Oklahoma Statute 1701 through 1705. OTA isn't a planning agency, it's a toll road agency. These two sets of laws were never meant to overlap, and certainly not in a way that enables national condemnation, regional condemnation without public consent. This matter because what happens here in Norman doesn't stay here in Norman. If OTA uses Norman AIM plan to justify a corridor, it may impact Moore, Newcastle, Goldsby, and many other cities, neighborhoods, landowners, both directly and indirectly. Families who never get a vote could lose their home based on wording we adopt tonight. Thank you.
Stephen Ellis. Heather Messer will follow Stephen.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. So here's the basic problem with the AIM proposal that's before you tonight. There really aren't any more economies of scale left in Norman. For all of the things that we're talking about tonight, we're on the rising part of the cost curve. So when it comes to housing, safe roads with reasonable traffic, water, wastewater, stormwater, fire, police, education, all the things that the city provides, we're facing increasing costs. And if you don't see that, go back and look at the water plan presentation tonight. Water capacity prices are going to be increasing in the future at an increasing rate. So if we set an artificial goal, the sort of thing that Dr. Nash was talking about, say giving a certain population size, then we're going to need more money per capita out of the citizens of Norman. Now we can get that money in one of two basic ways. We can either increase the costs on all Norman citizens, or we can charge new development the full marginal costs of joining our community. In other words, we can increase our impact fees. If it's the first, if we're charging everybody more money, then what exactly is it that we're planning for? Under that scenario, why are we supposed to want a much larger Norman? This plan, for example, says basically in between the words that are written that what we need to do is sacrifice the houses of several hundred current citizens in order to build out transportation for a merely possible future population. Why in the world would we want to do that? What value system makes that make sense? If it's the second, if we increase our impact fees to where development pays its own way, then we're just not going to make our arbitrary goal, because costs will lead people to stop wanting to come to Norman at about the time that it should, which is when it starts to be too much of a drain on Norman's resources. Now, I prefer that second course. I think we should increase our fees for development. I think you should too. We should let our human values decide the parameters of the community. Really, what I'm saying here is what Councilmember Holman said before, right? We need to make decisions with our values about what we want our community to look like. And we should have our policies and proposals set up in such a way that that's what we're going to get, and then we'll see how big we get when we're getting what we want. And we'll get the right size that way. So please vote no tonight.
Heather Messer. Howard Bear will follow Heather.
Heather Messer, Ward 5. I wanted you to hear from a voice that you probably haven't heard from, don't recognize. I bought a house here in Norman 2 years ago. I always thought I would go back to Texas and live in Texas. I was looking at Dallas, Houston, Austin. They're sprawled. There's just nothing there but packed in houses and no room. Norman is the most charming community. I'm incredibly disappointed in the AIM committee, and I did attend 2 of their meetings, that they weren't trying to preserve any of the charm here, that everything is about let's grow. Let's grow out. I bought on 48th Street because I wanted to be out, and now I see in the plan they might widen the street. They're going to let it go out there. And I wish that you would look a little more at drawing back some of this plan, and don't make Norman another Fort Worth, another Dallas, another Austin, another San Antonio. Keep the charm here. Keep the charm here. Let them go to more Oklahoma City, but keep Norman don't let it just be another part of Oklahoma City. I hope very much that you do not vote on this tonight, and you leave this to the next council, the ones that everybody voted for. I'm a staunch Republican, and I have now voted for a guy with a man bun because I'm not happy with what's going on. 2 years I've gone to these meetings, and I've listened to you, and I've watched all this stuff, and I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. I hope I do not regret purchasing a home here and doing this. So please do not vote on this tonight. Consider these amendments, consider this plan, and give it some more time. I know it's been 2 years, but I don't think this needs to be rushed through right away tonight. Thank you.
Adrian Gautier will follow Howard. I'm sorry if I messed that up.
Hello, I'm Howard Bear from Ward 4. I'm representing the Red Earth group of the Sierra Club. Sierra Club's America's preeminent environmental organization for the last 133 years. And we have 3 main concerns we want you all to consider. Number 1, is there a plan in place to thwart the turnpike? This concrete monstrosity will negatively impact all the goals so eloquently enunciated by the subcommittees. That's number 1. Number 2, has the Transportation Committee considered the regional railway, putting in rail service between Norman, Oklahoma City, and Edmond, ultimately going out to the airport? We didn't hear anything about that at all. And number 3, there's some momentum for prairie restoration at Sutton and Saxon Parks, and it would be nice to have some real restoration in place. Right now, the prairies are mainly invasive Johnson grass out there. So hopefully you guys can go back and the committees can do some more homework and come up with more fulfilling plans, and you can vote on this later on when these issues are addressed.
My name is Adrienne Gauthier, and I live in Ward 4. And first of all, thanks to all of you guys, and thanks to all of the volunteers on the AIM subcommittees. I was so happy that I knew a couple of on each committee, and I know what it's like to volunteer for hours, and I want you guys to know that you're greatly appreciated. And I also appreciate meeting Amy at the very beginning of this process 2 years ago when we talked a lot about the parks and about how some of them really need to stay in their natural state for passive recreation. Not everybody wants a big playground. And I think ultimately Lee heard that in the Parks Committee, and I appreciate, I'm also in the Sierra Club, the attention to the environment for that. I'm here mainly because I'm also very strongly against the turnpike. I am so convinced that it's going to ruin the fabric of our community here. I believe so strongly that the city has to take up some of the work that Oklahomans for Responsible Transportation and Pike Off OTA do. It's legitimate work looking into open records, looking into legal documents. City staff needs to be on board with this. This is not an outside agitator group. This is an important process that has to happen before something this big is approved, and it all needs to be looked into. I was a little bit concerned about the water as well. I absolutely am terrified at the drainage of Lake Sardis and the Kiamichi River, and Oklahoma City is using up all that water, and if we buy more water from them, we are in effect contributing to that beautiful river and those natural resources. We have to find a way to be self-sustaining with our wells, with keeping the lake clean, with not building in the floodplains. And just please take the turnpike off the map. I have asked and thought and wondered, and the only explanation I get is, well, we have to leave them there to be prepared. Well, you have to take them off to be prepared. Take them off the map. We voted against them. There's no reason they need to be on the map. And I think the regional rail stops are on the map. I'm not sure. I think that they were talked about, but I'm very excited about this regional rail idea with 4 stops in Norman. I think that will truly, truly help our congestion on 35. It will be a great economic asset to Norman to have people come into our cities. I am a teetotaler. I can't drink more than like a half a glass of wine, so
Evan, did Evan leave? Evan, are you in the lobby? I don't see him. Tiffany Stevens?
Ward 5. I wanted to start with basically, I mean, I think this is a very big deal. It's our plan for the next 20 years. It's already been worked on for the last 2 years, just this update. And so I feel like I didn't really find out that we were even done with the 2-year process until, I mean, really today. And so I would like time to kind of read through it and let you all know, what I think about it. And I think there's other citizens that would like to do the same. And so if we're not allowed to just vote on this as citizens, at least give me time to read through it and let you know what I think. I appreciate Nash's work on this, and I know you guys probably have done as much as you can to read it with the time you've had, but I think it needs to be poured through, line by line. Let's make sure we get the wording right. If we want to put, some sort of commercial business, in the middle of a neighborhood, I mean, a deli, I mean, that sounds great, but what if the language isn't strict enough, and the next thing we know, you're putting in a Topgolf, or you're putting in something bigger, or a 500-acre industrial park. I mean, we have to be careful with what we put in this plan so that the future council and city will know, hey, we weren't planning on that. We were planning on, mixing it up where it made sense, where it was compatible. And so I want to caution you on that. Also, I mean, we've got in the plan, we're supposed to make decisions in a transparent and collaborative manner. and we're supposed to make development decisions predictable, fair, and cost-effective. And I feel like there's some people that may even, there's been a lot of stuff I feel done in secret. And so I want everything to be more transparent and open, and I want to see these conflicts of interest brought to light. If there's people that have ties to the OTA, that needs to be brought to light. If we're using somebody to do modeling on populations that's got ties, that has other agendas, I mean, having your projection off is not a good way to start. So I think we need to kind of hit pause, take some time, let everybody digest what we've come up with, this great study that we've got. Let's look at it and make sure we've got all the language right. And let's also just make sure we're not doing anything in secret and everything is open in the light. Also, I wanted to point out that I think we should keep the 10-acre, and I think the rural area that is in East Norman, I do like the one lady said, the charm of it, and I think it's a great asset to have. And we do not want economic development, you know, in that direction. Now, if you have like a small grocery store here or there, maybe that's okay, but maybe we don't want to just plaster the whole thing with concrete and mess up our Lake Thunderbird. And I want to reiterate what Amy Serrato said, that economic development, like using eminent domain for turnpikes for economic development is unconstitutional. And we should be making sure that we're not.
Kelly Wilson.
Kelly Wilson, Ward 6. I just kind of want to piggyback a little bit off of what Tiffany and Amy had said. This has been a long process. It's been 2 years in the making, but I want you all to know this is a very important document, and it's not too far to fail. There are definitely some things that need to be looked at very closely, as Councilmember Nash has pointed out, and I hope you all take the time to dig into it and really look at some things. I noticed in the presentation by the consultant earlier, they said there were some guiding principles set forth in this. It said specifically stated that the comprehensive land use plan is not a commitment to carry out specific projects, to acquire property, or to commit the city to a specific course of action. The caption beneath the map on page 41 reads as follows: AIM Norman does not influence the development and alignment of proposed turnpikes planned in East Norman by the OTA. Well, we have some open records of an email that was initiated by a steering committee member to OTA representatives, and he basically reached out and said who he was, and he said they were meeting, the AIM consultants and some had an executive meeting, and they discussed that they might have a way to help with the politics with the north-south route in Norman. He goes on to pitch an idea to incorporate wetlands into the turnpike project. Specifically, and I quote, "The idea would be if the OTA would make a commitment to acquiring the land needed to create these wetlands and would be willing to eventually sell this property to the city of Norman for a trail corridor, then Norman officials would adopt a new land use plan showing the route in a definitive way." He then requests a meeting with these, with this turnpike representative and also a local developer and another steering committee member. And he says he wants to talk through whose support is needed and how the city of Norman can be of assistance in accelerating this process. Another follow-up email says that, this sent 3 days later, says this very helpful to understand the need for resolutions of support from the city of Norman for the OTA. I believe we may be able to line everything up to bring about such a resolution from the Norman City Council. So I tell you this so that you understand that while there's been a lot of work put in by a lot of people who had really good intentions, there is obviously some conflict of interest that was underlying this entire process. And so I think that it deserves a second look, and I think you should keep that in mind when you're looking at this land use plan, and maybe some of these objectives were not in the best interest of the public, but maybe self-interest. Thank you.
Tom Ward or Judy Ward? I mean, you both can speak if that's the case. Is Tom Ward here? Okay. Leslie Noble?
Hi, I'm Leslie Noble from Ward 3. So much has been brought up tonight. I really think there needs to be more time for debate. Second, I live in Ward 3. I live at the corner of West 36th and Robinson. I have 2 children at Norman North, and I am often driving them to East 24th Street to see their friends because, as we know, Main Street is the line east to west. And I feel like I'm already driving a lot to, just for whatever reason, a ton of their friends live near East 24th and Alameda in that area. Well, when I look at thinking it's gonna go from 48th Street being the edge of the heavily populated areas with a lot of children to it being 72nd, and I live at West 36th, it is just so much time spent driving, and it makes it a lot harder for them to get together with their friends from school. So I just thought I would add that. Thank you.
Cheryl Blake.
Hello, Cheryl Blake, Ward 5 for the last 43 years. And I also lived in Norman and watched when Berry Road was concreted around Cadell Lane. So I've seen a lot of things. 1961, there were 2 emergency ordinances passed by the city of Norman that annexed 75% of Norman to include the Lake Thunderbird area so the city could control the development because it was their water supply. You have failed on that promise from 1961 for a lot of times by opening it up to the development that you have out there. In the last 10 years, Lake Thunderbird was filled. It was at its age of 50 years. It was also filling with silt. There was a big deal with the COMCD. Nothing happened. Nobody did anything. The city hadn't done anything except increase people that are using the water. It's going to cause the lake to expand its boundaries, and there's going to be some more problems there. Please stay out of our rural water wells. Not everyone needs to live in Norman. Noble is quite affordable. I think you should put a 15-year landlocked building moratorium, work with what we have. There's plenty of stuff to go on. I saw some discrepancies in the water and wastewater usage where they were stable for about 5, 10, 15 years, and then in 2025 it jumped 25%. I'd like those reviewed. Population is decreasing. We're not even reproducing ourselves in 15 years. Who knows how many people are going to be around to buy houses. We don't have the kids coming in. Nobody's having children. Fix what is broken. We see a lot of empty stores. We're giving incentives to developers. Get out of that. We need to look at how we can work with what we have and quit trying to go out and encroach. I think that if you want to do some more stuff out into the rural area, maybe instead of doing that, you should take 2 houses out of every 100 per ward per year, put 4plexes in there. That'll increase your affordable housing areas and keep things from going someplace else, and then you'll know how we feel in Ward 5 when you start putting in 60, 80 houses in a development because some guy bought all the land around him and controlled himself to be his only landowners he had to contact with. Turnpike's going to mess up the wildlife. There's going to be noise, lights, concrete. It's going to decrease the food. It's going to lead to disease. Homeowners are going to get angry because the deer and the animals or stuff are coming in and eating their flowers and their plants and their trees. They're going to have disease. You're going to see 3 legs in the front of a deer, which is not a good thing to see. So this turnpike's going to mess up all of that stuff that goes through there. Let's see here. What do I have next? Decrease the crosstown traffic. Do you know where it comes from and why do the cars start and finish where they do? We don't have any homes or stores on the east side of Norman like Home Depot and Lowe's. Remember Heisman Square and how that failed? Because we didn't have the water supply. Things just didn't develop since then. Don't trust the city. Look at the destroyed businesses on Porter with the sidewalks that nobody uses. Took away all the parking. It's like you're wanting to get Ellison Feed and Seed out of town because they're all old-time property owners and did so much for us.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Nash for his amendments. It's time for you to do.
You don't have to reread them.
Yeah.
Just refer to what you've read. Yeah,
We will.
I didn't see your name. Okay, well, let me double check here. I see you signed up for the next two items, but not this one. The two ordinances were not. They have to have separate public hearings. So we're covering all the resolutions for the plans. Excuse me? 25 through 31 is what we've commented on so far. You signed up for 32 and 33.
All right, so here's where I make the motion to, all right, make a motion to amend the land use plan to include the amendments that I read off prior. Should I refer to the numbers that you gave them, or? Okay.
Everything on that list.
All right.
We have a second? Okay, who's second?
Austin?
Oh. Okay, any final comments from council? Do you want to add? On the whole thing? On, yeah, this part, not the two remaining, but on this part, 31 through 25, yes, sir.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Daryl, how many man hours has the city spent doing this, you say, altogether?
2,080 hours is a work year times 2 for many.
Times many. So tens of thousands of hours, the city staff, the differing members of city staff have put it on.
I would say you're in the 10,000 hour range.
Okay. And Amy, can you remind us how many town halls, public events we have to gather information, feedback forums, committee meetings? How many of those would you say we had in the last 2 years? I know, it was back at the very beginning. I remember the 25,000 website, or 24,000 website visits and all that. I mean, the numbers are just amazing, as how many people has interacted with this and put their feedback and input on it, and the conversations we've had.
Right, yes, and I think a couple of those I want to highlight a couple points here. Let me get back. I'm getting close. I'm at the.
I know, it's like one of the first ones.
No, yeah. Okay. No. Quitting over. Okay, so yes, 24,000. There wasn't a mailer in 2023 of the fall that went out to every household telling them about this process, and regular updates monthly on the website. And then once the committee approved this in March, it was posted on the website and has been available for everybody to review since March too.
Okay, thank you so much. And just like with any plan or anything that we pass up here, if the new council next week decides they don't like something in it, they can amend it next week, can't they? So we're not 100% locked in, because I heard one word throughout this whole thing that leads me to support this. And it was the 100 uses of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The one word was compromise. We all got together. I don't like all this. Like you said, you didn't like it all, but overall, it was a compromise. Everybody in this room worked hard to compromise on this. I think Councilman Nash's amendment, I think they just is further compromising. And that's why I seconded it. I think it's a good idea. I think the majority of you think it's a good idea that came to talk about it with his amendments. So that's why I'm going to be a yes, because this is a work of compromise. And if we don't like it, guess what? It's a living document. Next week, the new council, they come here and change the whole thing. So tonight I'll be a yes. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a no on these amendments. I really value the time that city staff, especially the legal department, puts into looking at language, especially since that's our tool to defend a land use plan and say no to development that we feel is incongruent with what we've planned. And I don't want anybody to wonder where I'm at on that, so you will see a no vote for me on the amendments.
Any other comments from council? Yes, sir.
It's in all of the amendments or none?
That's the way it's stated, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the amendments. Council members, you may cast your vote.
The vote of 2 to 7, voting in support, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Ball.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Back to the main motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast. The resolution passes by a vote of 8 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 26, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Norman Housing Strategy Plan. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Nash for amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend the housing plan to include the disclaimers and the one correction on page 21.
I'm writing. He didn't get a second?
He did.
He did, good. The disclaimer and what, council member?
Page 21.
Page 21. Yeah. All right, and we have a second. Final comments from council. On that median income, you're perfectly correct mathematically, but in the federal government books, which is not the greatest thing, you'll find that's the standard. They use the word median.
What is the median household?
Yeah, and then they're using that, all that HUD talk, use it, and you're right, though. It is not the median, it is the mean. So, anyway.
If you want to.
Do I, okay, yeah.
I do believe that, because on that same, with regards to the mean or median, that would be, I think, classified as a Scribner's error. So that's something that would not require an amendment to correct if that is incorrect.
All right. Any final comments from council? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the amendment of having the disclaimer and put in and the Scribner's error, however it comes out on page 21. Is that clear as mud?
Yeah.
Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion fails by a vote of 3 to 6. Voting in favor, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Ball, Mayor Hykla.
Okay, now the motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. there any further discussion on that? No. Motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
I'll vote to adopt the resolution for the housing strategy plan passes by a vote of 8 to 1, voting against Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 27, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Plan Water Utility Master Plan. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to do what? Adopt?
Adopt.
Okay, thank you. I got motion and second. Any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution for the Water Utility Master Plan passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 28, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Norman Wastewater Utility Master Plan. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Have motion and second. Any final comments from council regarding this item? The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution on the wastewater utility master plan passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 29, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Plan Stormwater Master Plan update. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or...
Motion to adopt. Second.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item? See, on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote. If the computer will work.
All votes have been cast. Adopt the resolution for the stormwater master plan update passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 30, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Norman Comprehensive Transportation Plan update. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. Any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been adopt the resolution for the comprehensive transportation plan passes by a vote of 8 to 1, voting against Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 31, a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, adopting the AIM Norman Parks and Recreation and Cultural Master Plan. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject.
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. Any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast to adopt the resolution for the Parks and Recreation and Cultural Master Plan passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 32, change of pace. An ordinance amending Chapter 20, Licenses and Occupations, Section 20-1910, Premises Maintained, into sections throughout Chapter 30. Add references to the city's comprehensive plan to require a 30-acre minimum lot size for rural certificates of survey with an urban reserve land use designation. To update language to ensure compatibility with the AIM Norman Comprehensive Plan and its various included master plans, and to clarify or correct language, including for errors, declaring an emergency, and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Beth. You still awake?
Thank you. But I work with Planning and Public Works, who are the departments most affected by the amendments that are in items 32 and 33 tonight. So I worked on these. Goodness. Wow. As you know, we spoke about these about a month ago in council committee. Oh, no, almost. In council committee, just before they were considered and unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission on May 8th. So I'm not going to go into quite as much depth, but I did at least want to get the words in front of you in case you wanted a reminder. Here we go. Item 32. So this is O2425-31, which, as the mayor said, is amendments to chapters 20 and 30. The main thing that these do is implement the language from the plans you just adopted. And the first duty, color duty here is defining comprehensive plan to include all of them, and then separately defining each plan within that, because all of these plans implement elements of this city's authority and its police power. Also in the definitions in chapter 30, are some tweaks to urban and rural. I wanted to be sure I spoke about these before because I'm not sure I mentioned them in committee, but these have always been in there. They implement some of the other changes that are found to the certificate of survey changes so that you know exactly what constitutes rural when we're talking about those certificates of survey under the new comprehensive plan. So here's that summary of what's been done, but the Chapter 20 amendment is actually to our licensing provisions regarding fencing around wells. The reason we're changing this is because it referenced language from the old land use plan, which we have now replaced with language which makes the location of the applicability of this language clear within the confines of the new plans. We have several changes that simply update language to make sure we're talking about the new plans and the right defined terms. The next change is to 30-105 is the implementation of a reference to the comp plan, which matches another one already found in our code. So it's just consistency there. 30-606, certificates of survey. This is the one we've talked about a little bit in the context of the plans. It not only is telling you where rural is, but it's saying we are applying that land use 30-acre minimum in the urban reserve area. So these were unanimously recommended for approval on May 8th, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this one.
Questions from council? Councilmember Nash.
So would this be an appropriate place to make a motion for an amendment to modify that 30-acre minimum back to 10-acre minimum? Or is it just does that basically just revert it back to what it is presently?
I mean, if you're asking if it's appropriate place to make an amendment, the answer is yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to replace 30-acre minimum with 10-acre minimum. And I understand that maybe some on council might have missed a little presentation there, but 10-acre minimum is what we've been using. Is there any advantage to changing to 30 acres?
And I'm glad you pointed that out.
Specifically, what is the problem that's being fixed by changing to 30 acres?
If you want to speak to the underlying policy behind the 30 acres, I would probably invite planning staff or our consultant to talk about the reason that change was in the land use plan. The reason it's in the ordinance is because it's in the land use plan. And I should point out, the 10-acre minimum is still there. The 30-acre is only in the urban reserve. There's a parenthetical. So if you are moving forward on a motion, I had one ready. What you would do is word it to remove the parenthetical that was proposed as an addition to subsection A, which is found in section 7 of the ordinance. But that would be the 30 acres that you're talking about. That's the only place it is.
All right, can I modify my amendment to remove that parenthetical?
Sure. Read it to me again, please, Beth. Would you read it to me again, please? Just to amend the ordinance.
As I understand it, Councilmember Nash's motion is to remove the parenthetical that was proposed as an addition to subsection A, which is found in section 7 of the ordinance.
Okay. And I had a second that I heard. Do I? Okay. Well, you want to get the amendment out of the way? Well, no, I'm going to stay your amendment. I'm going to get the comments on the amendment and things like that, and then I'm going to go. Councilmember Holman.
I don't know if someone from the land use committee would like to speak about where the 30 acres came from, why, and how it, I think the intent is that to provide more protection, but maybe explain how that conclusion was come to, why 30 acres, why not 40, why not 20? Because, I mean, to me, I'm thinking requiring a minimum of 30 would mean more restrictive in my view. But maybe I'm missing something. So if someone would like to talk about that, how we got there.
I can begin that answer based on what I know from my attendance at the meetings. The urban reserve has a higher protection for subdivision in order to enable the implementation of the plan. It is more restrictive in that area. As to why 30 was chosen, I personally don't know the answer to that question, so I guess that's why I would.
So increasing the number of 10, as you said, from 10, was done in an effort to begin to listen to some of the folks who were asking for ways to discourage development in this part of the city. The 30 acres is actually a number chosen because it gets a little bit harder to actually subdivide. Not so much subdivide, but to kind of, it's not how we traditionally kind of divide up land into quarters, so forth, so 80, 40s. And so again, it's just another kind of piece that makes it a little bit more challenging to kind of further divide up the land in that kind of idea that we want to preserve it and hold it as long as we can.
Does it make it easier for someone to cobble together properties if they're that big? I would think it would be easier to put together 10 acres instead of potentially 130 acre. I don't know though.
Yeah, I mean, well,
it's all up to a willing
right.
seller or buyer. I know. But.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very good point. One, you have to have a willing seller or buyer, or a willing seller, and you know, land's not getting cheaper. So when you have to buy bigger parcels, it's just more capital and more money that you have to bring to it. So I mean, we can't make any guarantees. There's no guarantees that we can make, but when we looked at this, we looked at ways that would make it a little bit more challenging to divide up and coming up with that kind of capital to buy 30 acres over 20 acres, or coming up with enough capital to cobble together those pieces gets more challenging. And that was even part of a discussion I at least had. I don't remember if it was the full subcommittee, but it might have been a sidebar conversation. Yeah.
And that was a recommendation of the citizen committee?
Yes.
The staff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, intent is how can we continue to protect that area?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So how many times has the 10-acre minimum failed at protecting the area? Like what?
I think that depends on your definition of failed.
Okay.
If you're looking at a subdivision full of 10-acre lots, some folks might say that's a fail.
Okay.
So it all depends on how you define that.
There's a question of who proposed it, but I have a pretty good idea of who it was. So who is this going to affect the most? Who is it going to negatively impact the most?
I suppose the property owner out there that lives out there today that wants to take their property and divide it up into 10-acre lots.
If I have a 40-acre lot and 2 kids, and I die,
I think that's one of the challenging parts of this and where we had to kind of find compromise.
but it doesn't need to be challenging because it wasn't broken to begin with.
So we can't say we want to limit development, but we only want to limit certain kinds of acreage. I mean, it's a tough balancing act. I'm not gonna.
If the person that proposed this plan is the same person that holds 1,700 acres in West Norman along Indian Hills, I can tell you that there's probably a reason why I'd want to keep it contiguous, because if you keep it contiguous, it's a lot easier to develop when we do open the floodgates, right? Because it's really difficult to cobble together 10-acre parcels into a spot big enough for a subdivision, but not if they're stuck together because you can't divide anything that's smaller than 60 acres. I don't have any more comments.
Councilmember Peacock. Thank you, Amy.
I was just wondering if mechanically we can even approve this since we already approved the land use plan that has the urban reserve in it.
That would be my question. The issue is, does this amendment to the ordinance actually conflict with the land use and transportation, the land use plan that you've just adopted? Because the land use plan does have 30. If the ordinance says 10, that's a little bit of a conflict, and I'm not sure how council would handle that going forward.
I hear Councilmember Nash's, especially the example about the, a family dying and having no way to bequeath that property to a family member. Instead of amendment, I'd be interested in looking at some sort of exemption for that scenario. Outside of this process, is there a homestead exemption type thing that, we waive that requirement if that is the circumstance? I don't know, trying to find a pathway forward here on that to address his concerns, but also stay legal with what we just approved and what we're trying to do here.
Something perhaps, something that survives.
Yeah.
Yeah, survivorship of.
Because we record deeds and ownership, or at least, we can facilitate that with the county.
I can weigh in on the legalities of what happens with, I've done some estate work, but in a lot of cases, when people own property and it passes through probate or intestate succession, it will go to the heirs in undivided interests, meaning it doesn't matter what size the parcel is, 5 people get a 1/5 undivided interest in the property. And so it's not always a matter of math, and I'm not saying I know how the people of Norman plan to break up or develop their properties for their families, but there is a mechanism. There isn't actually legally a math problem there, and I wouldn't want you to not know that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not much different from tribal allotments whenever that's passed down, and ultimately you end up with these really crazy fractions, and nobody can actually do anything with the property because it's split up amongst numerous other people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which is something I've dealt with directly, so I'm well familiar with. There is a legal mechanism, but lawyers aren't mathematicians, so it's not a perfect solution.
Councilmember Grant.
Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Peacock asked the questions I had, so I have no questions.
Good. Councilmember Holman.
I did want to give committee members an opportunity to talk too, but I don't know what one particular developer might think, but in my experience, developers in Norman that I've worked with over the last 13 years, 12 years, who have had interest in developing in East Norman have always told me they wanted us to remove the 10-acre minimum completely and not have any minimum. So that's why I'm a little confused why one would be advocating that we triple it when all I've heard for over a decade from them is you guys should eliminate that 10-acre minimum and let us build out there. The subdivisions that we currently build in urban area, which we don't want. So that's why I'm like, to me, 30 means more restrictive. But then we do have this scenario about homestead potentially, but that's just been my experience over the years, is being told over and over again, I wish you guys would get rid of that minimum and not have a minimum period, is what I've heard from developers over the years. Yeah.
I just want to answer the question that with a 30-acre minimum, you could only do 65%, or you have to leave 65% of it untouched, as well as a lot of the discussion in there was stormwater, like runoff, right? 10 acres, people are clearing it, they're trying to make it pretty, they're trying to keep the grass, they're fertilizing, and so that was a big motivator of getting it up to 30, where you can't fertilize that entire area.
Councilmember Dixon.
I was just going to say that this sounds like a perfect item to maybe come before the Business and Community Affairs Committee, and then go from there to a study session, and then come to council. Kind of do it instead of having relatively complex or could be complex amendment from the floor. We can go the old school committee study session route.
Well, I've got a motion on the floor. I'd have to be withdrawn by the person that made the motion to be able to do that.
If the motion to amend is withdrawn?
I don't think that's what you're.
Do what?
I like the spirit, man.
Where to send it to committee?
True. Well, yeah.
Or would we be discussing like modifying it after adoption?
That's what I thought he was saying.
What are you proposing, Councilmember Dixon? That we,
Oh, just that, like, we're talking about the amendments though, right?
sorry.
Are we talking about the amendment to this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that, I'm gonna be voting no on the amendment, but I'd be more than happy, to have it come before one of the committees. And then just kind of how normal, non-amendment things happen, because it seems to be a little complex. We might need to talk about it for a while. So I'm just saying that's kind of why I'm voting no. I'd like to see it come before one of the committees, council committees, and then study session, and then back to a big council.
All right. Let me get rid of the motion that's on the floor. Do we have any more questions now? The motion on the floor is to amend the ordinance to remove, I can't even read my own writing, to remove the parenthetical from section A of section 7 of the, section 20, I think it is.
Section 7 of the ordinance, yeah.
So, council members, you may cast your vote. No, we've already had comments on it. Yeah.
You don't have to do it. All votes have been cast, and the motion fails by a vote of 2 to 7. Voting in favor, Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Ball.
All right. Now, you can make a public comment. We'll do a public comments. How many people signed up? Nobody signed?
This is,
Okay.
yes, no, sorry, hang on.
Yeah, if they signed up for it.
We'll start with Rob Norman.
Yeah.
Again, Rob Norman, Ward 3. I still am a little suspicious and wary of the explanations for this whole 30-acre business that's going on. But nevertheless, one thing I really wanted to focus on here is getting clarification on why we're passing this ordinance as an emergency. I saw the rationale for that, but I'm wondering what in the world is the emergency for this ordinance? I understand that you want to make the resolution and the ordinance become effective at the same time, But I do not think in any manner that this ordinance meets the requirement for an emergency. And you do have to do, and I see that's been provided for, a separate vote to pass it as an emergency by 2/3, but I'm a little concerned about the precedent here. I know in our legislature, they just do that all the time. If they want something to become effective immediately, they throw an emergency clause on it. But that does a couple of bad things. They're probably not going to have an effect here. One, that eliminates the possibility of a citizen referendum petition on an ordinance if you start tacking on emergency clauses to it. And I don't think anyone's going to do a referendum petition on this ordinance. But I see a problem with a precedent being set. It was brought up to this council that you didn't do the arena and entertainment district by emergency, and you have some problems with that. And now suddenly I see emergency clauses showing up in ordinances. I don't think you've met the requirements for an emergency here, and I don't think you should do the cynical thing that our state legislature does and blow by them and start declaring emergencies on ordinances that are not of an emergency nature. I read our charter to talk about emergency ordinances, meaning emergencies necessary for the preservation of our safety, health, and welfare. The fact that this ordinance may go into effect in 60 days is not going to be a matter that affects our health, safety, and welfare in any emergent sense. So I would say, fine if you adopt the ordinance, but I'm very wary of putting an emergency clause on here and starting to set a precedent of this council to do those things and foreclose actual constitutional rights of the people on matters that are important. I know that's pretty wonky, but it's true. I don't think we should be tacking on emergency clauses to these kind of cleanup ordinances, which is what I see this being, a cleanup ordinance. Thank you.
Trey Kirby?
Trey Kirby, Ward 5. So on this, she said only a certain percentage of the land is actually able to be used. So you buy 30 acres and you can use, say, 5 acres of it, or somebody said something, they did it to protect how much of the land they can develop once they own it. So like say if you own 10 acres, you're only able to use 2.5 acres of it. How does that work when someone buys land? I don't know if you've seen the price of land here lately in Norman. To buy 30 acres, you're looking at $600,000 to $1.2 million, depending on the terrain. So how do you let somebody spend that kind of money on a 30-year note and then dictate what they can do with their land? Oklahoma City tried this with, growing vegetables and stuff in their yard. Neighbors didn't want to look at tall plants, went to the Supreme Court, failed. Now they can grow tomatoes and stuff in their yard. Same things happened with chickens. Just because y'all sit up here and make rules don't mean they're constitutional. So what are y'all going to do? I didn't see no teeth in here. So what happens if some outlaw decides they're going to be the next Jesse James, buy 3 acres and build their house? What you going to do?
Dave?
The councilman from Ward 5 has done a pretty good job of exposing the fact that the emperor has no clothes. In fact, I think this city council has no clothes, because I'm looking at at least 1,000 pages sitting on that table, and I bet you dollars to donuts that he's the only person that's read the whole thing, comprehended what he was reading, and sat there with a highlighter and started making notes. I'm positive of it. Is there anybody here that's actually read it besides him and maybe the city attorney? I doubt it. And so I'm going to suggest and say that until you guys have read this whole thing and understand it and comprehend it, you're not qualified to vote on this plan. And I'm also going to say that it looks like the AIM committee process has no clothes either, because I don't know if you guys have seen these emails. I saw them for the first time today, where we've got AIM committee members colluding with members of the Transportation Authority and the Department of Transportation to conspire on under-the-table deals, coming up with ways to trick the city council into voting for things that will allow the turnpike to go through. That's what happened. That's what these emails outline. And so that's got to at least be, is that unethical to do that? It's certainly not moral, I'll tell you that. And so you guys have been conned throughout this whole process. And I also wondered about sitting here for well over an hour and listening to all these wonderful consultants, every one of them of which works for a Turnpike Authority contractor, get up here and explain the plan to you. Why would they need to explain the plan to you? You guys should have shown here, and everybody's already read the plan. They already know what it says. So something's horribly wrong with this whole process, and you guys are making a huge mistake.
Amy Serrato.
Thank you, Amy Serrano, Ward 5. So in theory, 30 acres seems more restrictive, but think about it in this way. Our urban reserve is supposed to protect against development, but in the comp plan that y'all just passed, it says that only 65% must be preserved. I'm not sure why that number wasn't higher. So think about if someone has 100 acres. Then they could high density development according to your plan 35 of those acres. There's nothing in your plan that you just passed tonight when we asked you not to that protected against that. So the math is easy on 100 acres. Now what if they have 200 acres? It's easy when you look at other communities that have done this, that have gone and tried to make it more restrictive, which I agree with. I think that we should have large tracts of land that are untouched and allowed to stay in conservation in our watershed. But then to go and put a number like only 65% has to be conserved while 35% doesn't, and it allows high density development in the urban reserve that we want to keep virgin for our watershed, I think that was a huge mistake, and that number should have been raised to at least 80 or 85%. So you missed the mark on that, and I'm disappointed because we don't have time as full-time working people with kids and everything to come educate all the time, and I think that was a big missed opportunity. The land banking is a big problem because of the development and the developers, and it invites the slow creep that erodes the rural protection. And that urban reserve, like I said, should have been switched to the rural and agricultural and just left alone. So I know if you're going to change this ordinance right now, you're going to have to go back and change the comp plan, but I would really urge you to think about that 65%. I think it's way, way, way too low if you really want to protect that swath of land to the east of 48th. And I would encourage you to think about editing the plan to get rid of that urban reserve and turn it back to protected rural and agriculture. So I think that urban reserve just opens the door for development, unintended development in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Cynthia Rogers.
Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. So I guess I'm a little bit confused. If you don't understand the difference between 30 acres and 10 acres, and it's too complex, and you need to study and review it, then how did you make the change that you voted for just a little while ago? That seems inconsistent to me, because either you understood it then and you were okay with it then, or now you don't understand why you were. So I think there's really, the emergency clause is really uncalled for, and I don't think there's any rush. Maybe sort this out before you approve this, because I think the idea of why, I guess I'm challenged to see how a bigger minimum actually does protect when you've changed the land use from to urban reserve, which means future urban development is going to happen there, as opposed to protected.
AJ Watson Patton.
Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he just tripped.
I don't see it.
He's out in the hall.
I'm not sure what part we're on right now. If you could still pause, I don't know. But if you can, I wish you would pause and think it through, even though you voted already, but if you can pause, that'd be great. The city of Norman has many programs. Somebody had mentioned that, you guys should help us, help our group. It's not our group, it's the landowners, it's property rights. There's a bill we had passed last year that helps the property rights, build on the existing property rights. What are y'all doing for property rights? Are you protecting the homeowners for their property rights? That's what we need. We need some protection. When OTA came to Norman, it's disaster. They don't even have a nexus. They came here terrorizing the people. Where were you guys? Did you make a statement? Did you say, no, they don't have a route, they shouldn't be here? But of course they have right, freedom of speech, but it shouldn't count. The city of Norman can write a statement that says that public hearing didn't count. They didn't have a nexus, they should have had a route. Thank you.
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I think I want to try to pull together some of the themes that were in the previous discussions, and I think it results in something that might have not have dawned on you yet. Let me start with Dr. Rogers' observation that it seems as though the sort of mystery of why we've got a 30-acre proposal now rather than the 10-acre proposal before, especially given the backdrop that Dr. Serrato pointed out about the possibility of only having to preserve 65% of the urban planning area point, shows that there really isn't a very full understanding of what has gone on in the AIM process, at least with respect to informing the city council about why it's gone on. My little unique chip in for that point is to notice that there were lots of things that were reported in the thousands of hours of work where points were brought up, such as Dr. Nash's point about why it's silly to chase an arbitrary population number. I know that Dr. Rogers brought that up during the committee meetings, and they were basically just ignored. What you're hearing tonight is a bunch of people with doctor in front of their name telling you that mistakes were made, and when they're asking questions, they can't get very good answers about it. I don't know whether people have left or not, or is just because it's unclear why those things were done. And that's a reason to push the pause button. Now, to go back to Rob Norman's point, I think it's weird to do an emergency emergency clause on this ordinance, in part because if it stays the way it is for 30 days, you've got a little bit of time to look and see what the hell's going to go on when the thing that you just adopted went into place. Rushing it now looks like you're compounding the rush to get the new regime in place. And I think that's going to be a mistake when it becomes clear that people really don't know why things are in this proposal the way that they are. So I suggest, like Dr. Serrato said, that you go back and look at what you've done. But if you're not
Tiffany Stevens.
Stevens, Ward 5. I just wanted to tell you, first of all, we need to think about how expensive 30 acres are. Somebody pointed that out. And so if 30 acres is what's being sold, who's going to be left to buy it? It might be the developers. And if now you've got it in an urban reserve, then this might be a scheme to just develop our rural area. And I own acreage out here, and I don't really think this is fair. You guys are changing laws about who's going to come in next to me and who's going to develop it, and you haven't told me. You haven't sent me a letter saying, hey, we're doing this tonight, let's go vote, we're going to vote on this. You haven't let me read through the plan so that I can even inform you what I think about it. This is not fair, and this should not be voted on. You should not have passed that plan before. You should give me time to read what affects my property, and you haven't done that. And thank you, Nash, for going through and picking through. I did get to read through your amendments today, and I was in favor of them. But like this, all of this, we need to understand why who's proposing the 30 acres. If it's a developer, then we need to question why. And this also affects eminent domain. If they're coming in and taking properties, and let's say there's a segment left, I mean, is this going to affect whether or not that's an economic segment left to, when you split your land and somebody's taking it? There are all sorts of complications to this that we need to think about, and we need to especially look at who's proposing them. And this is just, it's not fair. I need to have notice about what's going to be going on around my property and what we're going to be doing in this Norman plan. I came to these AIM meetings and I gave them suggestions, but I didn't know we had a final thing to look through that was going to be voted on. This is just ridiculous. And I hope that we get to read through it, and I hope, like you said, Bob, that we can come back and amend. I mean, we already had an instance where we're like, hey, do we really want this in there? And you'd already voted it in. We need to think about this. We need to let people look through it, digest it. I mean, we've had a lot of hard work in this. Let's just not say, okay, the hard work's done, let's approve it. Let's make sure we have what we want for the next 20 years. Let's read through it. Let everybody read through it and give their comments. And let's fix the things that might be wrong. We do not want urban development. Our homes are not an economic playground. We don't want you guys building right next to us huge things. And that's what's going to happen with this, because we haven't, I don't even know where the lines are. I don't even know where this urban reserve is, because I haven't had a chance to look at it. It may go right next to my house. It may be where my house is. I don't know. But we need to look at this, and we need to think through this a little bit harder and hit the pause button, go back, amend what needs to be amended, and not rush it through. Thank you.
Kelly Wilson.
Kelly Wilson, Ward 6. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some real-world implications of this 30-acre spacing. Turnpike's coming through. I know y'all are tired of hearing the word turnpike. I'm tired of hearing it too. But let's think about this. Turnpike's coming in. They're going to take what? We've estimated anywhere between 300, 600 homes. Most of those homes are on 2, 5, 10, 15-acre tracts. Now, you change this to 30 acres, and where are these people going to go? If you've got a 10-acre plot right now and the turnpike comes and takes your house, now you got to come up with, you're looking at just compensation. How is just compensation going to be able to relocate these people to the same area that they already live in now that they have to buy 30 acres versus the 10 acres they already have, or 15 acres? So I don't think that's fair. I think that's something you guys should consider, because we're already in a situation where we're wondering what in the world, all of these people, where are they going to go? We don't know where they're going to go. Most of them are probably going to have to go somewhere else. So this is just another slap in the face, in my opinion, that you just don't want us here. You don't care about what happens to the people that are taken out by the turnpike. You don't care where they're going to go. You don't care if they get to stay here or whether they're sent somewhere else. And that just is incredibly disappointing to me. But also I wanted to point this out. Somebody touched on it earlier, and this is exactly what the first thing that went through my head when I was looking at the 30-acre spacing. You have a family that wants to subdivide this when, a family member passes away, and you get a fraction. Well, you know what happens with those fraction parcels? One brother or sister lives in another state. And so a developer or someone comes in and buys that one person's interest in that whole parcel. And guess what? Before you know it, they can take it to court and they can get everyone else to have to sell to them. And I don't like that either. And you're setting up these developers to enrich themselves and make it easier for them to access our property that's already being taken from us. And I really find it hard to believe that a bunch of developers are sitting around, because I know what these people do. These people that are on this AIM committee that were coming up with these plans, I know that several of them were developers. And those developers were not sitting around a table trying to figure out ways to make it harder for their businesses to acquire land. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Cheryl Blake.
Cheryl Blake, Ward 5. Okay, I'm looking through this, and I apologize if this has been available for a while. I've been out of town, I've got jobs, I've got other things, and I'm just seeing this, and this isn't even the specific language in here. The first thing that caught my eye is a rural certificate of survey, and I usually associate rural certificates of survey with something that's going to be platted for subdivisions, because otherwise I just get a survey of my property when I buy it, or maybe I'm building my house. But I guess I don't understand what this means when you're talking about a rural certificate of survey. You either have a survey telling you what your property lines are, or you don't. I don't understand that. And then it talks about in an urban reserve land, and I think what you just said about your AIM project here is that's not planning on being developed unless it's an unusual situation, and it's needed to be done for the preservation of public health, safety, and welfare, or whatever. And I'm trying to figure out, so what's the difference here in having any changes to anything if the stuff's already there and you can only, I don't understand what this urban reserve, if you're not even supposed to develop it anyway. This is, the plan is not a law. How many people said it's not a law? Now you're trying to make it be a law, so you're getting the cart before the horse. You're making a change in a law to go with something that's not a law. Maybe I'm not making sense, but you said, well, this document is changeable and malleable, and you can do all of this on this plan, and now you're saying, I want this in law. So it shouldn't be an emergency, because that other is not even ready yet. It's not a law, so why do you have an emergency ordinance? If it doesn't really matter, if you're not going to, if the plan in itself is not binding on anybody, you've just said that's what it is. And I guess maybe what I'm not understanding here, if everybody that has property that's got less than 10 acres, are they grandfathered in? Does that say that they're grandfathered in anywhere in this document? So that if somebody has 10 acres, they can do something with their 10 acres and transfer it, or do they have to wait until they can put it with somebody else's 10 and somebody else's 10, or 5 if it's on a section line road? You even know the difference between the section line road properties and the interior properties of a minimum of 5 and 10 acres? And that the 2.5 and all, that's all platted and stuff that was recorded at the county. And do you know that about half of east of 120th, that land was bought by developers and parceled up, and it wasn't even formally platted, and it had to be accepted because they were all kind of like these other guys trying to make a fast buck. And that's why you got all those trailer house complexes out in East Norman. It's because somebody tried to subdivide them up from what they should have been with the 5 and the 10 acre things. And you got homeowners out there who are paying now homeowner dues to keep the road paved, and they're on a section line road that the city and the county fought out for. Anyway, I'm just rambling now, but I don't understand this language, and you're wanting it to be a law, and I thought you just said.
That's the end. All right. Any final comments from council? Seeing none? Oh, you do? Yes, Councilmember Holman.
Just a point of clarification about one item was, so right now if you have 10 acres, you can develop up to 65%. Our typical land use in Norman, if you own a piece of property, you can develop, you can cover that property up to 65% in impervious surface. So a building or concrete in most property in Norman. So I wanted to just get a clarification on the 10 acres, what the coverage allowable is.
Is what most of East Norman is. That's the 10-acre limit. You can have 25% coverage. So that's different than when you have an R1 lot that is 65. So it's 25% coverage right now of impervious surface.
Okay, so right now you could, 75% has to not be covered in any kind of building, concrete, paved, anything.
Correct.
If it's on the
Mhm.
A2 and 10.
Yes. And to clarify a little bit of the 30-acre thing here in the urban reserve. So the 65% has to remain open space. So as they were saying, if you have 100 acres, 65 of those have to remain as open space. 35 could be developed as 2-acre lots, which is a low density as defined by our zoning ordinance right now, which would have to come before you as a PUD. This is all outlined in the plan as it is right now. So it would have to come before you as a PUD for you to approve it as 2-acre lots of only those 35 acres if they had 100 acres to start with.
And someone's existing zoning that on their current property, their
Yes.
current land use that they can use right now.
Yes. If you've got 5 acres, you're legal non-conforming as it stands right now. If you have 10, if you approve this tomorrow, it's still a legal lot.
Still is a legal lot.
Yes, but if you have 30 acres, or if you have 20 acres, and you approve this, all of this tonight, they could not come forward tomorrow and do 2 10-acre lots. You'd be
could not
at 20
subdivide.
acres.
And
Only in the urban reserve area.
and
Yeah,
a
that's right.
subdivision, a suburban subdivision would need to subdivide. Is that right?
Suburban subdivision.
If somebody wanted to build a large-scale suburban subdivision neighborhood, they would need to subdivide the property, would they not?
Yes.
And they wouldn't be able to.
So the 2-acre lots would be required to plat because you can't do a certificate of survey for less than 10 acres or 30 acres in the urban reserve.
Okay.
Am I convoluting or am I making?
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
And then eminent domain too, eminent domain exists as a state allowed use. This plan isn't enhancing eminent domain use by the city of Norman.
No.
The city of Norman is not proposing to purchase any land or
No.
take land for any projects that we have planned, or?
No, in order to initiate eminent domain, we would have to bring, we would have to get a resolution of necessity from the council like we do every time, declaring the taking necessary for the project. So, no, this plan by itself cannot do that.
And an entity like OTA, when they use eminent domain, do they have to justify or get, how does that, what is their authority to use eminent domain that would be different than the city of Norman's, I guess? The council here would have to approve it, right?
Right.
The OTA, is it just their director, the state, or who?
OTA would have to have its own plan to justify its own path and why it needs a project in the first place, and thus the necessity of a particular taking as furthering that plan. It goes back to their plans, not ours. I would be surprised if a different entity used our plan to support their eminent domain. I've not seen that, but I don't know.
It's by state statute. So there's a state statutory provision that authorizes the OTA to construct turnpikes in certain areas. So that is their determination of necessity by the legislature with regard to those eminent domain procedures.
But in the city of Norman, if the city ever wants to use eminent domain, it requires a vote of the council to approve.
That's correct. And understanding it has to be for a public purpose. We don't just get to go buy property we want. There has to be some public project or some public purpose for which we were exercising eminent domain before that could move forward. That's one of the issues that gets litigated fairly regularly, is the issue of whether or not on the front end of an eminent domain case, whether there's an actual public purpose or a public necessity for that taking.
Okay. And then the emergency clause part, what would be the reason? that we need to do an emergency to make this go into effect tomorrow instead of, I heard isn't it 30 days?
It's 30
Okay,
days.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too, not 60. So why go into effect tomorrow instead of the end of July?
Plans implemented by the resolution would be effective immediately, whereas the ordinance is actually referencing the plans and adopting the correct definitions, and that language wouldn't be. So in order for the plans to actually be implemented at the same time as the ordinances and to avoid any applications coming through with confusion, that's why staff opted to move them forward at the same time.
And if we didn't, and someone came forward next week, what happens? They have to wait till it goes into effect 30 days from now, or if we don't do the emergency clause, I'm saying?
If a plan comes in, it is going to go into effect with the codes that are in place. We've had several references to the plans not being law. That is true. The plans guide the implementation of law, and these ordinances represent implementation of parts of that. Definitions, yes, but as I had discussed on May 6th when I was before you on these, this 30-acre implementation is the one substantive implementation of the land use plan that is found in these. So that's what's happening. So code is going to generally, under Oklahoma law, control over a broader plan. It's why the zoning ordinance generally controls over the comp plan.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that, this council in the last year has twice unanimously said no to the OTA. And 3 years ago, the council then unanimously said no to the OTA. We have consistently said no. We do not want it. We don't support it. We're not going to cooperate with you. I don't know that any of us have gone around making promises that we can stop the OTA 100%. What I've tried to advocate for is that the city council, at least myself, speaking for myself, is always going to be with and behind and standing with our residents who are opposing this. That whatever ability we have as a city government to oppose it, that we will. And we have, again, by twice rejecting resolutions to cooperate with OTA and ask them for frontage roads and ask them for additional interchanges and things like that. We have told them no, that we do not want it. And we've been very clear when this plan started being developed that we do not want to base any land use and any development on the potential of that turnpike. To me, whether it happens or not should not dictate how we develop the city of Norman. And I do not want North Norman to look like the Kilpatrick Turnpike by Quail Springs. That is awful. It's an awful place, that area up there. Strip malls and parking lots and drive-throughs forever. It is the exact opposite of what I have a vision for Norman, and is not what I want to see on the north side of Norman, between Norman and Moore. And if it is there, we don't have to allow development like that to happen along it just because it's there. And I feel the same thing about the north-south connector, why there are no frontage roads included in that one. OTA is not even including them in there if they do. From the staff standpoint and the committee standpoint, there is an official document at the state that shows a route and a map of Norman with it on there. I don't see how it cannot be shown when it is an official document that exists. The route that is shown on this comp plan is their original route that's been rejected, but that's what's still officially on there. And so it hasn't been adjusted to take into account where they might move it or what they might do. It's just, this is the official document at the state that shows what their plan is and how we are trying to take that into account. I would also say that I grew up in Norman. My fiance Morgan grew up in Norman. We both decided to stay in Norman as adults. A lot of people I know that live in Norman didn't move here from somewhere else. They grew up here and stayed here. And I have met people that came to OU that are not from Norman, they're not from Oklahoma. They came to OU, they graduated, they moved away, and then they moved back to Norman. They didn't move back to their home state or their hometown, they moved back to Norman for some reason. And just based on birth rates and people from Norman staying in Norman, we have population growth. And to not account for that has created, like, I drive around Norman, walk around Norman, bike around Norman. You can see all sorts of mistakes and problems in this city that we have by not adequately planning for population growth. We have infrastructure that does not meet demands because 30 and 40 years ago, we didn't think that we might grow by that much. But just since I was born, Norman's population, I've mentioned this many times, Norman's population has doubled since I was born in the 1980s. Oklahoma City is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. It was the 6th fastest growing large city in the last census data. It grew by over 100,000 people in the last 10 years. It was one of only 10 cities to do that. The growth that Oklahoma City is experiencing and how that spills over into the rest of the metro area is something we have to consider. It's what's happened to a lot of those people brought up examples of DFW. When 1970 census, Plano, Texas had less than 15,000 people, and today it has almost 300,000 people. I don't want to be in that situation. I don't know that we plan for a specific growth, but what I do know is that our growth rate for the last 10 years has been about 1.5% per year. It's been 1.3% roughly over the last 20 years per year. And so what to me is, if we were to underestimate, if we were to say, oh, we don't need that many houses, we're not going to plan for it. When we already know we have a more than 10,000 deficit in housing in Norman right now when it comes to affordable housing. Housing costs in Norman keep going up because we don't have enough to meet the demand. And there are many houses in Norman that are sitting vacant, that are underutilized, that's a factor. But right now, we are not meeting the housing demand of our population in Norman right now. And that's why rents are going up. People can't afford to live in Norman. And I'm sorry, I do not want to live in Noble. I would never live in Noble. I would never live in Moore. And in fact, I would never live anywhere in this whole state besides Norman. If it was not Norman, I'm not even living in this region of the country. So to me, I want to make sure Norman remains a place where the people that live here can continue to live here. Everybody that works at a restaurant in Norman, a McDonald's or a retail store, that they're able to afford to live in this town and continue to call it home. And so I know this plan is not perfect. A lot of people have spent a lot of time working on it, and we can come back and revise it. And I can promise you that I'm not going to stand in the way of putting that item on the agenda for further council discussion or amendments to be made to it. But I just want to be clear, this council as a whole does not support the turnpike. We have consistently voted against it. We're going to keep voting against it, I think. We're not going to be repealing the resolution or changing it or anything like that, like OTA has asked, or whatever person in the emails, whatever they might have been conspiring to do, they weren't successful because we didn't do it. We didn't pass any resolution supporting OTA. We didn't ask them for anything, and we didn't make it easier for them to build. So for me, and I've just been so abundantly clear about this, preserving and protecting rural Norman is a top priority to me. It's one of the main reasons I love Norman, is that you have the urban core, you have great neighborhoods that are historic and established, and you have a rural area with a state park and nature, and it's all those things are what I love about Norman. And to me, we're going to continue to do everything we can to make, again, better use of the existing space we have in our developed urban area. And if this goes the way I'm planning for it to go, we will develop less outwardly over the next 20 years than we did over the last 20 years. And over the last 20 years, we've developed from 24th roughly to 36th. I do not foresee us, if we do this right, if we make better use of our existing land, we will not sprawl out to 48th and 60th in my lifetime, and hopefully never, if we make better use of our existing space, all those empty parking lots, empty lots that aren't developed, that are in core Norman, that can be developed without harming existing neighborhoods. And so this is going to be evolving, and I do appreciate Councilmember Nash and the work he did, and I'm absolutely going to be open to continuing this discussion on this plan. And if council members and the public want us to keep examining these, if we want to reconsider these amendments over the next month, the next few months, I am going to be open to that, absolutely. So I just want to be clear about that this isn't done tonight, and it's going to continue being worked on from here on out. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes. I'm not going to take as long, but I very much support everything Councilmember Holman said, and would just add, I was one of those people that was a military brat, lived in Lawton, would never live in Lawton. Went to school at OU, left because I did not want to pay the rents in Norman, and built equity in Moore, and then bought back in Norman in the place that I wanted to live. And I also would not live anywhere in this region but for Norman. So just wanted to add that.
All right. The motion on, oh, yes, sir, please.
The guy that brought us the Turnpike resolution brought us this ordinance.
Which one person alone brought us this ordinance?
Yes.
I just disagree with that. An entire committee that we appointed, that you got to appoint, that you had a say in, that every council member got to appoint. And in fact, and I don't want to throw the mayor under the bus, but originally there was a committee that was picked. Council, we did not agree with that makeup, and we said no. We said we want to each pick from our wards. We want to make sure that every ward has somebody on this committee, that every section of the city is represented. And we forced a change of the original chair of the committee because we didn't feel like that was the right person to lead it, and that we felt it was important to have, for one, a chair that represented the largest area of Norman, being Ward 5, co-chairs representing Ward 5 and Ward 6 and the rural areas. So we changed the makeup of the committee because we didn't like it. Every council member had the opportunity to nominate people from their wards that they wanted on it. And we also had the opportunity to be involved in the process and in every single meeting over the last 18 months. We could have attended every single one of them. Councilmember Grant, I think, attended every one of them except for one maybe. But so, I mean, one person on that committee did not drive that. And I trust the people, the vast majority on that committee are people I absolutely trust. And so I don't think one person would have been able to do that on their own.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
No, he's not down there.
Oh. Bathroom, I guess.
Cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 6-2. Voting against, Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Montoya, and Councilmember Ball is out of the chambers at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject section 7, declaring an emergency.
Motion to approve.
The emergency.
Oh, second.
Thank you, ma'am. Motion on the floor is to adopt section 11, declaring an emergency. Council members, you may cast your vote.
The motion fails by a vote of 5-3 with Councilmember Ball outside the chambers. Emergency section requires a vote of 6.
So I changed my motion down here to adopt the ordinance reading as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Well, how do I change it?
No, it's fine. Like it
Just
is.
read it in. Motion on the floor, excuse me. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your vote.
Hang on, sorry.
Hey,
Clear. Yes.
Yay.
Okay, sorry.
wait,
You cast your vote.
My finger kept slipping, sorry.
oh, so we can hit it?
No, cast your vote. All votes have been cast and the motion 6-2. Voting against, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Montoya, and once again, Councilmember Ball is outside the chambers.
Wonder if he went to change his skills. Item number 33. An ordinance amending sections throughout Chapter 36 zoning of the code in order to update definitions, to update and add references to the city's comprehensive plan, and to update language to ensure compatibility with the AIM-Norman Comprehensive Plan and its various included master plans, and to clarify or correct language, including for errors, as declaring an emergency and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance.
Motion?
Second reading.
Second.
Section by section. I have both. Ms. Beth?
Mayor, Beth Muckala, Assistant City Attorney. So this is O2425-32, and it implements changes to Chapter 36, the zoning ordinance. It has the same definitions of comprehensive plan and all of the 7 included plans. It has the updates to the language referencing the various plans, what comprehensive plan mean, what the transportation plan now is. There was a reference to errors in the heading. That's because there were misnumberings noticed in some of the sections that were being implemented for other reasons, so those were corrected at the same time. There is some old land use language that literally harkens back to the plans that have now been replaced that are now matching the new plan. We have stricken the Northern Community Separator Overlay District, which again, that was directly from the old land use plan, the 2025. 36545 is similar to the change we saw in Chapter 20, where we had a reference to current urban service area, which is not in the new land use plan, so we changed that to the same locational criteria of 48th to 48, so that you knew where that regulation was applying. In these 4 sections, we have references being updated, clarified, or added in a couple of places to the comp plan. It relates to PUDs, SPUDs, special uses, and zoning amendments. Again, some of them were already there, some of them are clarifications. State statutes, other cities, that they have similar references to the comp plan. And in a situation where you're looking to step a little outside of your ordinance, in the case of PUDs, SPUDs, special uses in particular, you are still bound by the same police power considerations that you were when you adopted this plan. So that's just naturally why we're going to refer to this plan. And we added these references so that you would understand the new staff reports. And I know that planning staff did some presentations on that to show you some of the new formats so that you would see some of that language going forward. And again, this was unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on May 8th. This ordinance also has an emergency clause. The other ordinance, I believe, is going to be effective July 24th now. So just keep that in mind. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you, ma'am. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers?
Nancy Ashton. Okay. Oh, sorry. Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. This time it does look like we are really looking at strictly a cleanup ordinance. And I'm going to repeat my comment from last time and hope the vote is consistent with the last time, that the justification for an emergency has not been established. I'm a little concerned that we had 5 votes for an emergency last time when it was clear that there was no justification for an emergency. And, you know, on this emergency topic, I was up at the legislature not too long ago watching them pass the most pernicious bill they've passed in a long time to make it almost impossible to do initiative and referendum petitions. They passed it, and then they kicked the people of Oklahoma when they were down, and with no emergency justification, tacked an emergency clause to that thing to prevent a referendum petition on it, and to specifically target State Question 836, which I attended a forum on today, and which is why I have the name tag, that would establish open primaries in Oklahoma. And I really can't emphasize enough that while it seems like it's innocuous here, no emergency has been established under our charter. This is purely a cleanup bill. There's not even any confusion over a 30-day matter. And I don't want to see a precedent started that this council starts passing ordinances with emergency clauses which have no justification for an emergency. At most, it would be a convenience for someone coming with a development plan. There's no reason why someone coming up with a development plan in the next 30 days can't operate under the old ordinances as they would under the last one. And I really can't emphasize enough, I don't want to see this council starting a precedent that seems like it's just a harmless thing, but we're going to see it used sometime in the future on one of our controversial, divisive things to deprive our rank and file people of their constitutional rights and start tacking on emergency clauses to clean up ordinances when there is no emergency. And I'm really concerned if this is falling on deaf ears. I'm going to come up in miscellaneous comments and mention it again. Thank you.
Trey Kirby. Looks like Dave Moore left. Amy Serrato.
Amy Serrato, Ward 5. I think the last time I've been up this late was college, which is now 30 years ago. So I'm really concerned, so this is about definitions. I'm really concerned about the urban reserve. I'm concerned about the fact that everyone seems to think that that's going to protect Norman, when in reality it's opening up the door for development. So a 30-acre tract can have 20 acres and then 5 2-acre lots, if I understood your questions and answers from that person. And right now, they said 75% is conserved and only 25%. So the definitions are important and how we define them is important. And I don't know if you can redefine that in this, whatever this ordinance is. But the comp plan language is really concerning to me because I can see the pattern and I can see what's happened in other communities. And while it seems like a good idea, and probably the people who were convinced that it was a good idea were trying to do the right thing, but they didn't look at the math. And so that's what I do. And it's really hard not to see it once you see it. Do you know what I mean? Once you see the problem, you can't unsee it. And so when you're going through these definitions and cleaning them up, urban reserve, I don't think is the right word for between 48th and 72nd. Just leave it alone. Let it be rural and agricultural so we can conserve more of the land, or go back and change the comp plan so that we can conserve more of that land, of that bigger tract, and disallow more high density, or whatever you called it, low density. And I would say 2 acres out there is too small. So I just think you need to think about it a little more from the perspective of thinking of it 100 acres, and you're allowing 35% of that to be broken up. And that's way less restrictive than it is right now, from how I'm reading it. Now, again, I only had 2 days to blow through 2,000 pages and all this other stuff after what happened last week with the Turnpike Authority nonsense. But please just think about these definitions because they matter. And law-abiding citizens like me, we don't try to get around the rules, but there's a lot of other people that do try to get around them and try to manipulate things to their benefit. And so I just want to protect East Norman as much as we can. So please think about those definitions and the numbers when you're working through all of this to make this law and or the resolution. Thank you.
Cindy Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I'm concerned that Amy Serrato hasn't been up past midnight for 30 years. Wow, man. Live a little. So two points about this particular ordinance. The first is just echo Rob Norman. There's no point in having an emergency clause on this one. Even if you thought both of the ordinances should have had one, the fact that one doesn't, it means that there's really no point in having it on the second one. So this should be, what is it now? There's somebody missing. So we're gonna go 8-0 against the emergency clause. But the second thing was, I was actually a little surprised. One other thing that I didn't realize was going on with the stuff that was adopted tonight, and think that you should amend back in via amending this ordinance, is getting rid of the urban separator. That is the perfect mechanism for preventing the east-west part of the turnpike, if it gets built, from turning into the Kilpatrick Turnpike. The whole point of that, and I've been around longer than most of you, I remember the point of that, was to make sure that there was a green zone between Moore and Norman. And there won't be a green zone if we build up the east-west connector like we built up Kilpatrick Turnpike. So my suggestion to you is that you amend this ordinance to explicitly not take out the urban separator language, and when you get around to it, put the urban separator language back into the comprehensive plan. That's the thing that makes sense, if you ask me. That gets everybody what they want, and I think it goes to a point. I appreciated a lot of what Councilmember Holman had to say, but I actually think it's really important for you guys to understand that if you say no to explicitly cooperating with the OTA, it doesn't mean that you're not cooperating with them implicitly if you adopt the policies that help them get the result that they're looking for. And among those policies are busting open East Norman's zoning compromises. If you really like Norman to have a rural area, you've got to do some things to preserve it and not meet the development community sort of halfway, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And that's something that we've seen a lot before, which is why I do think you have to be worried about who was in charge of some of these subcommittees. One person was
Tiffany Stevens.
Stevens, Ward 5. I want to say, I'm a little bit ticked. I come in here and we talk about the land use plan and this whole thing here, and I was told, oh, it's a living document, we can amend it at any time, it's not the law, blah, blah, blah. And then right away, the next two pieces of things are laws that you're trying to enforce what's in the plan. So you're right away and then trying to put an emergency on it. Like, we need to get a better, way of doing this. First of all, I have a full-time job and 4 kids. I cannot be up at midnight on any, like this, spending all my time doing this. We need to have a place where you guys can send us emails maybe, and maybe we get back to you, send surveys out, give me a chance to read the 1,000 pages that we came up with all of this. and I know, I've got 50 acres, and now I don't even know if I can subdivide it if I ever wanted to my kids or not, because I don't even know if I'm in the land reserve or not. And I think we're all being tricked, and I know you said you really believe that everybody got together and one person couldn't do this, and I believe that they probably had, good hearts, but like if you keep people in that have bad motives, they will find a way to trick you and manipulate. And you didn't even know why we were going to 30 acres and not 10. And I think developers like to go to 10 acres because less than 10 so they can divide more things and make more money. Well, if this is going to be an industrial development, not a residential, then maybe keeping it 30 might make them more money or make it harder for them to have competition when somebody comes in to buy the acreage. Or, I don't know what the thought is behind it, but I feel like there's a lot of ill incentives going on, and we need to be very careful, and we need to read through this very carefully. And I'm very disappointed that you guys passed something that your own city attorney said he hadn't even had time to vet through it yet. And that's ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like we need to pay attention, and we need to be reading through this. And you've got a lot of citizens here that care. You guys care. We want time to make it right and to make sure we're doing it right. And we haven't had that time to figure out what's going on. And every time we do an open records request or we do something or we find out something, we're finding more and more corruption and more secretive things going on. And I feel like a lot of people are being fooled. And I know you guys are wanting to do this right, and I appreciate all your time and effort into this. But let's make sure we're paying attention who we listen to. And, if I don't know something's going on, I probably would believe anybody. I would be fooled into believing anything. I would be like, oh yeah, 30 acres, that's going to preserve more land. But if you look at the numbers, it's not. You're going from 25% to 35% that you can develop. And now you can put it into 2-acre lots, whereas before you couldn't go less than 10. And then the small people that own stuff that might want to develop.
Cheryl Blake.
That's it. Okay. Any final comments from council? Yes, ma'am.
These questions are for Beth Muckle and potentially Rick Knighton. Again, just a refresher, the goal of the emergency clause on these two items we had is to bring it into compliance at the same time as this plan.
A cohesive implementation.
So we would not have gaps where people were stuck in limbo with the old language.
Right, and there would also be a clarity as to what is applying when, how the staff report should be, because, there were changes that were being made to the staff report at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. And then just because, this is not my first midnight meeting, but I am tired and I do need some institutional memory. How often do we do emergency clauses? I want to say the last one we did was a finance one. They don't come through that often, but they come through fairly regularly, correct?
Yeah. I've been the city attorney for a little, almost a year, and we have not had one during that time period. So going back to July of 2024, we have not had an emergency ordinance.
Okay. And then I was just going to ask, so if we don't do the emergency ordinance for these and it's sitting out there in limbo for 30 days, what are the complications there?
Well, walking through it, I guess we'd have to see what application comes forward. But essentially, we are going to be applying regulations that aren't referencing the right plans if the right kind of application comes through. It was really to avoid a situation where we might have something that invoked it and then didn't have the language to refer to the right thing.
Okay.
Confusion.
Yeah, so for roughly 30 days, confusion, and then when it gets enacted, I guess this would be July 24th, then
Right.
we're cohesive again.
Yes.
Or consistent, whatever. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Since the first emergency failed, it was brought up, what would be the purpose of the second one passing if the first one failed? So should we just reject the second one since the first one didn't pass?
And so the first ordinance related to a change to Chapter 20 licensing and Chapter 30 subdivision. And then we have changes here to the zoning ordinance. You would probably want to weigh in.
So I'm not going to speak for the committee, I suppose, but I think they would all agree that there is a huge consensus. They all wanted to be able to start implementing this plan right away. Our zoning ordinance, as you know, is very old and it is outdated. So even when we put the RFP out, and we're starting that like a week from now, it's going to be a long time before we have a totally updated ordinance. So this was a way to start enforcing the policies that are within this plan on projects that you see coming before you within the next month or 2 months. What? Yes. And for the staff reports. So we did totally change our format so we could say how rezonings align with this new plan. So in the meantime, it might get a little wonky. Also, some applications come in and maybe we have them for 2 months before they go to planning commission or before you see them because they're not ready. And then it's this awkward, what are they under? What are we applying for them?
Since the first emergency clause failed.
So that was more related to subdivision, just with the COSs, which that can only be done in A1 and A2 zoning, and only to go down to 10 acres. So they are different ordinance applications.
Some of it would go into effect tomorrow and some of it not if we pass this.
I guess technically yes, but it's also 2 different kinds of applications.
Thank you.
If that
You done? Any other questions? All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your vote.
Did Michael leave?
Where'd you go?
All votes have been cast by a vote of 5-2, voting against Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Montoya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, and Councilmember Nash is now gone as well.
Dropping like flies. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject section 17, declaring an emergency.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt section 17, declaring an emergency. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the emergency passes by a vote of 5-2. Voting against, Councilmember Holman and Councilmember Montoya. Councilmember Nash has left the meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. It's so late. It fails because it required 6, and the vote was 5-2.
Thank you. Okay. I'll entertain a motion, excuse me. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes having ordinance as final reading passes by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Montoya.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to Open Meeting Act regulations, council is not able to participate in discussion during miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up? Is anybody left?
We'll see. We'll run through these. Stephen Homer. Nancy Ashton.
Yeah, I want to talk about the proposed supportive housing project on Triad Village Drive.
Would you mind speaking into the mic? please?
Sure, I'm
Thank you.
sorry, my voice is gone.
Yeah, my ears are going.
I want to appeal to the council to reconsider the purchase of this property as it has not closed yet. The Wyndham Senior Residences, located at 301 Triad Village Drive, is an independent living apartment complex for ages 62 and above. This complex shares a front and side lot line with the proposed tract, which is approximately 100 feet from our front door and will be visible from all west-facing apartments. In addition, a third lot line of this tract adjoins a daycare center, the Middle Earth Early Learning Center. To my knowledge, the city has not addressed the ethical considerations of placing permanent supportive housing next to a senior community in a daycare facility. Senior citizens and children are more vulnerable to the potential risk associated with permanent supportive housing, and the proximity of this proposed development increases the risk exponentially. Certificate I must have hit the record button. I got somebody else's stuff in here. This location provides no balance between addressing the needs of both populations while minimizing the potential negative interactions or safety risks. Seniors and children will be thoroughly outmatched. We are concerned residents with complex mental health and addiction issues will be housed without adequate supervision, making our neighborhood less safe. We're concerned safety risk associated with this development will result in isolation of our residents from the broader community, walking their dogs, going for a walk. We're concerned locating permanent supportive housing in our neighborhood in combination with the existing Thunderbird Clubhouse will lead to the formation of a distinct subcommunity, potentially affecting the delivery of services to our seniors currently receive. We're concerned the proposed project creates a concentration of low-income, disadvantaged people in violation of HUD's site and neighborhood standards. We're concerned security at our residence is not sufficient to accommodate the increased safety risk of this development. We're concerned new construction in our neighborhood will cause our rents to increase. We're concerned about losing access to green space, overcrowding, leading to negative mental health outcomes and disruption of quality of life. We're concerned about losing our neighbors. There's an indirect displacement resulting from this action.
Your time. Thank you.
Kathleen Turner. Don Raines. Ben Chambers. Greg Stover. Shirley Watson. Judy Vine. David Davila.
All right, Mr. Council and the mayor, all you guys have failed to take care of this homeless issue. You have passed it on and kicked it aside. With your little programs that you're doing for them is not enough. They need space. They need, like Griffin Memorial's got all kinds of space, empty buildings. We got hotels, but you put them right in our front door. That's fine. We all have problems, but they need mental health and they need areas for them to go and get their medications. A lot of other areas have those kind of facilities. Why did you have to throw them on some elderly people right in our front door? You guys have failed us. You're not transparent. You just did it without even really checking what you're causing. So this kicking down the road to homeless is not working, Mr. Mayor and in council. I'm sure all of y'all live here. You know what the issues. They're on the east side. They're on the west side. They're central. They've got over 100 calls of violence over there where they're at right now. Imagine where they're going to be right now. Something needs to be done. Quit kicking the can.
Randy Stover. Susan Tips. Veronica Hawkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Veronica Harkins, and I'm with the Councilor Ward 1 at Tri-Village. I'm here to stand here to say that it's not being fair to us tenants that's over there at Wyndham Senior Citizen Place, because what y'all doing is y'all gonna run everybody away from senior citizen over there. Where we're gonna go at? You ain't thinking about us or the kids. The daycare on one side, one daycare on one side, the other daycare is open on the other side. What y'all doing is running everybody away by putting in vacant lot there for everybody, and it's not being fair. Y'all did not consider it with us and how we feel about this here at all. And I think that we should have our opinion, speak up about what's going on in our community. There's a lot of crime going on, it's true, but what about our safety? And where we could plan on going at if y'all putting these people there? It's not being fair.
Debbie Bellato. Lorene Cornelius. Sorry, that kind of rolls off weird. Vicki Rogers. Lurleen Hobaugh. Barbara Cheney. Barbara Moore. Amy Perez. Francis Joliffe. Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3 again. I rarely stay for this, even if I stay for some of the late substantive meetings, but there were a couple of things I wanted to cover that had nothing to do with agenda items. First of all, thank you to the mayor. It is a very difficult job, I can tell from the outside, from being at council meetings and things like that. And it can get particularly difficult sometimes at these long, long meetings. And I think there is some very positive things to us hashing it out in Norman. And I hope you will remain active and engaged in the city. Some mayors do, some mayors don't. And you will have value to bring to the table as we move on and transition for the rest of your life. Second, there is, I believe, maybe a legitimate movement, particularly Ward 7, Ward 8. I think that there's going to be brewing to renew the efforts to put the hangar on the National Register of Historic Places. We have a couple of people who are passionate about doing that. Quite frankly, if we hadn't saved the hangar a few years ago and put the YFAC, a great thing, in a better place, I was seriously going to follow through with trying to do that, to put a block to knocking down the hangar back then. And fortunately, another version of this council made the right move there, and I think we have another chance to help the hangar out into continuing in its long existence. And third thing, Amy Serrato is there, still staying on, but I wanted to let you know, in case you didn't, that Amy Serrato is a proponent in the legal challenge, the constitutional challenge to Senate Bill 1027. And that is no accident. She didn't just come up kicking and screaming and said, pick me, pick me, pick me. What happened is some very important and active folks statewide were noticing Pykoff and noticing the effect Pykoff was happening not only here in Norman, but at the legislature, and thought that Amy Serrato, as president of Pykoff OTA, and the advocates for State Question 836 would be the perfect people to lead the charge to the constitutional challenge to a very bad bill in Senate Bill 1027. And I think it is a milestone for our local people to show that their work and their effectiveness is being noticed statewide, and that Amy Serrato was the right person at the right time to help lead the charge to a constitutional challenge that I think is going to be successful. Help vindicate the rights of the rank and file people to vote on matters of public importance in Norman and statewide. Thank you.
Trey Kirby. Amy, you'll follow Trey.
Trey Kirby, Ward 5. On this whole housing thing on Triad, we're already short firemen. What, 4 departments or more, 37 fire, 73, quite a few. We're short policemen. I would imagine with Norman Regional closing, we're probably short paramedics and MSTAT, but yet we're gonna keep building stuff without addressing the fact that we are short emergency responders, which we will need considering the homeless do increase the calls put on the emergency responders. Since our council can't seem to follow the city of Norman's votes, which have been voted 3 times to go against stuff like this without the approval of the people, I don't know why we haven't got somebody. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but why hasn't somebody done a charter petition of some form to take away y'all's power to keep just giving homeless endless checks when residents of Ward 5 can come up here and, as one of the people poured out, I don't think one person was up here in favor of the AIM, but every single person who spoke was not in favor, and every one of y'all ignored them, kind of like with the homeless situation that has been ignored for years now. So what does it take to get a charter petition together to change the charter of the city of Norman to where anytime you use money for homeless or anything like that, you have to get it to a vote of the people, kind of like that emergency one?
Hi, Amy Serrato, Ward 5 again. And Rob Norman was right. We do care a lot about Constitution and having the citizens' voices heard. And so that's why I've been disappointed for 3.5 years that the Turnpike Authority doesn't listen, that the Oklahoma Department of Transportation doesn't listen, that you all said no turnpikes. So thank you. You listened to that. But tonight, when Michael Nash proposed some amendments that I thought were really good, y'all ignored them and try to vote on all of them at once. And I thought that wasn't a good idea because the words matter. And for example, I'm going to read you one of his amendments I thought was really good. I think it would have made the plan better. And I hope that maybe he didn't present them the way that it was easy for you to understand them, but I don't know how it can work better, but I'd like to see you think about some of these amendments. Just even in the reserve areas, again, because I'm going to harp on that because I live out there and I'm really passionate about that. You know, he made an amendment that said infrastructure expansions into this area should be avoided to preserve the area's ecological integrity. I don't know how that hurts the plan. That was an amendment. And then land use policy in the 2045 reserve area should not be influenced by transportation infrastructure projects that could undermine conservation goals. I also don't think that's a bad amendment. And then the amendment to change the urban reserve from 65% conserve to 80% conserve. Let's do it. I mean, why aren't we doing that? And I know you say we can change the plan, but it's so, the inertia is so slow, and so to change it, it just takes so much effort. And I just wish there was a better way that we handled this tonight, because we didn't have to go for 6 hours. We could have done one comp plan, and then next time do the other comp plan. It's just so much for citizens to wrap their head around, and we really need to be transparent and to help people understand in plain language. Because if I can't get through 1,000 pages in 2 days, I'm telling you that 99% of Norman can't do it either. And I'm concerned that we're ignoring some really, really good amendments. So what is the way forward to make these amendments in the comp plan? I mean, do we come to you in the next meeting and say, please change this? Do we go to AIM Norman, who has not been, to be honest, very willing to take notes from the public, or they say they are, but they're like the OTA. I don't know where they go. after you give them public comment. So please do think about those amendments that Michael Nash put forward. I think he did a really good job in representing Ward 5 and what we want. And if we can be of any help in that regard, please let us know. Thanks, and I hope you all sleep well when you get home.
Cindy Rogers.
Yeah, Cindy Rogers, still Ward 4. Yeah, I've been here later a few times. I appreciate you all. Long night. I do, like Dr. Serrato said, it's unfortunate that there was so much piled tonight. It would have been better to parse it out, I think, if you truly wanted public input on that. And also, I know I've been accused of like obsessing over minutia, but I mean, the minutia are the things that matter sometimes, those small details. And if you're allowing bigger tracts that have more building on it, you're not really protecting East Norman in the way that we need to protect it. So I hope we can revisit those things. And then also, if you remember at 5:30 tonight, I was here, there was a talk about the Norman Economic Development Coalition transitioning to the Cleveland County Economic Development Coalition. And I hope we can have some conversations about that. And also keep in mind that one of the key staff for that group was kicked off the AIM committee, so maybe we should think about personnel sorts of issues too. And then also part of that agreement said something about allowing the CC, the coalition, to provide economic advice and be the economic development advisors to the city. And I would say that there's an economics department just down the street that has people that could provide that, or you could form, you already have committees that could do some evaluations and proper studies that might be less influenced by special interests. So I think that might be, I think that would be something to pursue, given some of the interactions we've had with NEDC, with members of the community, and with, frankly, the advice they gave us on the Arena TIF and the whole Team Norman push. So, good evening.
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I wanted to start off with the NDDC transition to the Cleveland County Economic Development Authority, too. I'm glad we get an opportunity to look at a contract with those people again, because it gives us the possibility of just saying no, which I think is the way we should do it. NEDC was a mess. The CCEDC looks like it's going to be a mess. Cindy mentioned a couple of things that are germane to that point, but notice they've been terrible about providing the audits. We don't have a regular report that can be handed out. I guess the city manager is there when they talk about it, but it's not something that gets released to the public. And first and foremost, though, they're really, really pushing a set of policies that are shown to be empirical failures. It's really just a big mistake to do economic development the way that they do it. You should save your money for doing the few things that they do, like advertising Norman, in-house, and then after that, you should just get out of the economic development game. It's a game for chumps, and cities don't succeed when they try to play the special attraction game. There's really good evidence on that. I know people have a hard time believing it because everybody does it. Well, part of the reason why it's a bad idea is because everybody does it. It forces you into a competition that you can't win. You know, it was weird to me that the leaders of the CCEDC didn't even show up tonight to stump for themselves, which I think they're moving away from Norman tells you something. Second point I wanted to make tonight was actually about the AIM plan. Let's keep working on that. It became clear tonight that people weren't understanding the rationale of what was going on in some of those subcommittees. The criticisms that Councilmember Nash had about the starting point for both the water, wastewater, I guess it's 3, water, wastewater, and housing, about the population increases just didn't seem to land. So I think it's really, really important that we look at that. It turns out that population is endogenous to policy. If you said you were going to give everyone who moved to Norman a swift kick in the butt, there would be fewer people that would move to Norman. And if you gave candy away to everybody every day in Norman, you could probably make the population of Norman a little bit bigger. But that doesn't mean that you're making wise policy, and that doesn't mean that you're going to get the kind of growth you want. You have to work on the policy end. Don't just try to get people to move here.
Tiffany Stevens?
Hi, Tiffany Stevens, Ward 5. I want to just kind of end tonight thanking you guys for all of your time and effort. And I know you've read a bunch of emails, you have to go through a lot of stuff. I want to say I think this is a big deal. I think 2 days to go through all of that is not enough time. And so I would like to, I don't know, I guess put the idea in your head, like, can we come up with some kind of different plan to let the citizens help, let the citizens read, let us give you our opinion. Maybe in these meetings at 10, if it goes over that, start it again the next night or the next Tuesday or something, because I feel like, you know, after a certain point, it gets difficult. And I know you guys are all tired. I'm tired. We need to come up with a different way to do these meetings where it ends at a reasonable time. But anyway, I want to just thank you and good night.
Cheryl Blake? Heidi Vent Etchison? Okay, Mayor, that's all.
We are adjourned.